Introduction asterisk Dick has traversed not one, but two worlds. One resembles a savage realm akin to the Jurassic period, while the other is the renowned realm of the television series Game of Thrones. For Dick, who was born in a peaceful era, both worlds are merciless, where human life is as insignificant as grass. This overwhelming reality initially leaves him feeling helpless and resigned. Fortunately, fate has been kind. Reborn in the guise of a primitive man, Dick discovers that his new physique is remarkably robust, capable of outrunning horses and exceeding the strength of bulls. Chapter 1. The Good Brother Sacrificed. In the Jurassic world, no, a lamenting roar echoed across the vast expanse, resonating with a tragic grandeur, as if the heavens themselves had responded, and snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. On the ground, a towering figure knelt in anguish, one arm cradling his beloved brother and benefactor while the other gently caressed the lifeless eyes of his companion. This man was Dick, a primitive man who had crossed over for Blue Star. In his arms lay a humanoid creature, unmistakably a colossal ape towering no less than 3 meters. Though their acquaintance had lasted barely a month, this remarkably sentient giant had saved Dick's life on multiple occasions, guiding him through the most arduous beginnings. Thus, in Dick's heart, the giant ape was not merely a benefactor, but a brother of a different lineage. With a painful sniffle, Dick rudely wiped his nose on the grass, then gently laid the giant ape down and tenderly groomed its fur. Though the ape was deceased, it remained a sacred entity in Dick's heart, deserving of a dignified farewell. With this heavy sentiment, Dick diligently groomed the giant ape's entire body. However, an indescribable complexity washed over him upon realizing that his beloved brother was, in fact, a sister. Why, oh why? Why did I only discover this now? Why did it take me this long to understand? The thought of that profound emotion in your gaze, transcending our species, fills me with indescribable sorrow. With a deep sigh, Dick felt as though his very breath might cease. After a prolonged silence, he regained his composure, resolutely retrieving a stone pickaxe to dig a grave, where he interred the giant ape. After erecting a tombstone and marking the site, Dick departed. Now vulnerable without the giant's protection, he tread cautiously. As he journeyed, Dick not only applied herbal remedies to his skin, but also periodically scattered dung from a woven bag. Of course, this was not his own, but rather that of the region's dominant predator, whose scent would shield Dick from most lethal threats. The herbs, gifted by the giant ape, served to repel venomous creatures and mask his scent. With these two talismans of protection, Dick returned to his dwelling unscathed. His home was a cave nestled halfway up a mountain, its entrance obscured by massive stones, adorned with the skulls of colossal dinosaurs. Alas, he ignited a fire with flint and began roasting meat, feeling an emptiness within. After a considerable time, he finally sighed, "Do you know, once I endure today, I shall lead you away from this perilous world." As he spoke, he took a sorrowful bite of the sizzling dinosaur meat, and in the corner of his vision, a series of symbols began to materialize, culminating in the notation of 99%. Though unfamiliar with the symbols, Dick had understood since his arrival that once the progress bar filled, he could mentally activate the symbols to transport himself and those he wished to take to the world of Game of Thrones. This phenomenon was both mystical and enchanting. Dick could not comprehend the underlying principles, nor did he desire to, for he knew he could never return. Now, all he could do was live earnestly, carrying the spirit of his sister ape with him. Thus, lost in his thoughts as he finished the roasted meat, Dick sealed the cave entrance with a stone, circled the entrance scattering herbal powder, and finally wrapped himself in animal skins, lying down on the stone bed within to quietly meditate. Uncertain how much time had passed, suddenly, with a hum, Dick opened his eyes to find the progress bar full, and the symbols in his mind began to flicker incessantly. Without hesitation, weary of primitive life, Dick rolled off the stone bed and proclaimed loudly, "Great ape deity, activate!" As he spoke, Dick mentally clicked on the flickering symbol. An intense white light erupted in the cave, expanding outward in a circular wave from Dick's center until the entire cave was enveloped. In the next moment, Dick perceived his body beginning to transform into a transparent figure, resembling an anatomical diagram. The radiant light in the cave morphed into luminous points, swirling around him like constellations, coursing through muscle, bone, meridian, and blood vessel, until the stars faded from view and everything became transparent. In an instant, the primitive man Dick vanished without a trace. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, 289 AC, near a fishing village by the coast of Sea-Watch. Fantastic. This fellow is so robust. The Lord will surely be pleased, and our village can avoid the conscription of 10 men. Awakening abruptly, Dick heard these words as his eyes opened for the first time. Without pausing to ponder why he understood the language of Westeros, he sprang to life before the astonished villagers. As if he were the fabled White Walker, he leapt up and dashed towards the entrance. Dick moved with astonishing speed, a blur to the villagers who could barely register his presence before he reached the doorway. Light, it's right before me. Breathlessly inhaling the essence of this new world, Dick's heart roared with exhilaration. His strikingly handsome face, imbued with an alluring charm and an undeniable ferocity, could no longer contain his joy, twisting into an almost distorted grin. Watch out! No, no! A cry pierced the air, compelling Dick to turn his head. He beheld a fully armored medieval knight, panic etched across his features as his horse barreled directly towards Dick. Startled, Dick instinctively turned, crossing his arms to shield his head and ribs. Then came a thunderous crash. The force of the impact sent Dick staggering backward as the ground trembled beneath him. Once the dust settled, he shook his tingling arms and peered outside. Beneath the warm sunlight, the irregularly shaped, low stone houses were scattered about, and along the narrow country road stood rows of modestly clad medieval villagers. Their astonished gazes fixed upon him, for in the center of the road, a man and horse lay in distress. Behind them, a group of riders stared in disbelief at Dick. Gulp. 7 gods above. I can't be seeing things, can I? Grumble. Time-Eye, you are not seeing things. That person truly knocked over both the knight and his horse. The whispers of 2 young villagers along the country road stirred the dazed, noble youth from his reverie. By the 7, make way. I wish to personally recruit this valiant warrior as my personal guard. Under Dick's vigilant gaze, the surrounded boy pushed past his guards and swiftly approached. Greetings, I am Patrick Mallister, the son of Count Jason Mallister of Seaside City. The noble youth performed a proper aristocratic greeting before casting a fervent smile at Dick. To be honest, everything was happening far too quickly for Dick to fully comprehend. Yet, it was evident to any astute observer that this seemingly highborn youth was extending an olive branch towards him. After a moment's pause, Dick lowered his hand from his face, revealing a smile as he returned the noble greeting. Greetings, I am Dick Caesar, from the Caesar clan of Sithorios. Chapter 2. The potential to become a Knight of the Apes. The name Caesar was, of course, a tribute to the late sister ape. Had it not been for her unwavering care when Dick first traversed into this world, gravely injured, he likely would have perished in the Jurassic realm, and would never have had the opportunity to arrive in the relatively safer world of A Song of Ice and Fire. His identity as a native of Sithorios was a decision Dick had long contemplated, as he initially intended to traverse with Sister Ape. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, there were indeed colossal apes residing in Sithorios, and records of the Targaryen dragon riders have been noted. Sithorios? To Patrick Mallister's astonishment, the formidable figure before him hailed from a mysterious land only documented in their family texts. By the 7, is it true that one must cross the vast summer sea to reach the continent of Sithorios? Encountering such extraordinary matters, the youthful Patrick, momentarily captivated, forgot his pressing obligations and approached Dick without any disdain for his disheveled appearance, eager to inquire further. Meanwhile, the knightly guards had already carried the injured away, and upon witnessing the unfolding situation, they instinctively placed their hands on their swords, their eyes filled with suspicion towards Dick. Should he make any threatening moves, they would not hesitate to draw their blades. At that moment, Dick's stomach emitted a loud grumble, an awkward sound that unexpectedly provided him with a chance to ease the tension. With an embarrassed smile directed at the vigilant guards, the tall wild man gestured to his half-exposed abdominal muscles beneath his animal hide and chuckled. Ha ha! As a noble, should one not first treat others to a hearty meal when seeking to hear their legendary tales? Dick's words were audacious in the class-conscious Westeros, as commoners generally lacked the right to speak so freely to a count's son. However, given that Dick was not a Westerosi, and considering the remarkable power he had just displayed, both Patrick and his accompanying guards instinctively chose to overlook Dick's rudeness. After all, strength often garners respect. Of course, my friend, you are my esteemed guest, and, as a noble of Westeros, I shall prepare a feast that will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Patrick displayed great enthusiasm, even patting Dick's arm, appearing as innocent as any ordinary youth. Yet, having lived 2 lives, Dick did not underestimate anyone. Although he had nearly grasped the boy's intentions, he was presently without direction and unfamiliar with the current political climate. Since he had encountered such a kindred spirit, he thought it prudent to settle down for the time being, assuming the other party posed no significant issue. Without further ado, the two parties, each with their own motives, quickly made their way towards Seaside City. And due to Dick's influence, 10 able-bodied men were successfully spared for the village. Likewise, Dick, whose strength was equivalent to 10 men, enjoyed tenfold the treatment of ordinary militia. Seemingly to demonstrate his regard for Dick, the heir of Seaside City hosted a private banquet in the castle hall under Patrick's name. During the feast, Dick, adorned in his brand-new Westerosi noble attire, raised his goblet towards Patrick across the table. In the name of Caesar, Patrick Malister, you shall be my eternal friend. Dick was a man of gratitude, adhering to the principle that if one treats him with respect, he would reciprocate tenfold, especially since he was currently in a dire situation. Patrick, influenced by the renowned god of arrows Edmure Tully, had already earned a reputation as a ranger and hero throughout the Riverlands. Seeing Dick's sincerity, Patrick, who had risen to prominence at a young age, nodded in agreement, downed his drink in one gulp, and then regarded Dick with an unexpectedly serious expression. Dick chuckled and mirrored the action, and thus, the two of them, one large and one small, exchanged hearty laughter. Ha ha! With the atmosphere set, Patrick instinctively began to summon the servants for the main course, but his hand froze mid-air. Ahem, Dick. Upon hearing his friend call him, Dick discarded the bone he had been gnawing on, wiped his hands on the tablecloth, and turned to Patrick. Oh, by the 7, if I possessed your appetite, I too would surely become a valiant warrior like you. Patrick gazed at the roasted lamb on the table, now reduced to mere bones, and first sighed before earnestly stating, Dick, your wise gaze mirrors that of my father's, so I trust you understand my request. However, my father is exceedingly strict, and, as a friend, I hope. Just as he began to articulate his request, the musicians in the hall abruptly ceased their playing. Sensing something amiss, Patrick immediately fell silent. After exchanging a knowing glance with Dick, they both stood up straight, awaiting the arrival of the castle's master. An hour earlier, be silent. Since the establishment of Seaside City, the Malister family has earned glory through their resistance against the Ironborn. From the nobility down to the common folk of the Riverlands, who dares not show respect to the Malister family? And you? Humph. Gazing at his renowned son Patrick, the ever-dutiful Jason Malister, who valued noble etiquette, managed to suppress his fury as he concluded his tirade. But father, I did not deceive you. Why did you not inquire with Master Dennis, who was right behind me at the time? Having been abruptly berated by his father, Patrick felt both aggrieved and furious, and thus retaliated loudly. Had it been a less reasonable father, Patrick might have received a slap in response. Fortunately, Jason Malister was a father who upheld rules and reason. Thus, the tall and slender Jason, with his stern demeanor, merely glanced at his son, causing young Patrick to shudder and obediently straighten up and lower his head. Sir Dennis, you have always been known for your honesty and composure. Please tell me, has my son spoken any falsehoods? Upon uttering these words, the Earl of Seagard closed his eyes in anticipation of a response, as was his custom. However, this time, the esteemed old tutor, whom he held in high regard, provided an answer that left him utterly incredulous. My lord, your son has not lied. That fellow possesses formidable prowess, a presence that feels even more perilous than that of Tywin's vicious hounds. Jason fell silent, casting a glance at Patrick, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Tywin's vicious hounds, referring to Gregor Clegane, the most notorious villain in the Seven Kingdoms, known as the Mountain, was a knight infamous for his depravity, yet undeniably formidable. Though Jason had spent a lifetime on the battlefield, his methods may not have matched those of the Warden of the West, Tywin, but in military matters, Jason had valiantly resisted the Ironborn, participating in numerous historic battles, accruing extensive experience in command. He understood profoundly the impact a fierce warrior could have on an army's morale. After a prolonged silence, the Earl finally bestowed upon his son, who had unearthed a talent, the long-overdue recognition. Well done this time. With the traitorous squid openly rebelling and the Ironborn poised to invade, we indeed require a warrior capable of rallying the troops. However, as your father, I cannot allow a stranger to serve as my son's personal guard without meeting him first. Do you understand? The Earl, well aware of his advancing years, acknowledged that while his son might disappoint him in certain aspects, he remained his own flesh and blood. To safeguard the vast estate of Seagard, it was imperative that he provided his son with a robust foundation. Patrick was no fool. He had cultivated close ties with the heir of the Tully family, and he grasped the implications of his father's words. Yet, he felt that the most significant aspect was that since his mother's passing, his increasingly stern father seemed willing to offer him the warmth he had long missed. At that moment, the young man wiped his eyes, stifling the joy that threatened to overflow, his gaze bright as he looked at his father. "Yes, father." With a heavy sense of responsibility, young Patrick turned and strode confidently toward the door, while behind him came the familiar, yet no longer irksome exhortation. "Remember, the Mary's family must never be underestimated, and certainly not by the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms." The youth paused momentarily, but what followed was a palpable surge of confidence, a spirit soaring high above the clouds. Upon returning to the banquet hall, Jason Marys observed the gentleman clad in splendid attire, lacking the savage aura one might expect from a savage. He squinted his gray-blue eyes, acknowledging that, purely based on appearance, the individual his son had recommended was indeed impressive. In stature, he was not inferior to the infamous Mountain, and in comparison, this man's physique was evidently more aesthetically pleasing and robust. To Jason, it felt as though this individual was born for combat. Casting a discreet glance at the man's muscular arms, thicker than his own thighs, Jason, having swiftly concluded that this man should not be underestimated, gradually withdrew his gaze. "Greetings, esteemed guest from afar. I am Jason Marys, the current lord of this Seagard." In an act of respect, the renowned Earl of Seagard removed his winged helm, cradling it in his hands, presenting a humble demeanor that instantly endeared him to Dick. With a countenance as amiable as his appearance, the tall and handsome Dick bowed respectfully and addressed the Earl with sincerity. "My lord, I am Dick Caesar, hailing from the ancient Caesar clan." Jason, straightforward in nature, had already learned about Dick from Patrick's personal guard. Nodding, he cut to the chase. "Apologies for my delayed arrival to the banquet due to pressing duties. However, my dear son Patrick has highly recommended you. Thus, brave warrior from afar, are you willing to wield your sword for the people of Riverrun, for the Marys family?" True to his reputation as an esteemed earl, Jason seized the moment, aware of the tense situation as rebellion loomed over Riverrun, threatening countless innocents. His words, while flattering on the surface, served as an evaluation, and to any honorable man, they would be virtually impeccable. Dick, impressed by Jason's astuteness, did not hesitate to respond with unwavering resolve. "My former homeland was rife with danger and death. Were it not for the guidance of my late friend, I might have perished on the journey to Westeros. Therefore, for my new friend Patrick Marys, for the countless citizens of Riverrun, I shall slay any brigands who dare to infringe upon this land." His words, while blunt, resonated well with Jason. Jason glanced at his son, observing Patrick gazing at the future warrior with misty eyes. "Jason, ahem, splendid. In that case, by the name of the Marys family, I hereby invite you to serve as the deputy commander of the Seagard personal guard." Jason believed the offer he extended was already quite generous, surpassing conventional expectations. After all, once Patrick inherited the title, he knew his son well enough to predict that if Dick proved himself, he would not only become a knight sworn to Seagard, but potentially the chief instructor, with his foolish son generously granting him a fief. "My lord, thank you for your kindness. However, for countless generations, the members of the Caesar clan have held a sense of pride that dictates we earn our glory through our own efforts. I cannot accept such a generous reward without achieving something of my own merit, for it would tarnish my family's honor." Jason was taken aback, as were all present. They had not anticipated that this individual from the wilds not only hailed from a storied lineage, but also possessed noble character, eloquently expressing sentiments that most ordinary nobles would struggle to articulate. At that moment, Jason acknowledged that this man had successfully won his favor. At least in terms of character, he far surpassed the Mountain. Given this, Jason, who similarly upheld the chivalric code, chose not to elaborate further. He could only make a promise. "In the name of the Marys family, and with the honor of Sir Jason Marys as my guarantee, Dick Caesar, your family's pride and honor shall forever remain untarnished in Seagard." Chapter 3. Last-minute preparations. Those who have watched Game of Thrones are well aware of the events that transpired that year. It was the year when Theon Greyjoy's father rebelled, an uprising that would later be dubbed the Greyjoy Rebellion. During this tumultuous time, Balon Greyjoy, a staunch adherent of the old way, harbored grand ambitions. Believing the reign of the usurper King Robert Baratheon, which had lasted 6 years, was precarious, Thus, the seven kingdoms, previously at peace, were once again engulfed in conflict, led by the Greyjoy family with the support of the noble houses of the Iron Islands. After declaring their intent for freedom against the Iron Throne, they seized the opportunity presented by King Robert's momentary unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack on the Lannisport in the Westerlands, incinerating the Lannister fleet docked in the harbor. With the Lannister fleet eliminated, the western coast of the kingdom became vulnerable, and the strategically positioned Trident River, with its extensive waterways yet lacking naval strength, became a prime target for the Ironborn. This was followed by a series of pivotal battles, including the Battle of Seagard, the Battle of Fair Isle, and the fall of the Iron Islands. Dick found himself transported to the crucial moment of the first of these engagements, the Battle of Seagard. I do not wish to fight. I long to return home to sing and dance, to be with Misha from the neighboring village. Do not entertain such thoughts. If Seagard falls, our village, along with Misha's, will be among the first to be ravaged. In that case, your Misha will become a salt wife of the Ironborn, giving birth to more Ironborn who will come to destroy and plunder our villages. Within the confines of Seagard, two young brothers from an unknown fishing village stood amidst an armed force composed of farmers, their chatter incessant. On the battlements, Count Jason Mallister commanded the troops stationed at Seagard, flanked by his loyal confidants, including Patrick and Dick. My lord, scouts along the coast report that the rebel Balan has dispatched his eldest son, Roderick, to lead a fleet against Seagard. By my calculations, their forces are less than 2 miles from our camp. Sir Dennis, a seasoned knight who had fought alongside Jason for much of his life, listened intently. Although not particularly renowned, his wealth of battle experience was invaluable. Upon hearing the report, Count Jason nodded with a calm demeanor, casting a reassuring glance at the worried Patrick before decisively issuing orders to the old knight. How dare they launch a surprise attack from Lannisport without proper formation? They show no regard for me, Jason Mallister. Sir Dennis, once the enemy begins their assault on the city, I command you to lead the cavalry for a flanking maneuver at the opportune moment. As the Count concluded his orders, the old knight acknowledged with a stern, yes, my lord. After Sir Dennis departed, Count Jason turned his gaze toward Dick. Clad in armor, Dick's imposing stature alone exuded an overwhelming presence, complemented by his rugged yet handsome features, embodying the essence of a hero. Ahem, Dick, have you ever been in battle before? Coughing served as a veil for the admiration in his eyes, as the ever-confident Count Jason feigned a query. My apologies, sir, but in my homeland, I have yet to engage in a brawl. To his surprise, the seemingly ruthless Dick offered such a response, leaving Jason momentarily taken aback. Dick, still chuckling, reflected on his previous life as a law-abiding citizen, since his reincarnation into the Jurassic world. Aside from fleeting memories of time spent with his mother and elder brother before adulthood, he had solely hunted dinosaurs to satiate his hunger, never having encountered even a single human hair. Though momentarily stunned, Jason dismissed the thought, attributing it to the cultural differences of Sothoros. Suddenly, the bronze bell of Haijiang City, silent for 3 centuries, tolled once more. The old Count's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he pulled down the visor of his helm, fixating intently on the warship adorned with a squid flag that slowly emerged from the bay. As the enemy forces made their appearance, an eerie silence enveloped the defenders, broken only by the commanding voices issuing orders to prepare for battle. Soon, the invading fleet from the Iron Islands anchored in the harbor, and wooden boats were swiftly cast into the water, with the Ironborn deftly boarding and heading towards the shores beneath Haijiang City. With a sharp sound, the old Count drew his sword high, proclaiming in a deep voice, "People of Haijian, the marauders of the Iron Islands have reappeared. They seek to destroy the Haijiang City that has sheltered us for generations. They wish to slay us all, burn our crops, seize our food, and violate our wives and children. Tell me, will you stand for this?" No wonder the seasoned Count, a veteran of many battles, stirred a resounding echo among all the people of the 3 rivers with his words. The thought of their families, land, and sustenance ignited a fierce battle cry among the villagers. For the JBs of Malin Village, and for my daughter, for Rooster Village, for Misha of Duck Neck Village. The fervent armed farmers raised their pitchforks and hoes, shouting chaotic slogans, their rudimentary leather armor a sight to behold. This scene prompted Dick, who had overestimated the military prowess of Westeros, to shake his head in disbelief. Then, under the puzzled gazes of others atop the city walls, the recently prominent giant stepped forward, drawing his long sword, and with a thunderous roar exclaimed, "For the children of Haijian." His voice echoed through the heavens, resonating like thunder. It was as if a bolt of celestial lightning struck the hay, igniting a fervor within the hearts of the 1,000 soldiers present. Indeed, they were all from Haijian. Regardless of their status or identity, They were all children of the land. In that moment, all the citizens of Hajien seemed to find their unity, raising their weapons in unison, chanting together, "For the children of Hajien! For the children of Hajien!" On the other side, Roderick, leading the Ironborn in a daring beach landing, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the fervor of the Awakens. To maintain the momentum, Roderick, as the commander, leapt from the ship's plank. Successfully reaching the shore, he immediately raised his sword and roared, "The dead do not die." This battle cry resonated powerfully, akin to the horn of a wolf initiating an assault, instilling resolve within the pack, while simultaneously awakening the Ironborn, who had grown up amidst smoke and fire, from their stupor. Consequently, the Ironborn, freshly victorious from their raid on Lannisport, leapt from their landing crafts, rallying behind Roderick, brandishing their exquisite weapons, and echoed, "The dead do not die! The dead do not die!" Following this battle roar, the Ironborn, transformed into a pack of wolves, became fervent. Observing this, Roderick dared not hesitate. He seized a helmet from his bodyguard and led the ravenous cubs, recently satiated from their feast in the west, into a charge towards the coastal city. Upon the city walls, Count Jason squinted at the formidable enemy ranks. The seasoned commanders of the defending forces, unfazed, commanded the archers to draw their bows taut, waiting for the enemy to enter range, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows upon the Ironborn. Whoosh! Though the Ironborn were fierce, they were not foolish. After enduring several waves of arrows, while they succeeded in downing a few unfortunate souls, the impact on their well-equipped ranks was minimal. The charging line, undeterred, swiftly approached the city walls under the protection of their shields. Subsequently, the archers repositioned to counterattack, effectively suppressing the defenders' offensive. Whoosh! 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 Truly, the sons of the Iron Islands were renowned for their marksmanship across the Seven Kingdoms. Even Dick, who had taken refuge behind the wall with Count Jason, witnessed an arrow pierce through a hole and strike a defender with precision. My lord, the enemy has begun to batter the city gates. Accompanied by the cries of the unfortunate soldier, the report from the lieutenant reached Count Jason, who remained expressionless and silent. It was only upon the lieutenant's third report that a sudden clamor erupted from outside the walls. Boom! For the son of the Riverlands. The earth trembled, and the Ironborn cried out in agony. Hearing this commotion, Dick understood that Sir Dennis's cavalry had arrived. At that moment, Count Jason finally stirred. Brave sons of the Riverlands. Behind us lies our homeland. For the sake of our home, follow my lead. Let those damned brigands taste our might. After a spirited call, the old count unsheathed his sword with a hiss and strode towards the city gates without looking back. Though it was Dick's first encounter with the chaos of battle, his experiences in the Jurassic world had left him unfazed. Instead, the primal blood coursing through his veins ignited a fervor within him. He, Dick, yearned for slaughter. Chapter 4, The Battle. Exhilarating. Dick, my friend, please safeguard my father. As the elder embarked on his expedition, how could his son, Patrick, not be anxious? Unfortunately, he had never mastered the art of combat from a young age, and coupled with his youthful indulgence alongside the god of arrows, he had squandered his physical constitution. Thus, in this moment, the young lad, who aspired to become the person Dick represented, placed all his hopes upon him. Receiving the steel spear from the attendant, Dick remained silent, merely casting a serious nod towards Patrick before swiftly pursuing the figure of the old count. There was no choice, although he appeared composed. This was indeed his inaugural experience on the battlefield. Memories of combat lingered, yet they belonged to a past life, where his original self struggled for survival against dinosaurs. Devoid of any weaponry, only brute force with fists. Amidst his musings on whether his former self was a fool, Dick trailed behind the old count, and the procession soon arrived at the city gates. My lord, the gates shall soon falter, reported an old soldier responsible for the city's defense. Maintaining his composure upon seeing the old count, Count Jason nodded, patting the man's shoulder. Sir, prepare yourself. Follow me out of the city to confront the enemy. The man paused momentarily, yet his expression bore no signs of fear. Rather, his eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at the old count. Yes, my lord. 3 centuries ago, since the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty by the conqueror Aegon I, the Ironborn have long adhered to the old way. Plunder and pillage were permissible, but not within the 7 kingdoms. Otherwise, the wrath of dragons would descend upon them, engulfing them in flames. The will of the Dragon King was indisputable, and under his formidable power, the Ironborn, whose faith lay in fishing and raiding, were compelled to submit. However, that was all in the past. After 300 years, the mysterious dragons gradually vanished, and the once mighty Targaryen dynasty finally met its demise. Chains. No longer shall they bind us. The dragons are dead, yet the sea monsters endure. Forceful acquisition supersedes arduous toil. Gazing at the increasingly trembling gates of Seagard, Roderick, influenced by his father's legacy, harbored ambitions that were ineffable. Should he conquer Seagard, Roderick Greyjoy, would be hailed as the greatest architect of the restoration of the old way. The Ironborn's vessels would radiate from this stronghold throughout the entire Riverlands, even extending through the Crab Bay, where the sea monster fleet could swiftly descend upon the Iron Throne or venture eastward to pillage the continent of Essos. In such a moment of monumental achievement, once his father relinquished power, he, Roderick Greyjoy, would proclaim his inheritance of the title King of the Grey Sea. Ambition burgeoned. Blood surged, and with fervor ablaze, Roderick urged fervently, "Quick! Smash open this cursed gate. I shall enter the city and wreak havoc." With a thunderous roar, as if heaven itself responded to Roderick, the city gates swung open. Yet it was not a collapse, but rather an opening from within. To the astonishment of Roderick, an elite armed force surged forth, led by a figure he recognized by both attire and sigil, the illustrious lord of Haijiang City, renowned across the Sanha region. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed count would emerge to face his demise? Come, let us advance and slay him. Roderick, bold and valiant, was not without merit, for his name was inscribed in the annals of history, having met his end at the hands of Jason Malister beneath the walls of Haijiang City. Driven by ambition and desire, the self-assured Roderick led a contingent of several dozen Ironborn guards, flanked by other Ironborn, toward the aged count. It seemed he had forgotten that the count was a celebrated knight, having survived numerous grand battles. Clang, clang. The steel swords clashed, sparks flying. In a mere encounter, the venerable count, leading by example, swiftly dispatched two of the foremost Ironborn marauders with his exemplary and rapid swordplay. This dazzling display greatly invigorated the countless warriors behind him, especially the seasoned veterans who had long followed the count into battle. Seizing the moment when the enemy was momentarily daunted, they quickly formed a formidable shield wall to protect their leader. Dick, inspired by the scene, naturally fell in line, becoming the most conspicuous guardian behind the count. Alas, to his dismay, Roderick had underestimated the loyalty of the Ironborn. The marauding Ironborn, driven by greed, fixated on the count as soon as Roderick invoked the name of the Count of Haijiang City. If they could slay this man, King Balan would undoubtedly bestow handsome rewards upon the slayer, perhaps even grant them the chance to ascend to nobility. As for Roderick, merely the king's son, and with so many sons to choose from, who among them would inherit the throne held any significance to them? They merely sought to pillage and plunder. Charge! Strike him down. Just slay him. King Balan shall elevate us, and the vast Haijiang City will be ours for the taking. Soon we shall all be nobles. A cry from one Ironborn resonated the sentiments of many, urging even more to join the fray. Witnessing this, Roderick gritted his teeth in frustration, compelled to lead his guards closely behind. After all, should he falter, the glory of personally beheading the enemy commander would elude him. Long live the son of the Riverlands. Long live the Malister family. At this moment, the old count advanced rather than retreated, raising his sword high and roaring in defiance as he charged into battle against the invaders. Charge! Thud! Thud! The brutality of close combat in cold weapon warfare is unparalleled. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries and furious roars, the sensation of warm blood splattering upon one's cheeks, amidst the chaos of severed limbs, greatly invigorated Dick. Rather than instilling fear, it further ignited the primal warrior spirit within him. Like a relentless engine of destruction, Dick wielded his heavy steel spear, thrusting with increasing speed. As blood danced in the air, any who dared approach the old count would inevitably be pierced through, collapsing to the ground in serene convulsions. Do you see that fellow with the golden squid on his chest? Old Count Jason, having observed the ferocity of Dick's assault, gestured meaningfully to him after noticing that few dared to approach him. In the heat of battle, Dick, understanding the cue, flicked his spear to rid it of blood and exclaimed loudly, "Yes, my lord." With that, he leapt from the ranks and plunged into the enemy forces, unleashing a flurry of strikes and thrusts. The inhabitants of Westeros had never encountered such primal ferocity. Even the seasoned Ironborn, familiar with tumultuous battles, found themselves utterly overwhelmed by Dick, who fought like a prehistoric creature against dinosaurs. One after another, they fell, unable to mount any resistance, as Dick decimated their ranks. Blasted! The old count muttered an expletive, astonished by Dick's prowess as he carved a path through the tide of Ironborn. Without time for further contemplation, the astute count quickly commanded his companions, "Hurry, follow me and assist him in clearing the enemies nearby." "Yes, my lord," they responded. The count then shouted to Dick, "Dick, Charge towards the direction I just pointed out. Do not worry about what's behind you. We will clear the enemies for you. With his concerns for support alleviated, Dick thrust his spear with ferocity, piercing through 3 foes rushing at him, much like skewering candied fruit on a stick. Gripping his spear tightly, he hoisted the bodies overhead and hurled them toward the direction indicated by the old count. The sound of shattering bones echoed as 10 or more ironborn were violently thrown to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths as they fell. "What in the 7 hells is this devilry?" exclaimed an astonished spectator. "This is a mountain of a man. He must be a mountain of demons." Not only was the old count and his entourage taken aback by Dick's display of strength, but the ironborn were equally horrified, for Dick was slaughtering their own kind. Curse that squid demon. I am Dick Caesar. The exhilarating sensation of battle had ensnared Dick in its grip. Observing the craven souls who dared to refer to him as the scum of the earth, akin to a demon of the mountains, he erupted in furious defiance. "In the realm of Jurassic, I cower in submission, yet upon the continent of Westeros, I strike with unyielding force. Combat. Ecstasy." With a thunderous roar, Dick began to wield his heavy rifle with reckless abandon. "Die for me," he proclaimed, the sound of gunfire echoing with chilling clarity. The long spear, forged from steel and intended for cavalry charges, now felt as light as a mere stick in Dick's hands. As shadows danced wildly, the steel spear emitted a haunting hum. And under the grim light of battle, enemy soldiers fell, wounded and lifeless at his touch. "What on earth is this?" cried Roderick in disbelief. "Quick, stop him." Witnessing his troops being decimated by Dick alone, as if they were mere vegetables in a field, Roderick felt terror grip him as the distance between them diminished rapidly. He could assert without doubt that he had never encountered such a ferocious being before. Was he a devil? In that moment, Roderick truly grasped how perilously close death was to him. "Retreat. Quickly. Protect my withdrawal." The remnants of the invaders' fighting spirit crumbled under Roderick's orders, as the selfish Iron Men, heedless of one another's fates, fled in panic toward the direction from whence they came, seizing this opportunity to strike a devastating blow against the enemy. The astute old count commanded, "All hands, unleash your fury. Leave no survivors." This was an accumulation of centuries-old animosity. The Iron Men plundering the Riverlands and the Riverlanders resisting the invaders would, upon any chance, vow to fight to the death. Responding to their leader's command, the sons of the Riverlands, who had long been unable to breach the city gates, burst forth. Ignorant of the chaos that had unfolded at the front lines, they encountered the retreating Iron Men and, without hesitation, assaulted them with pitchforks. Exhausted from the siege, the Iron soldiers could not outrun the lightly equipped farmers, and within moments, hundreds perished beneath the wrath of the pitchforks. Meanwhile, Dick, witnessing the enemy commander attempting to flee, swiftly reversed his grip on the long spear, adopting a poised javelin-throwing stance. Aiming at Roderick, he bellowed, "Starpiercer." Chapter 5. A terrifying shot Starpiercer. His battle cry rent the heavens, while the spear, entwined with fierce winds, soared toward the fleeing Roderick, whipping through the air and tousling the hair of many. In his desperate flight, Roderick heard the war cry behind him, puzzled by the demon's ferocious shout. Was it true that the Martell family had some connection to this creature? In a fleeting moment, as Roderick's confusion deepened, he turned to commit to memory the visage of the individual who had brought ruin to his ambitions, only to find himself confronted by the elongated spear. Magnified within his gaze, a piercing shriek abruptly shattered the tranquility of the sky. Under the tremendous force, Roderick, his eyes wide with terror, was helplessly propelled backward, armor and all. When the spear finally struck the ground, Roderick, having been pierced through the heart, coughed forth blood, his limbs sprawled beneath him like a boneless squid, nailed to the earth. "Your commander is dead. This battle is ours." On the battlefield's flank, the seasoned veteran Dennis, directing cavalry to relentlessly reap the Ironfolk infantry, had just slain an enemy warrior when he spotted Roderick, impaled in the center of the field, unbeknownst to the Ironfolk troops on the flank, who had just received orders to retreat. The news of their commander's demise extinguished their will to fight, causing them to flee like a receding tide alongside their fellow routed soldiers. "Ah, you shall pay for this. Charge. He has slain Roderick. If we do not avenge him, King Baron's wrath shall be upon us." The personal guard, akin to sworn warriors, were predominantly nurtured from childhood by their lords. Witnessing the death of Roderick, a childhood companion with whom they had shared intimate bonds, the captain of the Ironfolk's personal guard was consumed by anguish. Whether spurred by duty or loyalty, he uttered a final declaration and, disregarding his fellow guards, surged forth toward the unarmed Dick at the heart of the fray, perhaps coerced or swept up by emotion. Dozens of personal guards followed their captain, spurred by a shared resolve. Dick, observing a small faction of the enemy daring to approach him even after their commander's death, was struck by admiration. With a swift motion, he seized the heads of two nearby routed soldiers, applying forceful pressure. The dull thuds echoed as these unfortunate souls, oblivious to the chaos they had stirred, became Dick's makeshift weapons. He then, like a windmill in motion, released his grip, clutching their feet, and swung them recklessly toward the advancing foes. Under this human whirlwind, the fleeing soldiers were rendered helpless, and many of Roderick's vengeful guards turned tail, fleeing in terror. "Damn it, you cowardly wretches! May the gods take shame in your cowardice. In death, you shall never enter the Palace of Waters." The captain's final, defiant roar echoed in vain, as few paid heed to his words. Subsequently, amidst the furious expressions of the remaining guards, the devil himself leapt into the fray, hurling the battered corpses of the two soldiers into their midst, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. The battlefield was rendered devoid of anyone daring to draw their sword against Dick. "My lord, the king requires your presence." In the main chamber of Winterfell, Lord Eddard Stark gazed intently at the letter in his hands, his brow furrowed with concern. "Ned, I do not wish for you to leave. The children are still so young." His wife Catelyn's hesitation evoked the tender side of his otherwise stoic demeanor. Casting the letter aside, Ned embraced Catelyn and cradled their newborn daughter Arya, soothing her with gentle words. "Catelyn, I understand your feelings, but Maester Luwin is correct. The king requires my presence." At that time, it was merely the year 289, 6 years since Robert's ascension to the throne, and the impetuous Ned had yet to fully succumb to the allure of Catelyn's Tully lineage. 6 years had not dulled his youthful, passionate heart. "I knew it. You men always prioritize glory over family," Catelyn remarked, yet as time passed, she gradually fell in love with this steadfast and compassionate man, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as they conversed. Ned fell silent, and under the influence of his wife, he began to grasp the Tully family's values of duty and honor, leading him into a state of inner conflict. After a considerable pause, he ultimately resolved to respond to Catelyn with firmness. "Years ago, I was the first to heed Robert's call, aiding him in toppling the Targaryens. Now, merely 6 years later, there are those who openly rebel. If I do not take action, the Seven Kingdoms will plunge into turmoil once more, affecting the North and the Riverlands." Before he could finish, Catelyn interrupted. "Enough. I understand. If you must go, then go. I will ensure Winterfell remains safe." With that, Catelyn, in a fit of anger, snatched Arya from Ned's arms and stormed out of the chamber, leaving Ned alone with a myriad of complex emotions. In King's Landing, within the opulent confines of the Red Keep, the ever-elusive Tyrion Lannister, barely 16, was startled by the news of his brother's anger over the theft committed by Balon Greyjoy. As he leaned against the doorframe, bracing himself against the wall, he nearly lost control of his composure. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached, Lannister loyalists. Quickly regaining his composure, Tyrion feigned a cough to halt the advancing servant. "Ahem, what brings you here?" The servant, wearing a look of delight, glanced at Tyrion and, upon realizing he was the Duke's younger son, quickly presented a letter. "My lord, I bear good news. The marauders who ravaged our home have been punished." Tyrion paused, momentarily taken aback, before seizing the letter and reading intently. "Dear Lord Tywin, I am your friend, the Blue Tower. I have good news to share with you." Having read only a small portion, Tyrion hastily rolled up the letter and produced a gold dragon, handing it to the servant. "Well done. This is your reward. Go and report back." Tyrion, with an air of calmness, gently patted the thigh of his attendant before striding towards the exit. To his surprise, he had effortlessly acquired a reward. The attendant, momentarily stunned, cast a glance at the figure that was not particularly imposing. Coincidentally, that figure paused, turning to him with a soft admonition. "By the way, ensure that my father remains oblivious to the fact that I have seen the letter, understood?" The attendant, not lacking in discernment, grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded in acknowledgement. Once Tyrion had departed, he promptly rapped on the door. "Come in." Upon entering, the attendant hastened to present the letter before Tywin, bowing respectfully as he reported, "My lord, this is your personal correspondence, but I just encountered Lord Tyrion. He glanced at it and returned it to me." The attendant spoke with utmost sincerity. Tywin nodded, casting a brief glance at the letter devoid of wax seal, then waved his hand, dismissing the attendant. Once the attendant had left, Tywin rang a bell, and 2 lightly armed swordsmen emerged from the adjoining room. His loyalty to House Lannister had begun to waver. "Go ahead, but do so discreetly." After speaking, Tywin retrieved 2 gold dragons from his pocket and tossed them to the men. In the dead of night, within the great hall of the Red Keep, laughter erupted. "Ha ha! Behold, this is the fate of those who oppose me." Before even stepping into the hall, Tywin was met with the boisterous and irksome voice of his son-in-law. As he approached the long table, only one vacant seat remained beside King Robert. Tywin nodded, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes, and unceremoniously took his place. "Oh, the illustrious Lord Tywin, you have finally arrived. Come, here are splendid news," King Robert exclaimed, his hand coming down forcefully on Tywin's shoulder, as if they were long-lost friends reunited. Tywin maintained a stoic expression, blinking before fixing a dispassionate gaze upon the Grand Maester Pycelle. "Speak, what news do you bring?" Before Pycelle could respond, Robert abruptly stood, slamming his hands on the table. "Ha! That accursed squid spawn attempted to ambush the Riverlands, only to meet an untimely demise beneath the walls of Storm's End. Ha! After delivering his proclamation, Robert, seemingly unsatisfied, grabbed a goblet from the table and downed its contents before slamming it onto the floor. "Hand of the king, inform me, where are our troops?" Robert's expression conveyed an eagerness. At that moment, Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, not only served as a guardian to Robert and Ned, but was also one of the most powerful nobles in the Seven Kingdoms, the Duke of Arryn and protector of the Vale. "Your Grace, the Southern Lords have agreed to send troops. Your brother Stannis leads the Royal Navy alongside the joint fleet from the south, which has now reached Lannisport. The cavalry from the Vale has taken residence at Harrenhal, and Ned Stark has led the North's cavalry across the narrow sea. We are ready to embark. A father knows his son best, although not by blood." Robert was raised under Ned's guidance, thus Jon clearly understood Robert's desires. Gazing at Jon, who consistently supported him, Robert nodded in satisfaction. The urgency to mobilize was not merely a reflection of his desire for battle, but rather a necessity dictated by his position. As one who seized the throne through force, he felt compelled to lead his armies, striking with overwhelming might to quell the rebellion. Only in this way could he spill the blood of the insurgents, making a profound statement before the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. "Very well, let us prepare for rest. Tomorrow we shall embark and wreak havoc." Without the burden of excess weight, Robert exuded a warrior's vigor. His words, steeped in ferocity, instilled an undeniable air of royal authority. Chapter 6. Dick. The marksman by the Seven, he has shot remarkably far. In the grand hall of the coastal castle, Jason Marister, the commander of this victorious campaign, could hardly contain his elation at the thought of his name being etched into history. In celebration, the old count promptly invited the loyal subjects who had yet to return home to a magnificent feast in his castle. "Dick, truly, you live up to your name. I shall never forget that breathtaking shot." During the banquet, the seasoned knights of the coastal city surrounded Dick, raising their goblets in praise. These men were not only skilled fighters who had stood by the old count through thick and thin, but also valiant souls who had charged into battle without hesitation that fateful day. "Curse it, must you continue to jest? If you keep this up, all the Seven Kingdoms will remember this joke," Dick quipped as he clinked glasses with the jester and downed his drink. At that moment, the old count approached, a goblet in hand, drawing the attention of all present. My lord," the onlookers rose in reverence, and Dick too stood, towering above the already tall and slender old count. "Dick," the count called, and understanding the unspoken cue, Dick lowered his head, eyes brimming with anticipation. "Kneel, that I may bestow upon you a promotion." With a rare, gentle smile, the old count's voice was warm and pure, his gaze towards Dick filled with visible admiration and hope. As predicted, Dick remained silent, mimicking the kneeling posture from tales he had seen, one knee on the ground, fist pressed against the floor. Then, before the witness of over 1,000 souls inside and outside the castle hall, the old count slowly drew his modest sword, resting it upon Dick's shoulder. "I, Jason Mallister, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, in the presence of the Riverlands' sons, invoke your courage in the name of the warrior and your fairness in the name of the father." Following a solemn yet universally acknowledged proclamation known to all knights of the Seven Kingdoms, the old count sheathed his sword and, with an air of unfulfilled anticipation, declared, "Arise. Sir Dick Caesar, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms." Dick's knighthood was an expected outcome for all present, for his performance had been nothing short of extraordinary. Among the 4 military achievements, first to ascend, infiltration, decapitation, and flag capture, Dick had singularly claimed both infiltration and decapitation, nearly accomplishing them all on his own. Thus, none present found it inappropriate for him to be honored in such a manner. "Congratulations, my lord," they exclaimed. "I extend my heartfelt congratulations, sir. Enough of the pleasantries. Sons of the Riverlands, let us raise our cups in a hearty toast to the astonishing marksmanship of Sir Dick." Once again, it was that raucous cheer. Yet this time Dick refrained from disrupting the merriment, instead raising his goblet high, surveying the gathered crowd, and nodding at the starry-eyed Patrick on the dais before downing the contents of his cup in one swift motion. Such grandiosity from the noble lord naturally spurred others to follow suit, and soon, cups were raised and emptied in unison. Following the grand celebration was a period of rest. The usurper, Balon, was one to choose his moments wisely, striking when the 7 kingdoms were ripe for harvest. Yet, just as he began to savor his success, he met his demise at the gates of Seagard. Meanwhile, King Robert had embarked on a campaign of his own, and the summoned lords were gathering in the west and the Riverlands. Once the king arrived, the army for quelling the rebellion would promptly mobilize by land and sea. Thus, everyone needed to prepare, including those recently returned victorious from Seagard. 3 days later, within the conference hall of Seagard, the message from His Majesty had been received. The subjects have returned home to harvest the crops. The forthcoming battle rests upon the shoulders of our elite. The old count, invigorated, smiled as he spoke. Once he finished, Patrick, standing nearby, was the first to respond. Father, I request to partake in the next battle. Upon hearing this, the old count did not look at his son, but instead glanced at Dick before tapping his fingers on the table. Patrick, he said, his tone devoid of any emotion. Yet Patrick felt an overwhelming tension. You shall lead our forces into battle, with Sir Dennis commanding the troops on your behalf. For now, focus on learning well. Do not take the field lightly, especially in a siege. Do you understand? Originally, Patrick had only wished to accompany the main force to witness the spectacle. He never anticipated his father would entrust him with command. Though it was merely nominal and devoid of actual authority, Patrick could hardly contain his joy. For this was a splendid opportunity to enhance his reputation. Yes, father. This touching scene of paternal affection brought many seasoned veterans to tears. After so many years, the Lord's promising son was finally stepping into the limelight, and they, the old guard, had found a renewed purpose. Subsequently, the meeting continued, but under the deliberate orchestration of the old Earl, Patrick was appointed as the leader of the gathering, while the old Earl himself reclined in the corner, meticulously scrutinizing the details. A few days later, King Robert's expeditionary forces finally arrived at the coastal city. After a summons, upon witnessing the remains of the squid offspring in the hands of Count Jason, the king could not help but burst into laughter and promptly summoned several missives. As the welcoming feast had yet to commence, the belligerent king, with a swaggering gait, made his way to the training grounds, eager to inspect the formidable troops of the coastal city. However, shortly after entering the field, the king was startled by a figure among the expeditionary forces. By the 7 gods, look what I have discovered. It is none other than the illustrious Demon Mountain II. Quickly tell me, renowned Jason, when did you conceal such an impressive individual? Alas, Dick was too conspicuous, and he was soon spotted by King Robert, who approached him with an ungracious outburst. Observing this, Dick was somewhat speechless, as was the old Earl, yet he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Dick. Thus, under the enthusiastic gaze of King Robert, the upright Dick stepped forward to introduce himself. Your Majesty, I am Sir Dick Caesar, a newly minted knight from the Battle of the Coastal City. The king blinked, glanced at the old Earl Jason, and without hesitation uttered the infamous jest. Well, Crab, you truly live up to your name, Dick? I have heard that during that battle, no fewer than 100 fell by your hand, including that wretched squid offspring, which you are said to have dispatched mercifully. King Robert spoke with an expression of exaggerated indignation, as if he were embroiled in a heated argument. Dick remained composed, subtly distancing himself from Robert, wary of the spittle that might splatter upon his newly donned, polished armor. Your Majesty, those are merely rumors. However, there is no doubt that Sir Dick did indeed slay Roderick and at least a dozen ironborn traitors. The old Earl greatly admired Dick, yet he was equally concerned, fearing that the king might take the rumors to heart and forcibly abduct his son's potential allies. Oh, Dick, why were you so impulsive? I merely hinted that you should clear a path for me, yet you thought I was commanding you to charge into battle. The old Earl lamented inwardly, realizing that sometimes being too exceptional could be a curse. He was increasingly troubled by the thought that, once on the battlefield, should Robert witness Dick's prowess, he might unscrupulously claim him for himself. Your Majesty, the hour grows late. Your welcoming feast should be nearly ready. We must depart. Unbeknownst to him, the old Earl's tone had softened, even tinged with a hint of desperation, a realization that escaped even his own notice. Robert was no fool. He had naturally detected the peculiar behavior of old Jason. Just as he was about to utter a few choice words to express his dissatisfaction, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the faces within the group, many of which bore the marks of age. In that moment, Robert understood. He shut his mouth, shot a fierce glare at old Jason, and, with his lips pursed and an air of pride, departed from the scene. Chapter 7. A gathering of heroes in a fleeting moment. Dick had been in Westeros for over a dozen days. His serendipitous experiences on ancient battlefields had illuminated his own shortcomings. Thus, while the army was still in a period of recuperation, Dick dedicated himself fervently to mastering the art of cold weapon combat. Whenever he found a spare moment, he sought the counsel of seasoned knights, eager to address his deficiencies. "Sir Dick, you came to seek my wisdom, yet after our discussions, I find myself enriched beyond measure," remarked Sir Oswald, who was both amiable and generous. In the face of Dick's inquiries, he responded with unwavering openness, his sincerity winning Dick's admiration immensely. "Nay, Sir Oswald, I too have gained invaluable insights from you," replied Dick, whose humility further endeared him to the elder knight, especially given the latter's illustrious past juxtaposed with his modest thirst for knowledge. "Oh, it is time for young knights like yourselves to take the stage in the Seven Kingdoms," the old knight mused, a hint of melancholy creeping into his demeanor. Beneath his weathered yet resolute visage lay a pair of profoundly sorrowful eyes. Dick surmised the reason for this sentiment. After all, the man before him had fought alongside Count Jason, yet their differing allegiances had led to less than favorable outcomes. "Sir Oswald, the past is but a memory. Since fate has granted us life, should we not strive toward a brighter tomorrow? We must not allow the youth to witness such despondency, must we?" Glancing at the two young lads behind the old knight, Dick's seemingly teasing, yet genuinely encouraging words rekindled a flicker of confidence within him. As if rallying himself, the old knight clapped his hands upon his knees, rose, and commanded the youths, "Rasha, Viri, tend to my gear. I shall accompany Sir Dick for a drink." The boys, who had been gazing at Dick with a mix of admiration and longing, shivered slightly at the command, snapping to attention and responding earnestly, "Yes, father." The old knight nodded and extended a hand toward Dick in an inviting gesture. Without hesitation, Dick accepted with a nod, and together they indulged in a spirited revelry. The expenses of war were enormous, and in preparation for Robert's campaign, the diligent hand of the king, John Arryn, had mobilized the resources of the Seven Kingdoms, ensuring the intricate machinery of the Iron Throne functioned with the precision of a well-oiled cog. Under the auspices of its efficient strategy, it was not long before the well-supplied royal fleet launched a simultaneous assault from the north and south within the Bay of Fairy Island, successfully annihilating the rebel fleet. This battle, aptly named the Battle of Fairy Island, inflicted severe losses upon the insurgents. In a state of panic, the rebel king Barin found himself compelled to regroup his defeated forces, lacking the fierce momentum he once possessed. Like a squid deprived of its tentacles, he retreated into his metaphorical shell, nursing his wounds in solitude. Seizing the opportune moment, the astute Rob sensed a chance for counterattack. Thus, the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, having rested for an extended period, swiftly boarded their ships, heeding the call of their king to embark on their quest once more. Alas, the physique of the primitive man may be robust, yet in certain experiences, he remains susceptible to the discomforts of initiation. Like Dick, who, until the royal fleet finally docked, had succumbed to retching countless times, leaving him in a state of disarray. "Goodness, my friend, at this rate, the fish off the coast of Westeros will surely grow considerably larger," Patrick jested, as he deftly extracted the fishing hook from the mouth of a large fish. With a pallid complexion, Dick wiped his mouth, gripping the ship's railing, his stomach in turmoil, devoid of strength to utter a word, appearing as though he might perish at any moment. Observing this, Patrick, with a glimmer of compassion in his eyes, shook his head and summoned a servant to swiftly remove the fish from his longship. Subsequently, Dick abandoned the notion of engaging in land combat, for the rebels were nothing like he had envisioned. Aside from dispatching a few scouts along the coast, upon witnessing the thousands of men led by Robb, they vanished without a trace. Even as the army set camp and savored their meals, after a hearty repast and a restful slumber, the royal forces faced no assaults from the rebels. Such incompetence, and yet they dared to declare themselves openly? Truly, they were both inept and reckless. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Dick emerged from the tent, having not dared to remove his armor throughout the night. Increasingly, he felt he had overestimated the military prowess of Westeros. No wonder the young Wolf and Jaime often succeeded in their ambushes. The truly skilled players were indeed a rarity. "Hey, Dick, have you had breakfast yet?" came Patrick's call from the command tent. Dick snapped back to reality and hurried over. "Good morning, my friend." "Morning. Care for a grilled fish? Perhaps some wine? And, of course, there are lovely ladies as well." At the outdoor dining table, Patrick raised his goblet, wiping his mouth as he savored his meal, his nonchalant demeanor making Dick feel as if he were on holiday rather than at war. "Ahem, my lord, this is war. Indulgence in wine and women may lead to your downfall." Since their acquaintance, Patrick had never witnessed such seriousness in Dick's expression. After a moment of silence, he abruptly smashed his goblet to the ground, his gaze resolute as he declared, "From this day forth, I, Patrick Melisandre, shall abstain from alcohol." The unfamiliar yet familiar demeanor momentarily led Dick to feel as though he had encountered it somewhere before, but despite ruminating for a considerable time, he could not recall. Thus he could only approach Patrick with an uneasy sensation and pat him on the shoulder. At that moment, the seasoned minter Dennis approached briskly, nodding respectfully to both men. His expression grave as he proclaimed, "Gentlemen, Sir Dick, King Robert is calling. We must commence the siege." Upon hearing this, the two men instantly felt a surge of energy. Exchanging a glance before Dick swiftly seized a roasted leg of lamb from Patrick's dining table and began to devour it voraciously. "What are you staring at? Hurry and assemble the troops. Do not delay King Robert's important undertaking," shouted Sir Dick, ravenously gnawing on the lamb leg while urging the bewildered pair. It was only then that they came to their senses and promptly began rallying their forces for battle. The regular army of the coastal city was already limited, and in response to King Robert's call, Count Jason had dispatched only about 100 elite soldiers, just enough to fill a longship. Among them were dozens of sworn knights, with the remainder comprising the coastal city's garrison, all seasoned veterans who had participated in at least one battle. A smaller force implied simpler command, and in no time, under the leadership of the old mentor, the unit was organized and ready to converge. Soon after, Dick, temporarily assigned to the forces of Duke Horst Tully, the governor of the Trident, encountered many renowned figures from the original narrative. Foremost among them was Edmure, the famed archer of the Riverlands, whose camaraderie with Patrick was evident as the two young men greeted each other warmly with a firm handshake. However, there was little more to note. The illustrious Blackfish Brendan Tully was absent from the fray, leaving Dick to perceive the other noblemen of the Riverlands, aside from the head of House Tully, Oldstone, as mere insignificant players. Apart from the notably impressive Riverland encampment, it was the King's contingent and the northern forces that captivated Dick's attention. It was inevitable, as nearly all the notable figures from the A Song of Ice and Fire saga were present. For instance, there were Jaime, the King's Guard, Sandor, the Hound, Robert's boisterous companion, the Red Priest Melisandre, and the Lightning Lord Beric Dondarrion, among others. As for the direction of Lord Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, Dick was not disappointed. He quickly spotted the not-yet bald Jorah Mormont amidst the crowd. It was clear that the future outlaw was still in good standing with Ned, as they conversed jovially. And Jorah's position was not far from that of the other prominent northern nobles, making him one of the more notable figures present. Meanwhile, Dick, as a newly arrived foreign knight of humble status, was fortunate enough to be under Patrick's guidance, managing to squeeze into the third row of the Riverland encampment. Chapter 8. The blood of beasts boils on the battlements of Pike Castle. The drowned god is above. Your Majesty, that is the man. He is the one who ambushed Roderick's Big Dick. Listening to the whispers in his ears, King Balon Greyjoy beheld Dick among the besieging army outside the city. "Tell Robert," he declared, "that idle talk serves no purpose unless he first presents me with that fellow's head." Even in the face of adversity, Balon's resolve remained as unyielding as the iron of the Iron Islands. His aide did not perceive this as jest. Instead, he earnestly nodded, loyally executing the command. Before long, from the ranks of the besieging army, Robert's voice thundered, "Mazefuck? What stature does Balon possess to negotiate with me? Someone, cast this fellow out and have him executed." The arrogant Robert bellowed in fury, the scales of victory evidently tipping in his favor, for Balon was but a defeated traitor. What right did he have to bargain? Ned, the deputy commander, concurred with Robert's stance, incredulous that Balon would dare to make such demands, believing them to be fools. Feeling personally affronted, Ned watched solemnly as the enemy envoy was dispatched and executed, then spoke gravely, "Your Grace, it appears Balon has lost his wits. We need not squander any more time." At these words, Robert fixed his gaze upon Ned. "By the gods, you propose peaceful resolutions, yet now advocate for war? Are you mocking me, brother?" Though he felt aggrieved, this proposal indeed resonated with Robert's sentiments. Thus, the king, who had felt as though he had been standing like a sand crab all morning, began to erupt. "Seven gods above, I have had my fill of this obstinate old squid. All forces, heed my command. Assault the city." With that, the vigorous king seized the war hammer from his attendant, disregarding Ned's counsel, and led the King's Guard to the forefront of the battle line. "Where are the siege engines? Smash them to the ground. Let the accursed traitor beg me for mercy." Upon the king's command, a procession of catapults was swiftly rolled out, arrayed with precision, unleashing a barrage upon the city's ramparts. Boom! The ground trembled as stones rained down upon the battlements. Before Balon could retreat within the walls, he witnessed his second son struck fatally by a falling rock. Malin. No. The Squid King could only emit a mournful cry before his body slumped. His loyal guards carrying him away from the ramparts. Outside the city, the king's voice rang out. All forces, heed my command. Whoever first scales the walls shall be knighted and rewarded with a sack of golden dragons. The warriors, drawn by the call, surged forth, some out of loyalty, others in pursuit of glory and gain. Robert's words, resonating in their ears, ignited a fervor among them. After all, with a promise of reward, the motivation to act surged. For King Robert. Long live King Robert. A spirited voice cried out, swiftly followed by a chorus from the ranks below. For King Robert. Long live King Robert. The fervent cries of rallying spirits may be uncertain in their effect, yet Robert undoubtedly felt exhilarated. As the artillery barrage ceased, the soldiers, having devoured their rations, surged forward towards the battlements with reckless abandon. Their eagerness stemmed from a singular motivation: the honor bestowed upon them by the king's knights and the glory of being recorded in the annals of history as the vanguard of the siege. Under the irresistible allure of such eternal renown, not a word of hesitation was uttered, and thousands of soldiers surged forth, akin to fishermen eagerly gathering their harvest at the tide's ebb. Among them, Dick, stationed on the flanks of the River Valley camp, found himself at a disadvantage, unable to ascend the siege ladders until the frontline soldiers created an opening. Seizing this moment, he took refuge behind a comrade's shield, observing the principal characters from the original tale. "Your Majesty, allow me to seize Pike City for you," exclaimed Sir Jaime Lannister, the esteemed member of the Kingsguard, his lips uttering deference while his gaze remained fixated on the battlements, scarcely acknowledging Robert. "Your Majesty, this honor ought to be mine," fervently declared Barristan Selmy. Then the captain of the Kingsguard, yearning to regain the new king's favor and trust. "Get out of my way, you bastard. You'll have to break my legs first if you wish to surpass me," snarled Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, who, after a mere exchange of barbs with an adversary, chose to abandon the siege entirely, seizing the man and delivering a flurry of blows. "Ah, you madman, let me go," protested the armored man, but Sandor, indifferent to pleas, understood that he could not claim the honor of the first assault, and his brutal retaliation was merely a means of venting his frustrations. Yet, what had extinguished the Hound's fighting spirit? It was the brazen audacity of the Red Priest, Thuras, who, leveraging his close ties to the king, not only positioned himself nearest to the ladders, but also rushed ahead, brandishing his flaming sword, feigning a defense against arrows while deliberately impeding those who followed. Among those trailing closely behind, the formidable Jorah Mormont pressed on, wielding his longsword and clearing a path through his allies, never faltering in his pursuit of Thuras. "Is this truly the reality behind your polished facades?" Dick, overwhelmed by the spectacle, stood aghast. Witnessing the honor of the first assault poised to fall into the hands of such a rabble, how could the righteous hand, burdened by the hopes of the people of River Valley, yield? Falling star. A thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield, causing a momentary hush. In that fleeting instant, whether among the besieged defenders or the king's attacking forces, all eyes instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. There stood a magnificent figure, cloaked in resplendent crimson, kneeling with an exaggerated lance in hand. With a resounding crash, akin to a majestic eagle taking flight, the man leaped from his position towards the crumbled parapet ahead. "By the heavens, what on earth is this? Alas, it is Big Dick. Quickly, we must halt his advance." The collapsed battlement was teeming with ironborn guards, and despite being merely a few feet above the ground, their defenses were formidable, causing the knights of the realm below considerable distress. Upon witnessing someone capable of leaping upon the battlement, the ironborn insurgents were gripped by terror, shouting to form ranks and directing their spears towards the airborne Dick. Yet, regrettably, the primal man's extraordinary physique bestowed upon him an unfathomable strength. With a cloak billowing behind him, reminiscent of a warrior descending from the heavens, he twisted his body mid-air, evading the spears aimed at him. In that fleeting moment of shock among the insurgents, the man harnessed the power of his torso, unleashing a formidable sweeping strike. The heavy spear, forged from steel, seemed on the verge of snapping, its bent shaft resembling the tail of a mythical dragon, roaring with a fierce wind as it crashed into the terrified ironborn insurgents. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the ironborn fell backward, blood spewing forth. Colliding against the wall behind them, like unfinished oil paintings, they slid down the wall, leaving trails of vivid crimson blooms in their wake. By the abyss! He is surely a demon, a survivor from the Battle of Seaboard City, in a daze, muttered to himself, his hollow words devoid of vitality, sending shivers through the other paralyzed Ironborn, hastening the spread of fear. With a sudden thud, the head of this morale-destroying Ironborn flew off. Behind his still body, a resolute insurgent officer kicked his corpse aside, wiping the blood from his sword. There are no demons in this world, only drowned gods. Now, stop dawdling. He stands alone. Kill him, and Lord Barrow shall reward each one of you. The officer's bravery briefly dispelled the other's fear, his logical and enticing words rekindling the predatory instincts of the Ironborn. Yet, the harsh reality remained. Applying the logic of Westeros to a Jurassic savage was evidently futile. And encountering such a mad primitive who could slay dinosaurs was akin to lambs meeting a true hungry wolf. Moreover, this ravenous wolf, driven wild by blood and death, was gradually losing his sanity. Chapter 9. The adventurer's ambition. Once I slay him, I shall ascend to nobility. Gazing at the lone enemy atop the breach in the wall, the whispers of demons echoed in every ear. As if to mask their own cowardice, the Ironborn, hesitating no longer, roared and charged forth. The deceased do not perish. Upon witnessing the scene, Dick fell silent, trapped in a dire predicament, left with no choice but to fight to the death. Come, let me slay you 1,000 times. Drink. The next moment, a battle cry pierced the heavens, and the fierce clamor of combat erupted instantaneously from the ramparts. The sounds of wounds and agony echoed, accompanied by the splattering of blood, like rain cascading down, as dismembered limbs mingled with entrails sporadically soared from the battlements, crashing upon some unfortunate soul below. The onlookers in the streets could not see the turmoil above, yet the cacophony and tumult conveyed the extraordinary brutality of the encounter. As time slipped away, the sun began to set, casting its initial glow. Under the relentless dampness of the years, the walls of Pike Castle became entwined with vines and moss. The shadows cast by this overgrowth rendered the interior of Pike Castle dark and ominous, while the anguished cries of lambs occasionally echoed from the depths of the ancient fortress. The splattered crimson resembled the pigments wielded by a court painter, creating ghastly masterpieces upon the ancient stone walls. Upon the battlements, the knights of the kingdom soon discovered the enemy's resistance waning rapidly. When they finally ascended the parapet, the knights were met with a nauseating, viscous sensation beneath their sturdy boots, prompting a collective expression of dread among them. Make way, clear the path for me. Moments later, the king's irate voice reverberated from behind, and all present instinctively parted, like puppets obeying their master, to grant a royal passage. As the king traversed this path, even he could not silence the repulsive sound surrounding him. Yet, a king remains a king. Witnessing his puppet's grim masterpiece, he seemed to possess a soul, uttering his lament. Oh, 7 gods above, behold where we have arrived. It is the 7th circle of hell. With that, the king grasped the reins, guiding his puppets deeper into the encroaching darkness. In the depths of the main fortress, a sickening sound echoed. No, please, I beg you. In moments of impending death, humanity reveals its primal fear, pleading with the executioner for mercy. Alas, they seem to forget why the executioner bears that title. Another sickening sound rang out, and the cries abruptly ceased, plunging the world into a profound silence. When the sound of heavy footsteps resounded, a blood-soaked man wiped the crimson streak from his face with his thumb, casually discarding a battered sword with jagged edges onto the ground. The clang of metal shattered the stillness within the dimly lit chamber as the hulking man, clad in tattered armor and marred by scars, halted before the throne, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the king, who wore the driftwood crown. The grand enterprise of Balan was shattered like fragile bubbles, and he, who had once boasted of past glories, seemed to finally grasp the harsh realities of his situation. As he swallowed hard, a flicker of fear, common to all men, crossed his face. I surrender. I am willing to bow before the Iron Throne. The usurper lowered his head, his eyes flickering with trepidation, his voice trembling. Clearly, he could not reconcile with the reality of his downfall, and the deep-seated hatred within him almost radiated outward. Such a display could not escape the notice of the man before him, who understood all too well, having recently dispatched the usurper's 2 sons. Thus, the man remained silent, offering no apologies, merely bending down to retrieve a sword engraved with the mark of a master craftsman from the Iron Islands. I have already surrendered. What more do you wish to do? Despite his admission of defeat, the pride inherent to a king still permeated Balan's words, betraying an air of superiority. Observing this, the man smirked, his expression a blend of disdain and contempt. I am sorry, but your lack of sincerity means I cannot accept your surrender. With those words, Balan was momentarily taken aback. Wanting to utter something more, but the man's steel blade swiftly pierced his chest without hesitation. Stop! At that moment, the king, accompanied by his retinue, barged in. Upon witnessing the death of the usurper, before King Robert could speak, Lord Ned Stark, the deputy commander of the army, was the first to voice his discontent. He was clearly no longer resisting. Why did you kill him? Much like the time he had stormed the hall of the Iron Throne. The honorable and righteous lord did not hesitate to reproach the man seated upon the driftwood throne. Oh, the depths of hell! Is he not merely a traitor who deserved to die? Ned, must you defend his corpse so ardently? King Robert relished this scene. Thus he unhesitatingly supported the man from the coastal city of Dragonstone. However, Lord Ned appeared to disagree with his brother-in-arms, opening his mouth to protest, only to be interrupted by Robert. Enough! Even if he is guilty, it is for me to decide. With that, the king struck his war hammer heavily upon the ground. The resounding impact clearing the fog from the duke's mind, restoring his identity and position. Yes, your majesty. Ned bowed his head and, with a solemn expression, cast a deep glance at the executioner beneath the throne, then stepped back to reclaim his place. Ah, Sir Dix, you have performed admirably. This kingdom shall remember this day and all that you have contributed here. Gazing at the towering man, stained with blood, King Robert almost uttered the name of the mountain, but wisely redirected his words in time. Your majesty, this is my duty, Sir Dix replied, sword in hand, bowing sincerely. At this, King Robert and the others could not help but twitch their lips at the exchange. As a knight of the Seven Kingdoms, there is indeed no fault in upholding the safety and order of the realm. However, throughout this journey, witnessing the breathtaking landscapes alongside countless corpses, it is undeniable that Sir Dix's unwavering dedication has become rather excessive. Indeed, he has merely fulfilled his duty. Despite harboring these thoughts, King Robert, having traversed numerous grand occasions, swiftly cast aside any previous unpleasantness. After the bodies of the traitorous King Balan were collected, Robert nonchalantly took his seat upon the wooden throne. Now that the conflict has concluded, as king, I have not forgotten my prior promises. It must be said that the earnest Robert truly embodies the essence of kingship, exuding authority in both demeanor and actions, executing his tasks with an adeptness that is both systematic and strategic. Lord Mormont, please step forward. With his back against the wooden throne and surrounded by the king's guard, Robert extended his hands naturally. Upon hearing this, a robust yet unhandsome balding middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. It was none other than Lord Mormont, the Bear Island Earl. Your Majesty, Yura exclaimed, surprised to be called upon first. With a serious expression, he knelt before Robert on one knee, though not the first to charge the battlements. Your courageous demeanor in battle did not go unnoticed. As your king, I shall not be stingy. Rise, Sir Mormont, Knight of the Realm. Upon uttering these words, in a display of generosity and fidelity to his promises, King Robert slightly raised his hand, and a servant promptly presented a platter containing a large cloth bag before Yura. Seeing this, Yura's countenance lit up with joy, and after graciously accepting his reward, he bowed once more to Robert and took his leave. Next, Sorrows of Myr stepped forward. Indeed, navigating through this realm relies heavily on connections, much like Sorrows, the jovial monk, who shares a camaraderie with the king. This fellow began with flattery towards Robert, only to then feign humility by requesting that his knighthood be exchanged for gold dragons due to his status. Following this, a number of individuals came forth, each receiving generous rewards and titles from Robert, tailored to their respective identities and needs. Eventually, due to his brilliant performance in this battle, the much-anticipated Sir Dick was finally called upon. Sir Dick Caesar, known as the Giant of Sea's End and the Squid Killer of the Iron Islands, please step forward. When it was Dick's turn, Robert's demeanor shifted noticeably. He approached him with a lighter air, less regal and more jovial. Your Majesty, Dick greeted, following the usual protocol for receiving rewards. After changing into his common attire, he bowed and knelt, awaiting further instruction. Uncertain of the reason behind Robert's unique treatment of him, he remained oblivious to the fact that Robert was displaying a particular fondness for him. You, dressed in 7 layers of hell, truly embody the essence of a nobleman. As if startled, the speechless Robert expressed his sentiments. From his aesthetic perspective, Dick, with his tousled black hair and towering stature, possessed ruggedly handsome features and a wild yet subtly refined demeanor, making him a paragon of male beauty in Westeros. Flattery, Your Majesty, in my homeland, everyone is as eloquent as I. Words are a double-edged sword, particularly when spoken so nonchalantly by Sir Dick, causing many of the less self-assured men present to feel a sting of insecurity and sink into self-doubt. Coughing, Robert found it truly remarkable, if time permitted, He would relish hearing about Dick's legendary tales and the mysterious continent documented in the texts. However, our time is scarce. Now, Sir Dick, let us earnestly discuss your reward. Robert was skeptical of Dick's self-promotion, yet he accorded him the respect he deserved and offered a response that pleasantly surprised Dick. Given your existing title, Lord Ned Stark and the other lords unanimously propose that I bestow upon you a substantial fortune. However, I perceive that you seek more than mere wealth. Otherwise, you would not have left your homeland to pursue glory in Westeros. In that moment, Dick believed that the great King Robert was wise. His vocabulary not only elevated but also melodious to the ear. Your Majesty, your judgment of character is impeccable, like other nobles of Westeros. The elegantly poised Sir Dick executed a perfect display of aristocratic etiquette. Robert chuckled, appreciating that this man not only mastered the language of Westeros, but also exhibited a commendable understanding of noble culture, particularly his appealing mannerisms, which made it difficult for Robert not to like him. Speak, ambitious one. Reveal to your king what reward would satiate your appetite. Truly, he is the great Robert Baratheon, the protector of the realm and the sole king of the Seven Kingdoms. With a deep breath, Dick again knelt before Robert, declaring, Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me a castle. In the great hall, as Dick's voice faded, silence enveloped the room. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms refrained from speaking, wary of making decisions on behalf of King Robert. After a moment's contemplation, Robert raised his hand dramatically, exuding an air of grandeur. By the name of Robert Baratheon, I grant your request. In recognition of Sir Dick's outstanding contributions during this rebellion, I will award him a castle in the name of the king and elevate him to the rank of Baron in the Seven Kingdoms. The king has indeed granted his request, not only generously bestowing a castle upon the foreigner, but also elevating him to lordship. Though merely a baron of the lowest rank, he remains a lord of nobility, unmatched by knights in the Seven Kingdoms by law. Your Majesty, your grandeur is truly impressive. In response, I, in the name of Dick Caesar, and with the honor of the Caesar clan as my guarantee, hereby pledge my fealty to you. As an outsider, Dick's etiquette is impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Upon hearing this, King Robert laughed heartily, exclaiming, Oh, the seven hells! Alas, there are only 7 positions in the Kingsguard. Otherwise, even if it were difficult for you to accept, I would surely appoint you as one of my Kingsguard. This sentiment was widely shared among the crowd, for the soon-to-be Baron of the kingdom was undoubtedly formidable in combat. Similarly, this was the very foundation that allowed the man who had slaughtered hundreds to demand exorbitant prices with little fear of challenge. Humph, butcher! An inappropriate scoff emerged from the crowd as the steadfast Duke Ned approached the throne, parting the ranks of the loyal subjects. Your Majesty, since the honors have been bestowed, we must attend to more pressing matters. Relying on his unparalleled bond with King Robert, the proud Duke did not even glance at the outsider. Once before the king, he gestured for the guards to bring forth a group of captives. Your Majesty, these are the traitorous Ironborn who directly participated in the rebellion. With Lord Balon now deceased, only a son and a daughter of the Greyjoy family remain, and I have brought them here. King Robert, feigning ignorance of his brother's actions, cast an apologetic glance at Dick before resuming his solemn demeanor. Very well, bring them forth. Yes, Your Majesty. The two exchanged words, and soon, under the escort of the guards, the traitors were presented before the throne. Your Majesty, it was all Balon's doing. We had no part in it. We were merely fulfilling our oaths. They had learned of Balon's execution on their way, and now, facing dire circumstances, these dishonorable sons of the Iron Islands were quick to shift blame onto Balon in order to save their own skins. Upon witnessing this, Robert's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with this band of dishonorable men. However, before the king could speak, one of the traitors took the initiative. Foul traitor, Fack! Death to you all! Before the guards could react, a slender girl leaped through the crowd, producing a dagger from seemingly nowhere, and with a swift thrust, plunged it into the heart of one of the traitors. You bear no honor as Ironborn. You are unworthy of entering the hall of the flowing waters in death, for the drowned god shall not embrace you. Her fierce countenance resembled that of a frenzied mountain lion. After slaying one traitor, she appeared unsatisfied, and with a roar, she lunged at the others. In an instant, the traitors were thrown into chaos by this unexpected turn of events, while the Kingsguard quickly surrounded the king for protection. Only Dick, who was positioned closest to the throne, reacted with remarkable swiftness. After pushing aside the bewildered guards before him, he swiftly advanced towards the girl who had suddenly erupted in violence. Girl, cease your actions at once, or you shall find yourself in a most uncomfortable predicament, he commanded, his voice rich and magnetic, immediately captivating her attention. Frustrated by her earlier misses and incensed by someone daring to defend those traitors, the girl turned her wrath upon Dick. "Ah, perish!" she screamed, charging at him with the ferocity of a raging lioness. Yet, despite her fierce demeanor, Dick perceived her movements as clumsy and akin to those of a hapless lamb. With a resounding clap, he effortlessly disarmed her, swatting away her dagger and seizing her wrist, pinning her to the ground. "Release me, you wretched lapdog of the king," she shouted defiantly. Dick cast a glance at King Robert, seemingly weighing whether to act as a true knight of the realm. Fortunately, the king bore no ill will towards the girl and gestured for Dick to bring her forth. "By the seven hells, you heartless wretches! As knights, how can you stand idly by while the malevolent Lord Baron savages a young girl?" The king's impassioned tirade drew furrowed brows from all present, including Lord Ned, who, had it not been for his deep understanding of his friend's nature and the constraints of Robert's current position, might have delivered a punch to reassert the values of decorum and honor. "Ahem, your majesty, she is the daughter of Balan, Asha Greyjoy," Lord Ned interjected, his tone grave. Robert's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing the name. The Ironborn, as they refer to themselves, particularly those who thrive on plunder and piracy, are known for their combative nature and their fervent adherence to the dark traditions of raiding the lands of Westeros. This fervor explains why King Balan is so determined to restore the old way, even at the risk of facing the combined might of the lions, stags, fishes, eagles, and wolves. Thus, when Robert acknowledged the loyalty to Ironborn culture embodied in Balan's progeny, he fell silent, reflecting on the weight of his responsibilities as ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. "Your Majesty, she is but a child," Ned observed, his brotherly bond evident as he recognized the concern etched on Robert's face. Robert did not respond, but narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the tear-streaked face of the girl before him. "Child, raise your head and face your king," he commanded. "My king, he is dead, and you are the ones who buried him." Observing the haughty demeanor of Robert, Asha Greyjoy did not conceal the hatred flickering in her gaze, fixating intently on him. Such resolute eyes rendered the typically straightforward Robert increasingly indecisive. He was acutely aware that, as a ruler, any threat bearing unstable elements must be swiftly dealt with. However, as a man of honor, a warrior and a knight, he found it difficult to surmount the internal conflict that beset him. Fortunately, his steadfast brother-in-arms, Ned, as was his custom, presented a plan compelling enough to earn the respect of all present. "Your Majesty," he began, "do you recall the time before you ascended the Iron Throne when you declared that we are not mad kings and shall not rely on tyranny to compel others into submission?" Robert nodded in acknowledgement, while Ned cast a discerning glance at Dick. Noticing this, Dick merely curled his lip, standing tall with his head held high, exuding an air of pride as if oblivious to the implications of Ned's gaze. Ned, too, shrugged, returning his attention to Robert with a respectful nod before continuing. "Now, as the protector of the realm, under your rule, no innocent soul in the Seven Kingdoms shall suffer unjustly, nor shall anyone face punishment without due trial. Thus, deep down, you already possess the answer, to strip the traitorous lords of their titles and grant them a fair trial. Moreover, as the son of the rebel leader, all members of House Greyjoy should, by law, confess their crimes before the people of the Seven Kingdoms and accept the death penalty with composure. However, the usurper Balan is deceased, and his offspring is still quite young, potentially uninvolved in his father's treasonous actions. As a benevolent king, you must consider all factors and choose to shelter them under your protection. I believe that, stripped of their titles, they would prefer the security of your guardianship to being exiled into perilous wastelands, where they might at least grow up in peace." Compared to the original narrative, the primitive Dick bore witness to the true capabilities of Lord Ned, as the assembly nodded in agreement. With a mouth as sweet as honey, Ned eloquently articulated his thoughts, not only addressing Robert's heart, but also crafting an image of a wise king while critiquing certain individuals and rescuing others. Chapter 11. The Squid Lives on Surviving. Yet condemned to endure a lifetime shrouded in anguish, the outcome was seemingly unbearable for young Asha. Thus, before the driftwood throne, the tearful girl unhesitatingly lunged toward the point of a Kingsguard sword. Unfortunately, fate proved to be most unyielding. The renowned Kingslayer merely extended his foot, and her desperate scheme was thwarted entirely. While preserving my life, I am left with a newly acquired scar and an endless sense of humiliation. In the dispassionate words of our esteemed king, I, along with my brother, Theon, have become the adopted sons of Lord Eddard Stark, the Guardian of the North. In the port of Lannisport, it seems we have both become objects of scorn in the eyes of certain individuals. As the gentle evening breeze from the western coast caresses me, the once innocent youth who had been estranged from his homeland for many years has finally returned. However, after such a prolonged absence, my hometown is no longer as I remember it, and the dreamer has morphed into a person I never intended to become. Ah, Sir Jamie. Life is but a fleeting span of decades. Why should we live according to the perceptions of others? If the divine truly exists and grants me a chance to start anew, I would unequivocally inform you, Sir Jamie, that when faced with choices I believed to be right at that time, I would still choose the most righteous path without hesitation and would never feel remorse or confusion. For that is who I am. That is my true self, requiring neither validation nor explanation, but simply a steadfast commitment to forge ahead, striving toward the most virtuous direction. Would you not agree? Initially, I approached to jest out of boredom, yet unexpectedly. That individual who appeared little more astute than my own mischievous hound spoke words imbued with profound wisdom. In that moment, the infamous Kingslayer, Sir Jamie Lannister, found himself astonished and deeply contemplative. Well, sir, it is getting late. As a newcomer to this esteemed land, I have little time for your grievances. If the opportunity arises, let us share a drink together. Having thoroughly enjoyed the picturesque views of the western coast, Dick, with a rumbling stomach, leapt over the fence. Seeing Jamie lost in thought, he clapped a hand on his shoulder and departed without another glance. As Jamie stood there in a daze, he seemed to grasp an epiphany. Once he regained his senses and gazed at that departing figure, he instinctively stretched out his hand and called out, "Of course, sir, but it must be I who treats. Do you hear me?" The individual paused for a moment, seemingly amused, shook his head, and continued on his way, swiftly vanishing from sight. "Thank you, sir. I feel as though I have rediscovered something within myself. Although I cannot yet comprehend it fully, I sense you are indeed correct." Standing in place, murmuring to himself, Jamie inhaled the evening breeze of his homeland, observing the industrious souls laboring to rebuild the port, feeling a vibrant pulse of life all around him. The shadows of war had brought destruction and chaos to the once flourishing Lannisport, yet this turmoil was not destined to last. Under the courageous and wise leadership of King Robert, the marauders faced their rightful retribution. Furthermore, with the upcoming tournament hosted by the king, this pivotal stronghold of the Seven Kingdoms is poised to flourish once more, undoubtedly deepening the admiration held for our great monarch. Long live King Robert! Long live House Baratheon! Upon learning that His Majesty the King not only avenged the people, but also graciously pledged funds to recruit the displaced to aid in the reconstruction of their homeland, all the subjects of the West were filled with excitement. Thus, riding this wave of enthusiasm, King Robert Baratheon I, in the year 289 of the conquest, hosted a grand jousting tournament in the rebuilding port of Lannisport. Ah, my friend, it seems you are destined for great renown once again. Within the tournament grounds, after enduring over a month of tempestuous weather, young Patrick had grown remarkably robust. Upon seeing Dick, who was soon to participate in the tournament, the envious boy did not hesitate to extol his praises. Dick, maintaining a calm demeanor, waved his hand dismissively, took the reins from his attendant, and leapt onto his steed. Addressing Patrick, "You too, as one of Lord Eddard's favored companions, must allow the maidens of the West to witness the might of a man from the Riverlands, mustn't you?" Truly, as a trusted confidant, Dick's words flowed melodiously, nearly making Patrick, far from home, feel as though he had returned to his own abode. "Oh, my Dick, why did you not announce your ascension to lordship?" Patrick lamented inwardly, gazing at the impressive figure atop the grand steed. The thought that once the king's commission arrived, Dick would be distanced from him, only deepened the pangs of sorrow within the boy's heart. "Ah, my friend, why must you depart from me?" In the face of the curious gazes surrounding him, Lord Patrick began to succumb to his emotions, his heart aching so profoundly that onlookers could only assume he was mourning a great loss. In the tournament arena, riding the magnificent steed privately gifted by the king and clad in humble armor, Dick entered the field that belonged to him. This event, a jousting competition beloved by the people of the Seven Kingdoms, saw Dick, a newly minted knight, poised to garner further glory on the battlefield. Should he emerge victorious in this tournament, he would undoubtedly become a legend celebrated throughout the realm. Dick was no saint, endowed with talent, and thus, to thrive in this world, he would not hesitate to wield his gifts to seize all that life had to offer. By the seven, which knight is this? He is remarkably tall. Silence, village woman. This is the Butcher of Pike, the Squid Slayer, Sir Dick Caesar. Alas, it appears I shall never escape this dreadful nickname in my lifetime. As was customary, upon entering the venue, Dick was greeted by the very moniker he wished to avoid. With a silent scoff, and unwilling to disrupt the atmosphere of the tournament, He raised his lance and circled the arena thrice on horseback. Heavens! I had imagined that the legendary Sir Dick, who was said to have single-handedly slain hundreds of Ironborn, would be as massive as a mountain, yet I find him to be remarkably handsome. By the seven, I beseech to gain his attention. Indeed, behold his robust yet not cumbersome physique. Even through the armor, I can vividly imagine his bare form, radiating sheer masculinity. From the stands, intolerable gasps pierced Dick's consciousness. Without a moment to glance at the noblewoman who had uttered such outrageous words, Dick hastily retreated from the arena. Alas! The sound of a horn echoed, announcing the entrance of another contestant. To his astonishment, it was a knight from the Riverlands. What a surprise it was! Referee! Referee! I demand to withdraw from the competition. Under the bewildered gaze of the crowd, the unknown knight from the Riverlands raised a white flag upon seeing Dick, disregarding the referee's earnest attempts at persuasion, resolutely opting to forfeit the match. The first round concluded in such a hasty manner, disappointing the audience who had anticipated a grand clash between the two knights. Fortunately, the considerate Sir Dick approached the referee, and after repeatedly asserting his desire to continue, the next contestant was soon ushered onto the field. My word, I cannot believe he has arrived as well. This is akin to descending into the depths of hell. Mazifa, a butcher facing another butcher? How splendid! The heavens above! I beseech thee to protect the dashing Sir Dick. May he remain unscathed. Such a fate would shatter my heart. Listening to the varied exclamations of the audience, Dick narrowed his eyes as he observed the figure slowly entering the arena. Chapter 12. The voice of Justice the Mountain. Gregor Clegane, known as Tywin's Hound, a butcher from the Westerlands, is a knight reviled throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Despite his notorious reputation, the Mountain's prowess is indisputable. His towering stature grants him formidable strength, and he possesses explosive power and speed that belies his size. This is why many knights dread encountering the Mountain. As memories of the original tale's depiction of the Mountain flashed through his mind, Dick felt an undeniable pressure in this world. Although this pressure was far less intimidating than the colossal dinosaurs of the Jurassic realm, it was still a testament to the Mountain's formidable might. Humph, pretty boy. Upon seeing the newcomer knight, who had recently garnered overwhelming attention, the envious Mountain wasted no words. Spitting disdainfully, their gazes clashed like two pointed blades, and without further ado, they lowered their visors and charged at each other. Boom! The earth trembled as the two fully armored combatants, both of extraordinary stature, mounted on meticulously selected steeds, collided with the force of a swiftly moving mountain, their combined weight exceeding that of mere tons. A resounding crash reverberated throughout the arena, startling the spectators into instinctively shutting their eyes in unison. Amidst the shock, a surge of exhilaration took hold. The seven gods above. Such a spectacle is surely a rarity in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. Who could have imagined we would become witnesses to this momentous event? It is truly exhilarating. Silence, you simpleton. I care not for your trivial observations. My sole concern is the safety of Sir Dick. May the seven gods protect him. Indeed, when compared to the ruthlessly elegant Sir Gregor, it is the ever-composed Sir Dick who has my favor. If fortune permits, I wish to converse with him after the competition. Ahem, Lady Launtel, if you do not mind. I could introduce you to Sir Dick. In the grandstand, whispers flowed among the dignitaries. When James, who had come to witness the event, overheard a noblewoman from a distant branch of the family, he eagerly seized the opportunity. The opulent lady, upon recognizing him, displayed a look of surprise. By the seven, it is you. When did you sneak in here? Although the heir of the lord had long been absent and was clad in disguise, the noblewoman, having attended many banquets in Casterly Rock, instantly recognized the significantly transformed Kingslayer. Hush, my lady. I wish not to disturb the festivities. Now tell me, do you wish to see your beloved Dick? As he spoke, James wore an indescribably lecherous grin. The noblewoman from the Lannister family's distant kin first shot him an annoyed glance, then bit her lip, her expression turning hopeful as she leaned in to conspire with him in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Sir Dick remained oblivious to the plotting against him. After discarding his broken lance, he turned his steed and accepted a new weapon from his attendant, charging once more towards the mountain. Humph, that damn pretty boy. Let us see how long you can endure. With a muttered curse, the mountain too seized a new lance and charged at Sir Dick. The earth trembled once more as the two, having engaged in brief skirmishes, began to gauge each other's strength. Both were formidable, yet the techniques of lance combat were limited. Sir Dick had not practiced horseback riding for long, and the mountain's skills were not markedly superior. Thus, the audience eagerly anticipated the much-anticipated weapon exchange. Boom, bang, boom, bang. Similar to the renowned justs of the kingdom's history, the two charged multiple times, their steeds thundering as lances shattered one after another. For nearly 10 rounds, the display was filled with vigor, stimulating the spectators' senses immensely. By the 7, this is utterly astounding. If memory serves, they have already entered the 12th round, shattering over 20 lances. A disabled nobleman, yearning for the chivalric spirit, exclaimed in awe, his words reaching the ears of Sir James nearby, immediately casting a somber mood over him as he recalled that he had also signed up for the competition. Blast it, Lady Launtel, I must make my way to the arena. With a brief farewell, James departed swiftly from the gathering, under the reluctant gaze of the noblewoman. Meanwhile, in the arena, the mountain muttered furiously, "Damn it, you little pretty boy, do you even know who I am?" As he engaged in verbal sparring, he discreetly rubbed his aching shoulders, realizing that his opponent indeed lived up to his reputation. Continuing this entanglement was clearly to his disadvantage, given his heavier weight. "Hello, Mountain. Sir Gregor Clegane. What are you barking about?" After spending so many days in Westeros, he had cultivated a sense of decorum over the years, mingling with many and even assuming a lordly position that could disdainfully overlook knights. "I am Baron Dick Caesar. Am I not allowed a bit of audacity?" Such a brazen display astonished the audience, while the Mountain nearly ground his teeth in frustration. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel." With a roar, the enraged Mountain galloped forward. "I call you sir out of respect. Otherwise, I'll send you to your grave." In a similar display of unbridled arrogance, Lord Dick raised his lance and charged forth. The ground shook with thunderous sounds as the furious Mountain, fueled by rage, fought with reckless abandon, snapping numerous lances in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere surged with intensity. "Defeat him, Sir Gregor. Go Dick. Victory belongs to Sir Dick. Go Dick." Just as the arena was locked in a stalemate, the spectators gradually divided into two factions. Those supporting the Mountain were rough men from the Westerlands, while the supporters of Dick were mostly the fair maidens of the region. "Thank you, ladies and gentlewomen of the Westerlands. You are akin to the goddesses of the songs of the 7 kingdoms. Your beauty and support bestow upon me an endless well of strength and courage. I will strive with all my might to secure victory in this tournament for you." Having mingled among stars and their fans on Blue Star, Dick was no stranger to such interactions. To reciprocate the enthusiasm of the maidens, he casually displayed his prowess. The response from the Westerland girls was immediate, their fervor escalating, drowning out the shouts of the rough men as they chorused in unison, "Dick! Dick! Dick!" Like the war cries of the sons of the Riverlands, Dick's name echoed through the skies, transcending the arena and even overshadowing other contests, startling many bewildered onlookers. By the 7, what is happening over there? Why have the girls lost their decorum, calling out that foul name under the gaze of the 7? An elderly nun and an aged monk, in a fit of indignation, hastily covered the ears of their young masters and mistresses, while those with suspicions offered the true answer to others. "Dick, could it possibly be that butcher from Pike City, soon to be a newly minted baron? Nonsense. What butcher? He is our hero. Speak such blasphemy again, and I shall strike you down with my sword. Indeed, I stand with this brother from Hajin, for that noble's righteous judgment has granted us on the west coast at least a prolonged summer of peace." The eyes of the crowd are astute, from their perspective. Lord Dick is evidently not a paragon that can be easily disparaged by some northern ruffians. Of course, the one who uttered the slander did not hail from the north, for most of those from the north returned home with Duke Ned after the battle. "Apologies, my friend, I was merely jesting. Quickly, sheathe your sword, and let us together extol the virtues of Sir Dick." The nobleman from the south excused himself thus, but the boorish fellows paid him no heed, snorting disdainfully as they conspired among themselves. "Hey, brother, it seems Sir Dick is making quite a spectacle over there. Why don't we join in the revelry?" "Certainly, brother. Alas, I have never been adept in the ways of knighthood, but as your host here, in gratitude for your valiant efforts on the battlefield, I shall cover all your forthcoming tavern expenses. By the gods, you are truly my brother, a true Lannister regardless of the gold or folly. Come, let us hasten, lest we miss the spectacle. Ha ha, let us go, let us go." Such scenes were ubiquitous across the various arenas, leaving those who could not partake in the libations with bitter expressions. Chapter 13, King of Arms. Boom. Bang. Time flowed on, and soon the sun reached its zenith. With the final lance shattering in the arena, a cacophony of applause erupted from the throngs of spectators. By the 7 gods, they are as if warriors descended from the heavens. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Such a contest must surely have shattered historical records. The fervent duel had endured through 50 rounds. A total of 100 lances reduced to sawdust before countless witnesses. Yet, in the arena, 2 exceptionally powerful knights, rarely seen in history, remained fervent in their combat. However, Upon closer observation, one could discern the subtle differences between them. Balistan, what is your take? Your Majesty, Sir Gregor is destined to lose. Having appeared in the arena, the king, accompanied by his royal guards, claimed the prime seats. Observing the renowned elder knight, whose keen gaze was as sharp as ever, Robert, eager to snare a few golden dragons, smirked. At this rate, I cannot predict their fate, but the steed of the mountain shall soon falter in the arena. This fellow is certainly unwilling to concede, and I am impatient for my meal. Thus, Sir Balistan, please enlighten me on how to conclude this unprecedented contest. After much deliberation, His Majesty the King finally revealed his intent. Indeed, he was famished, yet he did not wish to forego the thrilling spectacle before him. Cleverly, the king shifted the burden onto the seasoned Sir Balistan. Upon hearing this, Balistan maintained his composure and nodded before promptly suggesting, Your Majesty, it is evident that the contenders are locked in a stalemate in their equestrian duel, and the enthusiastic audience has begun to show signs of fatigue. In light of this, might it be prudent to pause the competition for a brief respite, allowing everyone to partake in lunch before resuming the match? The old noble understood the king to some extent, yet not entirely. For though King Robert acquiesced to his counsel, he proceeded to take an even more unprecedented step. Enough. In the name of the king, I command you to dismount and engage in combat. Robert, a formidable warrior, boomed, and his voice echoed across the arena, instantly silencing it. The restless mountain demon, upon hearing this command, was invigorated. With a thunderous roar, he seized his colossal sword from the hands of his attendant and advanced toward Dick. You damned pretty boy, I shall slay you. To be frank, from beginning to end, Dick was bewildered by the intensity of his opponent's rage. Was it perhaps a lifelong affliction of temper? He did not know, nor did it matter, since the king had given the order. He would begrudgingly showcase his prowess in the art of close combat. Bring forth the lance, he bellowed, his voice resonating through the air, prompting the tall attendant who had long awaited this moment to rush forth with Dick's steel lance in hand. Heavens, what a massive and formidable weapon! By the seven gods, merely gazing upon this lance overwhelms me. Amidst the gasps and murmurs of amazement from the audience, the Baron clasped the hefty lance and strode forth to confront the most fearsome warrior of the Seven Kingdoms. On the other side, a thunderous crash resounded. Victory goes to Sir Jorah Mormont. With a single thrust, he had unseated his opponent, the mighty Bear Joram, who had triumphed in 7 consecutive matches, cast aside his broken lance, and raised his arms to bask in the cheers of the spectators. Alas, the reality was not as he had envisioned. Apart from the referee's announcement, the arena was devoid of exuberant applause, and even the king, who had occupied the throne, had mysteriously vanished. What transpired? Why was there no acclaim as I approached the finals? Joram was utterly perplexed, yet at over 30 years of age, he had outgrown youthful impetuosity. At that moment, a hurried referee approached. Sir, congratulations on your impending victory, but before you can claim it, you must await the conclusion of another match. This is the decree of King Robert. The referee appeared quite anxious, and without waiting for Joram's response, he swiftly dashed toward the exit. Bewildered, Joram grasped the arm of an equally anxious attendant and inquired, Boy, what on earth is happening? Why do you all appear to be in such a rush? The attendant, moving with remarkable speed, explained while assisting Jorah in removing his armor, My lord, someone has established the highest record ever in this tournament. Jorah was taken aback. What? Has someone defeated more opponents than I have? It was not mere boastfulness. In the history of this tournament, few have achieved a consecutive victory of 7 matches. Hence his astonishment. The attendant chuckled and shook his head. No, my lord, it is not that. Someone has shattered over 80 lances without a winner being declared. Furthermore, besides your 7 consecutive victories, Sir James has also achieved the same and reached the finals. Speaking of the usurper, the golden-haired attendant seemed to brim with pride, leaving Jorah momentarily speechless. Forget it. No time to lose. Take me to the place you mentioned. Without further ado, Jorah commanded the attendant to lead the way. The attendant, eager to witness the legend, nodded enthusiastically, summoned his horse, and the two departed the arena in succession. Returning to Dick's side, he exclaimed, To hell with that pretty boy. May he rot. Approaching Dick, the foul-mouthed mountain brandished a colossal sword, taller than most men, and without hesitation, swung it down towards Dick's head. Dick effortlessly leaped back, evading the heavy blow. Is that all you can say, Sir Gregor? Have you nothing else in your repertoire? Or perhaps you simply lack the ability to articulate? Dick continued to mock, his words laced with derision, which only fueled Mountain's rage. If you have the guts, then don't dodge. Let us see if I can cleave you in two. Such profound wisdom indicated that Mountain had succumbed to a fit of impotent fury. However, Dick was no simpleton driven by brute force. Even with strength on his side, he would not resort to foolish actions born of pride. Thus, before the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Sir Dick stood with his spear raised, giving a thumbs up to the most notorious killer of the Seven Kingdoms. Then gracefully turned his wrist, lowering it towards the ground. This gesture not only heightened the atmosphere of the arena to a peak, but also left Mountain momentarily vulnerable. "You foreign scum. No one can save you today. I shall dismember you." The rarely articulate Mountain unleashed a torrent of crude insults at Dick before raising his massive sword once more to strike. Calm and composed, Dick maintained his stance with the spear, exuding an air of elegance, and flashed a confident, alluring smile at the ladies in the audience from the Western realm. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the Baron commenced his performance. As the saying goes, the spear is the king of all weapons. Clad in a resplendent crimson cloak, the illustrious Baron Dick began to weave his playful banter. With a graceful leap backwards, he sent his cape billowing in the air, and with a swift thrust of his lance, he struck. A resounding clang echoed as the tip of his spear met the giant sword of Ser Gregor, sending the formidable knight reeling to the side. It is said that the spear is the king of arts. While uttering translations that diverged from the style of Westeros, the Baron landed with poise, pivoting like a dancing dragon. With a flourish, he spun the steel lance around his back before unleashing a counter-thrust. A sharp whoosh pierced the air. Just as the Mountain regained his footing, he was met with a blinding flash, a resounding buzz in his head, and his helmet was sent careening away, crashing to the ground. Thud! It is said that an inch of spear equates to an inch of strength. With an intensified tone, Baron Dick gripped the butt of his spear, executing another somersault. The lance twisted in his hand, forming an exaggerated arc, accompanied by a fierce hum as it soared towards the dazed Mountain. A deafening thud erupted. Ser Gregor, clad in armor weighing no less than 400 pounds, was caught off guard and was forcefully struck, sending him sprawling several meters away. He tumbled on the ground, eventually lying still, like a lifeless swine. Chapter 14. Sincerity is the eternal ace of triumph. The anticipated clash of fantasy did not materialize. The unexpected outcome rendered the grand arena first in a profound silence, followed by a thunderous eruption of applause. The rumors were by no means exaggerated. It was as if a warrior had descended from the heavens. Truly magnificent. "Dick, Dick!" The men marveled, while the women called out. Though their chants differed, on this day, everyone remembered the name of Dick. Witnessing the shattering of 100 lances in this spectacular duel, a confrontation unparalleled in history. "Your Majesty, it is time to render judgment." The reminder from Ser Balistan echoed in his ears, and King Robert, having held his goblet aloft for what felt like an eternity, finally regained his composure. "By the seven, look at me, I'm nearly speechless." Ha ha. Gazing at the Baron, arms wide open to embrace the cheers, King Robert laughed heartily, still bearing a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Balistan too smiled, for in his 6 years of service to the new king, he could assure that today was certainly Robert's happiest day. After a hushed discussion with the judges, the king assumed his role with flair. "I declare Sir Dick Caesar the victor. Furthermore, in the name of King Robert, the upcoming matches shall adhere to new rules. The finals will see the formidable Sir Dick Caesar take on both Sir Jaime Lannister and Sir Jorah Mormont simultaneously. Moreover, the original prize of 1 golden dragon shall be elevated to 3 golden dragons for this championship. After the climax comes emptiness, after excitement, fatigue. The spectators, their faces flushed, departed the arena, revealing their exhaustion. Now, they would return home for dinner, followed by a much-needed night of rest, rejuvenating themselves for tomorrow's final match. Dick was no exception. After a morning of intense activity, his stomach growled with hunger. He summoned the magnificent BMW gifted by the king, only to find the noble steed appearing as though it had been through a rough ordeal, its spirit considerably diminished, unwilling even to greet its master. Feeling a twinge of remorse, Dick gently patted the horse's head, saying, "Well done, my dear girl. Soon, I shall arrange for you to enjoy the finest Masaki feed." The exceptional mare, seemingly attuned to his words, nudged him with her head, her eyes reflecting a flicker of understanding. "Ah, Sir Dick, at last, I have found you." A familiar figure approached, and upon turning, Dick was greeted by none other than the infamous Kingslayer. "What brings the dream lover of the 7 kingdoms to seek me out? Are you troubled about your standing? Or perhaps you intend to bribe me for glory? Fear not, my friend, as long as your offer is reasonable. I shall undoubtedly deliver a performance that will leave the audience utterly spellbound." Before James, adorned with a mischievous grin, could utter a word, Dick launched into a rapid-fire tirade, his words leaving listeners astounded. "By the gods, Am I truly perceived in such a manner? A touch of chivalry would be appreciated, Sir Dick. Observing the noticeable shift in James's demeanor, Dick found it difficult to pinpoint the exact change, yet he continued his playful banter. Surely, Sir James, you have a fondness for the ladies? By the way, haven't the Kingsguard brothers sworn a sacred oath? What about you? At this, Dick stepped back slightly. His expression filled with surprise, while James stood frozen, his face betraying shock. What do you take me for? I am perfectly normal. After a moment of stunned silence, James finally reacted, his expression akin to that of someone who had swallowed a fly, and then he humorously expressed his discontent to Dick. Dick, fully aware of James's normalcy, was merely teasing the character who, in the original narrative, was steeped in tragedy. Ahem, dear sir, it was but a jest. I beg your pardon. The genuine Sir Dick exuded charm and friendliness, and had it not been for the mention of the Battle of Pike, James might have even considered him the Dawn's blade of this generation, at least in terms of valor. Very well, sir. Just refrain from such jokes in front of others next time. The typically irreverent Kingslayer exhibited an unusual degree of magnanimity today, which piqued Dick's instinctive awareness of a potential scheme. Narrowing his eyes, Dick maintained his composure. Of course, sir. Now, might you enlighten me regarding the purpose of your visit? James's lips curled into his signature mischievous smile. Hey there, my friend. Do you recall the last time you mentioned sharing a drink? Dick certainly remembered, if he hadn't forgotten. That day he had shared some profound reflections on life with the empathetic James. Recalling this, Dick suddenly understood why James's demeanor felt distinctly different. It was confidence, a palpable resurgence of self-assurance. No wonder this fellow sought him out for a drink. Perhaps he had achieved some enlightenment and was here to express his gratitude? Maintaining his vigilance, Dick observed James with a knowing smile, gently patting the anxious mare's head before reassuringly saying, "Of course, my lord, you mentioned you would treat." Upon hearing this, James's smile widened with even greater confidence. He may not possess many remarkable talents, save for his knack for wielding a blade and his family's innate ability to host lavish gatherings. Subsequently, with their intentions set, the two men wasted no time. Under the guidance of the son of the Guardian of the West, Dick made his way to the most renowned and opulent tavern in the harbor. "After you, my lord," James graciously invited as they reached the entrance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Dick unceremoniously signaled for a servant within the tavern. "Make sure my fine lady is well taken care of. Ensure that everything is as luxurious as possible. She must be utterly comfortable, understood?" With that, the Grand Sir Dick handed the reins to the servant and strode into the tavern. Behind them, the ever-casual James was unconcerned about the expenditure, after all. The vessels of his family were crafted from gold. Casually retrieving a gold coin from his pocket, he tossed it to the male servant, exuding an air of nonchalance as he followed in Dick's footsteps. "No need to return it. It's all yours." Soon after, the two left behind a golden silhouette for the servant as they entered the tavern. As they traversed the medieval wooden corridor, guided by the tavern maid, they settled into a modestly decorated alcove. "Gentlemen, would you care for some ladies?" "Thank you, but no," they replied, successfully evading a potential dalliance in the face of the maid's disappointed gaze. "My lord, did you know? I once thought you would become the second Mont-Saint, but now I believe you shall be the second Arthur Dane." Before the dishes arrived, James took the initiative to elevate Dick's status. Pausing mid-pour, Dick handed a filled goblet to James. "My lord, it seems you're already inebriated before we've even begun. Perhaps next time, you should sit at the children's table." He jested, gesturing with his chin towards a nearby alcove occupied by children. In that moment, James stared at him, momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he sincerely replied, "My lord, I'm not joking. You may not care about certain matters, but to me, you are a knight worthy of admiration." At this, Dick glanced at him, chuckling softly as he took a sip of his drink and shook his head in amusement. "Jazz, there exists but one Arthur Dane. If someone were to take his place, would he still remain the Arthur Dane in your heart?" A single phrase awakened the dreamer, and the young Kingslayer, barely in his 20s, fell into silence once more. He realized that the more he conversed with Sir Dick, the more he could sense that unique charm emanating from him. More importantly, every word from the nobleman seemed to illuminate a path before him. "Indeed, you speak the truth, sir." The Kingslayer, feeling a growing clarity, truly wished for a drink this time. He raised his glass and nodded to the gentleman, then tilted his head back to drain it in one go. "Sir, I fear you may laugh, but I have finally found a new goal." Perhaps it was the long absence from alcohol, but the young man's face flushed red after the drink, and this time, he appeared somewhat bashful, as if revealing his true self, rather than the proud son of the lion behind the mask. "Oh, you have found a goal? That is splendid. Allow me to congratulate you. Unlike most who, upon hearing another's secret, cannot resist the urge to pry further, the The ever-mysterious nobleman raised his glass, offering a heartfelt toast. James felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He was somewhat troubled by how this baron, seemingly not much older than himself, could maintain such composure akin to his father's. Yet, he did not despise this feeling. In fact, he felt a strange sense of gratitude. "Come, I drink to you. You may do as you please." Almost instinctively, Sir James responded, unaware that sincerity is the eternal trump card. And Sir Dick, upon seeing the young man's demeanor, could not help but recall his own youth. "Without further ado, let us raise a glass in honor of the self of your," gulping down their drinks with the fervor befitting elite warriors. The two men displayed a remarkable capacity for alcohol. After consuming a few more drinks, they relaxed considerably, their conversation meandering into the realms of personal musings. "Ha ha, Sir James. You are barely in your 20s, correct?" "Indeed, sir, and you? You seem not much older than I." "Do not concern yourself with that. I have a question for you. At such a young age, becoming a white knight, have you encountered any young lady you fancied over the years? Have you ever secretly betrayed your oath?" Almost instinctively, the young man lowered his head in silence for a moment. When he raised his glass again, he had transformed into a roguish drinker. "Do not mind me. I have a question for you. When we arrived, you clearly took a liking to that beautiful lady. Why, when she hinted at her interest, did you unhesitatingly reject her?" "Because I am." The nobleman's words instantly cleared the young and handsome James of his inebriation. Gazing into those fervent eyes, James swallowed hard, his feet unconsciously shifting toward the doorway. "Ha ha, young man, dare you challenge me? Let us indulge in a few more drinks first." Fortunately, the baron was merely jesting. Yet the somewhat bewildered James still felt a lingering trepidation, unable to decide whether to drink from his goblet or abstain. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps approached, followed by the entrance of a fragrant and stunningly beautiful noblewoman into their secluded alcove. "Oh, by the seven, I never expected to encounter you here, my dear nephew James." Along with the beloved knight, Sir Dick, the dream of every young lady in Lannisport, the gregarious lady offered no opportunity for responses. As she smoothed the luxurious fabric of her gown and, with a playful pat, seated herself beside the baron. "My lady, you are sitting rather close," he remarked. "Oh, sir, do not mind such trivialities. Consider it merely an opportunity for a lady to be near her heart's desire." Chapter 15. The Unbearable Scripture After a Night Devoid of Discourse. The following morning, summoned by the clarion's call, Dick entrusted his splendid steed to a servant and strode into the arena wielding a lance. Dick, by the seven, vanquish him. Let him witness the courage and might of the people of Westeros." Regardless of his surroundings, both fans and detractors maintained a precarious equilibrium. Ignoring the jeers from the rough-hewn crowd, Dick, resplendent in his dashing armor and a vibrant crimson cloak, executed a few flourishes with his lance before extending his arms towards the supporters, proclaiming, "Glory to the mother, glory to the maiden, glory to all the virtuous souls of the seven kingdoms. You illuminate my dawn, bestowing warmth and strength upon me. In return, I vow to triumph with this hard-won power. And before the subjects of all the kingdoms, I shall present the victor's crown to every maiden, honoring you all as the embodiments of love and beauty." As his words resonated, the young women erupted in fervor, while the detractors fell into a sullen silence, admiration swelling into madness and jealousy twisting their hearts. "I wager 100 golden dragons on Ser Jorah and the Kingslayer. Furthermore, should they succeed in dispatching this fellow, I shall offer an additional 100 golden dragons as libations for the two knights. I too shall join," came the chorus from the stands, as some loathsome noblemen began issuing open bounties, accumulating a staggering sum of over 10,000 golden dragons as a reward. Truly, what a frenzied band of detractors. Dick, not blind to the unfolding spectacle, was taken aback and swiftly summoned his servants to clandestinely place his entire fortune on himself. "Genie, tame. This is your remuneration for your service to me during this time. Take it." The baron appeared prepared for the worst, thrusting a handful of golden dragons into the hands of the two young lads. "Are you sending us away, my lord?" Tame cried, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, I shall not accept this. Please allow me to continue serving as your attendant." His brother Genie insisted resolutely. Dick shook his head and patted the shoulders of the two young men, saying, "Children, you are overthinking it. I'm merely concerned that if I lose, I won't have the funds to pay your salaries." The two youths, hailing from the fishing village of Hudgian, were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. "Sir, you are too generous. This could easily buy us both." The innocence of youth was evident, which was precisely why the nobleman had consistently chosen them without hesitation. "Enough of the chatter. Stick with me, and I guarantee you will enjoy the finest luxuries. The Baroness' demeanor was refreshingly unpretentious, far less imposing than that of their fathers. Without a trace of doubt, the boys bowed respectfully and departed the arena, bearing the weight of a significant task. The horn sounded once more, heralding the entrance of 2 additional competitors. Sir Yora, shall you go first, or shall I? Clad in golden armor, Jamie boasted an air of arrogance, not even sparing a glance at his teammate. Yora raised an eyebrow, though irritated by Jamie's attitude. He had already received news of Dick's bounty before entering, the staggering sum of 10,000 golden dragons, with the victor's prize that amounted to 40,000 golden dragons. While Jaime Lannister might dismiss the affairs of his house with disdain, Jorah Mormont's Bear Island was but a humble corner of the 7 kingdoms, and he felt a pang of envy. Sir, we both possess our own honor. I shall not take advantage of you. Please, go ahead. With the audacity of age, the elder Jorah spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jaime cast a disdainful glance at Jorah, his contempt palpable. Regardless of Jorah's feelings, Jaime smirked and strolled toward Dick. Sir, it seems we meet again. Gazing at the ambiguous smile of the Kingslayer, Dick raised an eyebrow. Oh, you little rascal, you were playing me last night, weren't you? Jaime looked bewildered, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. What are you talking about, sir? Weren't you having a splendid time yesterday? By the way, did Lady Lontel return home? Dick smirked, brandishing his spear and pointing it at Jaime's nose. Your widow aunt has divulged everything to me. How dare you pretend before me? Enough of your nonsense. Prepare to meet your end. Caught off guard by the revelation that his aunt had indeed fulfilled her desires and sold him out, Jaime was further incensed by Dick's audacity to deny their prior acquaintance. With a swift motion, the infamous Kingslayer stepped back and unsheathed his ornate half-sword. Damn it, sir. Am I not being genuine enough? You eat well, drink well, and enjoy yourself. Even Lady Lontel, my aunt. His words were abruptly silenced as Dick thrust the tip of his spear toward Jaime's mouth. With a swift leap backward, Jaime swung his sword to deflect the spear, feeling the overwhelming force behind it, transforming his previously carefree expression into one of grave seriousness. Damn, are you serious right now? With a subtle flick of his numb wrist, James fixed his gaze on Dick and exclaimed in surprise. Dick remained stoic, offering no words. Since Lady Rantel's arrival last night, James had been fervently attempting to pair the two, embodying the role of a matchmaker. Initially, Dick had given little thought to the matter, merely responding to the lady's advances out of consideration for his friend. However, as the evening progressed, perhaps too eager to seize a fleeting opportunity, the affluent Lady Rantel audaciously proposed an astonishing offer to Dick. Truth be told, Dick felt a stirring of desire at that moment, yet anxiety weighed heavily on his mind. The lady's demeanor was undeniably haughty, her lofty presence reminiscent of the current queen, which left Dick feeling rather discontented. Thus, in light of the lady's disappointed expression, he graciously chose to decline, assuring her that they could remain friends, thereby extricating himself from Lady Rantel's entanglement. Friends? Then strike me down. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. Upon entering the arena, whether out of respect for his profession, the desire to confront the usurper, or the allure of 30,000 golden dragons, the Baron solemnly threatened James. Observing the seriousness in the Baron's demeanor, James felt a weight of gravity, yet an exhilarating fervor surged within him, though he often presented himself as frivolous and aloof. This was merely a facade to mask his feelings of emptiness and confusion. With the mask now shed, he rediscovered his true self and a newfound purpose. Viewing Dick as his second Arthur Dane. Thus, with his faith rekindled, James cast aside his thoughts, calmed his spirit, and relinquished his habitual levity and arrogance. The Pride of the West tightened his grip on his long sword and extended a formal noble salute toward Dick. I, James Lannister, former Knight of the Dawn's Sword, Arthur Dane, hereby challenge you. Unconcealed was the fervor for battle in his eyes, as he resolutely addressed the formidable man before him, determined not to leave any regrets this time. Witnessing such an official declaration, the spectators in the stands widened their eyes, seemingly reminded of the legends that once belonged to the West. James. Perhaps buoyed by the home field advantage, many who had initially supported Dick now shifted their allegiance to the usurper. Noticing this, Dick's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at the imposing figure of the bear, Jorah, standing nearby. Jorah nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his intent to refrain from intervening. In response, Dick chuckled and, lifting his chin with confidence, addressed James. I, Dick Caesar, knighted by Sir Jason Melisandre, the Earl of Coastal City, hereby accept your challenge. Among the audience, Patrick and a host of soldiers from Coastal City were present, and upon hearing the old Earl's name, They led the people of Riverlands in a resounding cheer, for the son of Riverlands. For the son of Riverlands. The actions of the two knights were akin to wagering their very honor, propelling the competition into an unprecedented climax. King Robert, delighted by the unfolding drama, summoned his attendants to raise the stakes, setting aside his goblet as he exuberantly shouted, "Enough, enough! Spare me the trivialities, hasten and fight. Let me witness the downfall of the King's Slayer." It was unclear whether he favored Dick or simply relished the prospect of seeing Jaime falter. Nonetheless, the king exhibited a lack of decorum. Meanwhile, the astute Dick recognized that the king's antics were merely a calculated attempt to vex his father-in-law, the Duke of Tywin. Chapter 16. A Sliding Tackle Drink. Clang, clang, clang. On the arena, amidst the flashes of swords and the sparks that flew, the roars of battle echoed. After parrying the Baron's heavy thrust with a flourish, Jaime executed a graceful backflip. "Sir, I see now you are merely toying with me, aren't you?" Despite the searing pain coursing through his arm, Jaime refused to relinquish his sword, gasping as he fixed his gaze upon Dick, his eyes brimming with resentment and defiance. "Sir, you overestimate your cunning. Compared to the cumbersome mountain, you are evidently the more formidable adversary." The tall figure of the Baron held his spear aloft, pacing like a predator in search of a strike. "Jaime, Jaime, King's Slayer, bring him down." The uninitiated spectators in the stands shouted incessantly. Their fervent support struck Jaime like a heavy blow to the chest. "Dick, are you not simply seeking revenge against me? Be a man and end this swiftly. At the very least, let our chivalry remain unsullied." Frustrated with being toyed with, Jaime's voice bore a hint of anger. With reckless abandon, he charged at Dick, a move that revealed his youthfulness. Dick, tightening his grip on the spear, swung it in a wide arc, the force of the blow nearly reaching its zenith. "Ah, no, my Jaime. Gratitude. It's over." As Jaime, sword raised, prepared to charge with all his might, the audience collectively gasped. But then, an unforeseen event transpired. Before the gaze of countless spectators, the armored King Slayer knelt, evading the sweeping spear, and, harnessing the momentum of his charge, executed an exceptionally smooth sliding tackle. In a moment of furious inspiration, Jaime recalled how he had once unleashed a sliding tackle in a fit of rage to defeat the formidable squid killer. A surge of pride welled within him as he noticed a flicker of astonishment in the Baron's eyes. In a flash, Jaime felt an inexplicable delight, and a characteristic mischievous grin crept upon his lips. Whoosh! Bang! Then, still caught in a foolish smile, James felt a jolt in his chest, and in an instant, he was sent sprawling to the ground. When he regained his senses and looked around, he saw the Baron slowly retracting his massive foot, revealing a wicked smile. "Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable," James murmured, his eyes glazed over. "My dear lord." "It is entirely possible," the Baron replied nonchalantly, his words piercing through James's illusions like an arrow, dragging him back to reality. Reluctantly, James rose to his feet, only to realize that his weapon had vanished, likely lost in the course of his flight. I have lost," he said after a brief silence, the stark difference in their abilities making it difficult for the proud lion to admit defeat. The Baron chuckled, executing a graceful flourish with his firearm before encouraging him. "My dear knight, you possess great strength. With further practice, you may one day find a way to embarrass me." Though his words stung, they at least offered a glimmer of purpose to the bewildered James. Indeed, compared to the mountain of magic, I held my ground for quite some time, and even mounted a splendid counterattack. With more practice, I shall surely manage to humiliate this fellow. Comforting himself with such thoughts, James regained his composure, lifted his head, and fixing his gaze upon the towering figure of the Baron, jested, "Rascal, you have embarrassed the King's Slayer most thoroughly. Mark my words, I shall reclaim my honor one day." Having said that, with an air of nonchalance, James retrieved his sword and strode confidently out of the arena, his demeanor earning him admiration and respect from the people of the Seven Kingdoms. "Sir Jorah, it is your turn." Once James had departed, the Baron extended an invitation with unwavering grace. Observing the duel from the sidelines, Jorah felt far from the ease he had when entering the arena. Gazing at the seemingly unflustered opponent, he was filled with trepidation and, without hesitation, launched his attack. "Huh! Clang! Bang!" With Jorah's battle cry echoing, the silent Baron merely smiled and executed a swift maneuver that disarmed the steel blade, followed by a swift kick, abruptly concluding the highly anticipated contest. "What the—" Jorah, much like James before him, found himself rolling on the ground, his expression a mix of disbelief and dread. Ding ding ding. The victor, Sir Dick Caesar. It was only upon the referee's declaration that Jorah returned to reality. Who are you?" he uttered, sitting on the ground in defeat, while the victor, his back turned, stood tall and imposing. You know who I am. I am the brother of the fallen souls in the wheat fields, the child of countless defeats in war. Whenever the shadow of battle looms over the land, mortals begin to call upon my name. Beneath the blazing sun, a vivid crimson cloak danced in the wind as a towering figure turned his head to offer a faint smile before departing the arena without a backward glance. Had a warrior descended from the heavens? Murmured Jorah, seated on the ground with vacant eyes. The rebellion had concluded, and after centuries of devastation wrought by war, Westeros once again embraced peace. With resplendent achievements, the triumphant king announced to the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. The conspirators were compelled to suppress their ambitions, lurking in the shadows while awaiting the next opportunity. Meanwhile, the common folk celebrated, reveling in yet another bountiful harvest. My dear sir, how long do you intend to return and inspect your lands? After much inquiry, Oates finally discovered the champion of the melee, Dick, in an opulent tavern. Oh, old friend, are you not aware that King Robert has yet to confirm the grant of that territory to me? Pouring a drink for the elderly lord, whose head was wrapped in bandages, Dick tore off a piece of roasted lamb and offered it on a plate. Following the melee, he had been enjoying a life of leisure under the guise of friendship at Aunt Jamie's tavern, awaiting his reward. Sir Oates, having been injured during the siege of Pike, remained in Lannisport to recuperate. I have heard whispers of this. Many lords from the west coast were summoned by the king just days ago, and even Lord Riverrun is currently in King's Landing for a meeting. Adjusting the bandages that obscured his mouth, Oates, filled with envy, accepted the plate, his words piquing Dick's interest. Oh, is it regarding the forthcoming distribution of interests from the Iron Islands? Chapter 17, The Echo of Voices in 289. With King Robert Baratheon leading his forces to decisively quell dissent, this formidable rebellion was snuffed out before it could truly flourish. The Seven Kingdoms returned to tranquility. Yet tens of thousands of the Ironborn found themselves homeless, the vast Iron Islands resembling a delectable cake, enticing many with its allure. Your Majesty, I am your brother. I have won countless battles for you. Your Majesty, the West has paid a heavy price. Many captains can now only remain at home. Your Majesty, since time immemorial. Silence. All of you be quiet. Having just awoken, Robert found himself on the Iron Throne, barely warmed by his presence, already disturbed by the incessant chatter of noble lords. Seven hells. My Lord Chancellor, cease your snoring. Please assist your beleaguered king. Bring Lord Jon to the throne. I must seek solace in the brothel, to awaken my senses and find two lovely maidens to turn the world upside down. Before the still drowsy hand of the king, Jon Arryn, could fully awaken, the king summoned a servant with a command to escort the venerable old prime minister upstairs to the throne. Almost immediately, before the courtiers could plead for his retention, the king nonchalantly shrugged off his robe and, casting aside his crown, vanished without a trace. Ahem, esteemed lords, where were we? On the throne, amidst the devoted service and reminders from the attendants, the old prime minister finally regained his composure, gazing somewhat bewilderedly at the assembly of nobles. The nobles, not foolish by any means, dared not show disrespect to the old prime minister, instead wearing strained expressions as they sought his favor. Following the earlier pattern, the self-serving lords encircled the prime minister, lamenting and implying their grievances, swiftly revealing their respective demands. And who was the prime minister? A man who had navigated the power centers of the Seven Kingdoms with remarkable finesse, not to mention having supported Robert, a master strategist capable of uniting the five foremost noble houses to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty. Surely, he was not to be swayed by mere trifles from this assembly. Affecting a semblance of contemplation, the prime minister grasped the gilded, eagle-headed scepter from an attendant and struck it upon the floor. Thud, thud. The vast throne hall fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Esteemed lords, I have taken your grievances to heart, and rest assured, I shall address them in accordance with your merits. The prime minister's authority and capability were beyond question, and no one present dared to dispute them. As the flames of war began to subside and a unified kingdom was to be rebuilt, it was, of course, due to the dedicated efforts of all present. And the king would certainly not neglect your contributions. Lord Tywin, the protector of the West and of Casterly Rock, please step forward. With that, the once mighty old lion, who had wielded power over the realm, was compelled to step forth and bow in acknowledgement of his family's interests. The Lannister family had suffered considerable losses during this war and had made significant contributions. After discussions with King Robert, the remnants of the Iron Fleet would be reconstituted as spoils of war for House Lannister, serving to safeguard the security of the kingdom's western shores. As the king's father-in-law and a veritable source of wealth, No one dared to question Lord Tywin's entitlement to such generous rewards. Thank you, Your Majesty. And thank you, Prime Minister. Having somewhat regained his standing, the old lion lowered his proud head in gratitude before retreating back into the crowd. Lord Stannis of Dragonstone, please come forward. The Prime Minister nodded, turning his gaze to Stannis Baratheon, the commander of the royal fleet and the younger brother of King Robert. Throughout the rebellion, Lord Stannis had distinguished himself, and the valor he displayed in the Battle of Storm's End and the Iron Islands landing still lingered in our memories. Following consultations with His Majesty, the tumultuous Iron Islands shall fall under the guardianship of Lord Stannis, who will be bestowed with the illustrious title of Governor of the Iron Islands. The cultural sophistication of the former Prime Minister evidently surpassed that of the majority of the esteemed elites present. His eloquence was such that even the typically stoic Stannis could not help but break into a rare smile. Your Majesty is sagacious. The former Prime Minister is indeed wise, exclaimed Stannis, unable to restrain the uplift of his lips. The former Prime Minister waved his hand dismissively, ensuring that these two prominent figures would not fall into the hands of outsiders. What followed was largely a formal procession. Although they had not attained such glory, he urged the lords not to despair. Apart from the rewards and spoils that awaited them, he and the king had discussed the dawn of a new era that was about to unfold. With a glint of enthusiasm in his eyes, the former Prime Minister rose with his cane and led the assembly of nobles outside the Grand Hall. Esteemed lords, please take a look. He pointed to the ground with his cane, which indicated the Iron Islands to the west of the continent of Westeros. Rich in iron ore and with thriving maritime trade, the islanders were often ignorant, and their rulers, driven by ambition, frequently posed a threat to the realm. Yet, with your esteemed hands, we have shattered the order of this place, rendering it a land without a master. King Robert, embodying both valor and wisdom, sought to honor the contributions of the lords. Thus, wise lords, let us join forces to bring prosperity and a new order to this land. Meanwhile, in Lannisport, as discussions unfolded on how to divide the spoils of the Iron Islands upon the Iron Throne, Dick, having spent over a month in Westeros, found himself reflecting on time. Sir Oster, are you returning? The old knight, bound by his oath, was returning empty-handed from the battlefield, where not only had he failed to achieve glory, but he had also narrowly escaped with his life due to friendly fire from a siege weapon. Cough, cough, Sir Dick. My children are not yet capable of standing on their own. They lost their mother early on, and without my care, I fear they might turn my lands into chaos. I do not wish to bear the curse of my subjects in my grave. Oster, a landholding knight, despite jesting with Dick, wore an expression of melancholy and despair. Understanding the old knight's past and his decision not to bring his sons to battle, Dick, as a friend, could not accept the idea of the wounded knight journeying alone. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Old friend, the road ahead is perilous, and I too am preparing to sail back. Let us travel together. The old knight, wrapped in bandages, nodded in agreement, exchanging a glance with the youthful and spirited baron. A bond of camaraderie unspoken between them. Chapter 18. Memories like the wind. Westeros, reminiscent of the Middle Ages, was notably backward in terms of transportation, while Sir Oster's frugality was a testament to his noble character. Unlike Dick, who had experienced the comforts of modern life, the baron, after merely a day of riding alongside the old knight, found his rear end nearly sore with discomfort and chose to abandon the endeavor of experiential living. Ah, Dick, if possible, you might consider acquiring an empty cart frame. We happen to have 2 horses, and I shall serve as your driver for merely 1 silver stag. What do you say? The old gentleman boasted, his words dripping with the scent of coin. Dick, rubbing his backside, paid no heed to the old man's jesting, instead hailing a merchant caravan on the road. After a brief negotiation, he successfully secured a ride. Come on, old Ostard, stop dawdling. 5 copper stars to the realm of Harrenburg, including food and lodging. Perfect timing to visit your lord, the baron declared, unperturbed as he lounged amidst the cart's clutter, seemingly concerned that the old gentleman might hesitate, adding, I shall cover the expenses. This remark struck a chord, compelling the old gentleman, whose smile had faded, to promptly join the merchant caravan. Without rushing to board the cart, Ostard sought out the caravan leader and commenced a round of haggling. Hey mate, you're asking too much. Lord Heen of Harrenburg is my liege, and in previous years, this journey cost no more than 2 copper stars. Yet you dare to ask for 5? Do you not regard Lord Heen with any respect? The leader, startled by Ostard's armored figure bearing a family crest, initially recoiled before hastily attempting to explain. Why yes, my lord, you are indeed correct, but I have paid my taxes, and there are valid reasons for the elevated fare. As a knight, please do not breach your oath. reason must prevail. In the class-conscious realm of Westeros, the caravan leader's conduct might have resulted in a couple of teeth lost to a bandit knight, yet fortunately, Ostard was just and reasonable. Humph. Spare me the platitudes. Do you know who that lord is? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, prepare to don black for the night's watch. Emboldened by the Baron's presence, the old gentleman spoke with a measure of intimidation, causing the caravan leader to tremble, nearly losing control of himself. Yet he mustered the courage to continue detailing his rationale. Ah, my lord, you must understand, due to that cursed war, banditry is rampant. Particularly, caravans heading toward Herrenberg are almost certain to encounter marauding brigands. If it were not for the fact that you and that lord appear to be no ordinary men, I would not dare take on this task, the caravan leader lamented, his expression one of abject grievance, as though tears were on the verge of spilling. Observing this, Ostard furrowed his brow, scrutinized the leader once more, and with a dismissive snort, departed to find Dick, who was sprawled lazily atop the cargo. Dick, the situation is dire, the old gentleman cautioned as he boarded the cart. Dick scratched his backside, turned aside, and took a swig from his water skin, regarding the old gentleman with a puzzled expression. Sensing the aroma of the drink, the old gentleman swallowed hard, his gaze instinctively drawn to the water skin. Now, take care with that. It is the golden wine of Chingting Island. The Baron nonchalantly tossed a water skin, which the old knight caught with ease, taking a hearty swig like a thirsty bull. After wiping his mouth, he remarked, "By God, traveling with you has been a feast in every sense." Ah, I almost forgot to mention. The old knight's cryptic way of speaking made Dick almost want to punch his bandaged head. You must have heard of my lord, the Earl of Riverlands, known as Lord of the Herrenberg, have you not? Dick nodded, having watched the Game of Thrones. He knew that the saga of A Song of Ice and Fire began with this very tale. In the year 281 of the conquest, Lord Riverland's brother, Lord Oswald, one of the King's Guard who served alongside the fabled Sword of Dawn, sought out Lord Riverland one stormy night for a clandestine meeting. The old knight recounted the story with a nostalgic expression, as if spinning a yarn. Just then, a knock echoed on the carriage. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the tale was reaching its climax, Oswald furrowed his brow, drawing his half-drawn sword and standing up. Upon seeing the bewildered young squire of the merchant convoy, he snapped irritably, "For goodness sake, if you have something to say, spit it out." The young squire nearly wet himself in fear, but the Baron intervened just in time, soothing the panicked lad's fraying nerves. "Easy now, Oswald. We're all brothers of Riverland. There's no need for such harsh words." Oswald nodded. Yet the unfortunate realities of the feudal era had ingrained a certain hierarchy, even in the noblest of knights. "Did you hear that? The Lord has spoken. Waste any more time, and I swear you'll see your own brains splattered." The absence of foul language was a significant act of restraint, and the young squire, trembling, lowered his head and hurriedly explained, "My lord, our leader has prepared a splendid carriage for you." Realizing it was merely a trivial matter, Oswald exchanged a knowing glance with Dick, and without further ado, they claimed the more comfortable carriage of the merchant convoy, reclining into its plush confines. "Come now, let us drink while we talk." Shifting his position, the Baron lay upon the fur-covered seat, indulging in one drink after another, as did Oswald. Later, the Earl hosted what could only be described as the most extravagant tournament in history. Miss Demaya was crowned Queen of Love and Beauty, but, here, the old knight suddenly choked up, but Prince Rhaegar, due to his disgraceful personal affairs, handed the crown to Lady Lyanna Stark. Not only did this tarnish Miss Demaya's honor, but it also ignited that dreadful war. With that, the old Oswald, his eyes red-rimmed, fell silent and gulped down his drink. The Baron shook his head, lamenting, the price of allowing the lesser to control the greater. With a seemingly profound revelation, he patted old Oswald on the shoulder, saying, "My dear knight, the past is behind us. We must look forward." In ordinary circumstances, such words would undoubtedly elicit a nod of agreement from the old knight, yet this time, he remarkably shook his head in dissent. "My dear sir, allow me my impudence. You have not lived through that era and cannot fathom the depths of my sentiments. As a loyal member of the Royalist army, I was compelled to fight for Prince Rhaegar, whom I held no affection for, while witnessing the 4 sons of Lord Hightower perish before my very eyes. As a knight, I found myself unable to fulfill my oath. Nor could I safeguard my liege to whom I had pledged my loyalty. Cursed be my fate. Yet, for the sake of my family, for my wife and children, I chose to survive. Approaching 50, I shed tears in the presence of one who could well be my own son." Dick was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps, possessing the soul of a modern man, he truly could not grasp the old knight's emotional turmoil. The atmosphere fell into a solemn silence as the old knight succumbed to his inebriation, compelling Dick to remain vigilantly attentive. Thus, they lay together for an entire day and night until the caravan finally entered the domain of Herrenberg. "Hello, you ruffians, halt at once. If you desire to live, then comply. Bring forth the gold dragons and the fair maidens." Chapter 19. A glance more. "Hello, you ruffians, halt at once. If you desire to live, then comply. Bring forth the gold dragons and the fair maidens. Oh, and I demand that fine steed as well." Having been in Westeros for quite some time, Dick believed these brigands, aside from the mountain, to be the most audacious scoundrels he had ever encountered. The caravan leader was terrified, nearly wetting himself in fear. However, there was little he could do, for the brigands were far too numerous, nearly 100, each clad in armor and wielding swords, exuding a menacing aura that seemed more perilous than that of some regular troops. "Oh, by the seven, noble lords, have mercy. I am Dick Caesar, the sworn protector of justice in the Seven Kingdoms. Brigands, prepare to meet your end." Before the eyes of hundreds from both factions, the self-proclaimed hand of justice of the Seven Kingdoms leapt from the caravan, vaulting onto the fine steed that the brigand leader had claimed as his own, seizing a spear and charging headlong towards the throng of nearly 100 brigands. "Damn it, what are you hesitating for? He is none other than the famed octopus slayer, the hero of the Riverlands. Quick, follow me, we shall join him in battle." On the wagon, Lord Oster observed the Baron leading the charge without any guards to his side. In a fit of anger, he swiftly mounted his horse and called out to the caravan's attendants. This particular caravan was operated by the people of the Riverlands, and upon hearing the name of Dick Caesar, the octopus slayer, astonishment rippled through the ranks, with some even instinctively shouting in excitement. "For the son of the Riverlands?" Unbeknownst to them, that phrase ignited a fervor akin to wildfire, as the people of the Riverlands, who had long considered this rallying cry as their very essence, surged with passionate zeal. "For the son of the Riverlands! For the son of the Riverlands!" In the next moment, following the figure of the Baron, dozens of riders, the sons of the Riverlands, leapt from the caravan, resolutely charging into the bewildered ranks of the brigands, with the spear aimed resolutely forward. A mere glance was all it took for the bandit leader to raise his weapon in defense upon hearing the Baron's resounding battle cry. In the next moment, a thunderous impact reverberated. The leader, along with his armor, was impaled and sent flying from his horse, his lifeless body colliding with the horrified bandits nearby. "Damn it, we've encountered the true Dick. Quick, flee!" Like rats before a cat, the bandit ranks scattered in a desperate bid for survival. In a daze, visions of Dick as a celestial warrior flooded their minds, tales of his prowess echoing, unmatched in marksmanship, supposedly able to fell 100 squids without breaking a sweat. Bolstered by such rumors, the morale of the two sides swiftly tipped the scales, resulting in the merchant convoy achieving victory without a single casualty, capturing dozens of bandits instead. A warrior descended from the heavens, indeed. The rumors ring true, they do not deceive. By the seven gods, Lord Dick is the hero of our Hugian land. As if welcoming a king, the leader of the merchant convoy, upon witnessing the triumphant return of Dick and his entourage, felt his knees weaken, sinking to the ground as he muttered to himself, "Friends, the hour grows late. Let us hasten to clear the battlefield. Tonight, Sir Oster shall lead us to Herrenberg, and I believe Lord Count Hien will waive your lodging fees in light of our friendship." The Baron, polishing his steel spear, reminded the leader of the merchant convoy. Coming to his senses, the leader, filled with joy, turned to find the Baron and the irascible Sir Oster already galloping away. "By the seven gods! By the seven gods! Quick, did you hear that? Move with alacrity. We are to take residence in the Count's castle tonight." With that, the leader mounted his horse and pursued the two figures, calling out loudly, Lord Dick, I am Isaac, willing to serve you faithfully." That night, in Herrenberg, by the seven gods, seeing is believing. You are indeed as extraordinary as the tales suggest. At the hastily prepared banquet, the nearly 60-year-old Count Walter Hien gazed across the table at Dick, a glimmer of clarity passing through his eyes. "My lord, had it not been for Sir Dick shielding me from that boulder, I would have surely perished beneath the walls of Pike City. Allow me to raise a toast in his honor." As an esteemed knight who had endured many tribulations yet chose to serve the Hien family, Oster held considerable sway in Herrenberg. As his words hung in the air, not only did the Countess family rise and salute, but knights and ladies at the surrounding tables also stood to honor the toast. Such a grand gesture compelled Dick to rise as well, lifting his cup in response. "My lords, my knights, my ladies and gentlewomen, I have only recently arrived in Westeros. Yet Sir Oster has never underestimated my status. He treats me as a friend and is willing to impart his knowledge of military command and tactics. Such a favor, I believe, whether in my homeland or on the continent of Westeros, anyone would willingly take a blade for such a friend. The Baron raised his cup and drained it in one bold gulp, his gallant demeanor unmistakable. Witnessing this, the others quickly raised their cups in enthusiastic toasts. My lady, what is your opinion? Walter inquired softly to his wife, Lady Sheila, after exchanging a glance with Oster. The Baroness' appearance and reputation were impeccable, and according to rumors from the court, he was likely to become our neighbor. In Westeros, he was somewhat unsteady, with few in the court speaking on his behalf aside from that fellow Jason. The Countess, nearing her 60s, observed with keen eyes, her gaze darting between her daughter Demaya and Lord Dick. At the table, Dick and Oster, along with the vassals of Harrenhal, indulged in food and drink while engaging in light-hearted banter, their eyes also keenly scanning the other guests at the feast. Among them, the Count's daughter, the current heiress of Harrenhal, Demaya, was the most captivating to him. Ahem, Oster, are we not friends? The Baron slung an arm around the old knight's shoulder. A rare display of camaraderie. This unusual gesture immediately raised the old knight's suspicions, and following the Baron's gaze, he spotted the lady he had vowed to protect. By the gods, I am utterly astonished. The old knight narrowed his eyes in surprise and, maintaining his composure, took a sip of his drink, saying, My dear knight, what troubles you? Is the fare at Harrenhal not to your liking? Would you like me to speak to the chef about preparing dishes more to your taste? For some reason, Dick felt as if he were enchanted by the Countess's daughter, and for a moment, he failed to notice his old friend's odd behavior. Reacting instinctively to Oster's words, he blurted out, No, Oster, if we are friends, tell me about your lady. As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere became tense, as if a taboo had been breached. Starting with Oster, all eyes in the banquet hall turned toward Dick. Cursed be it. We regard you as a friend, and yet you covet our noble Demaya? By the seven, in the name of the warrior, I challenge you to a duel to defend the lady's honor. Lambert, the old tutor of Harrenhal, drew his sword and pointed it threateningly at Dick. Dick was taken aback. The uninformed guests were equally shocked by the tutor's words, but as lords of Harrenhal, they naturally sided with their tutor. Dick, bewildered, blinked in confusion. And just as he was about to explain, Oster provided no opportunity, thrusting his half-drawn sword into Dick's hands. Walter? Walter F.A.? Instinctively grasping the sword, Dick cursed, while Oster leaned in to whisper, I am sorry, my friend, but you must fight him for honor. Immediately, the old knight swiftly slipped away, while the venerable coach Lambert kicked over the table and lunged at Dick with his sword. Good heavens, is this for real? Completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Dick realized that the elderly man was intent on striking him. He took a step back and swung his sword in defense. With a clang, unexpectedly, what seemed to be a casual swipe sent Lambert's sword flying. Then, with a gaze filled with wariness, Dick watched as the old coach stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and declared, My lord, your reputation precedes you. From this moment forth, the honor of Miss Demaya shall be safeguarded by you. Without allowing Dick a chance to respond, Lambert rose, bowed to the Earl and Countess of Hien, then to Demaya, and departed the venue without looking back. Meanwhile, Dick was left utterly confounded. Chapter 20. Back to the Jurassic era, my dear family. Who can comprehend this? In the medieval age, merely casting a glance at the beautiful maiden of the opposing family has turned me into the son-in-law of the Earl. Not only that, but my father-in-law and mother-in-law are amiable and even eager to bear the wedding expenses, promising that their heir, our future son or daughter, will rightfully inherit a castle larger than 100 football fields. How can one resist such temptation? How can one refuse? Moreover, the family knight has already been bested by me, and for the sake of the lady's honor, I, Dick, cannot easily dismiss this union. My Lord Earl, no? My esteemed father-in-law, my gracious mother-in-law, please allow Dick to bow before you. Henceforth, for all eternity, Miss Demaya shall reside under my protection. Astonishment. Profound astonishment enveloped the room as the Earl and Countess of Walter exchanged glances with the equally stunned Sir Oster, their expressions revealing unmistakable skepticism. Sensing he had perhaps overstepped, the gallant Baron composed himself, rising to gracefully bow to the elderly couple and the blushing noble lady, his demeanor now poised. It is with great shame that I address the esteemed Earl and Countess of Hien, as well as the beautiful Miss Hien. I, Dick, hail from humble beginnings. Yet I am driven by an ambition to traverse the sea of sunset. It is this aspiration that has guided me across boundless oceans and countless mountain summits. Under the guidance of innumerable stars, leading me to my lifelong pursuit, the most radiant star in my life, the embodiment of love and beauty, the noble and graceful Miss Demaya. Her beauty dims the heavens and brings tears to goddesses. For her, I would not hesitate to challenge the world itself. Beneath his wild and domineering exterior, Dick uttered words of extravagant praise that made the vast room feel uncomfortably small for both Oster and Miss Demaya, who wished to disappear into a crack in the ground. Ahem, Sir Knight, your vows are indeed overwhelming, but I choose to believe in your promises. The lady blushed. The old knight turned his head away, and only the Earl and Countess, after a brief moment of awkwardness, accepted the Baron's bold courtship with grace. Demaya, why not take Sir Jasper for a stroll around the castle? The Countess, fully aware of her preordained son-in-law, turned her head and beckoned her daughter Demaya, instructing her to escort the Baron out of the room. Ahem, Sir Oster, do you still remember your oath? Once the outsiders had departed, the Countess fixed her gaze upon the visibly uneasy old knight. At her words, the old knight immediately straightened his posture and, lifting his chin, earnestly replied, My lady, please trust me. Otherwise, why would I willingly heed the call of the usurper? Why would I toil for days at Lannisport just to bring back Sir Dick? Moreover, even if you doubt my loyalty, you cannot question Sir Dick's knightly character. He is far from the superficial opportunist he may seem. After scrutinizing the old knight for a considerable time, the Countess finally narrowed her eyes and, after withdrawing her gaze, exchanged looks with her husband, Walter. My dear, what do you think? Although Lord Walter may not be an exceptional politician, he was once a leading figure in the Royalist army. A seasoned knight who had survived numerous large-scale battles. In certain respects, he was beyond reproach. Otherwise, he would not have retained the loyalty of Oster and other knights to House Riverland. My dear lady, though he may not resemble me, I see in his eyes the flames of resolve, more so than in Prince Rhaegar. Upon hearing her husband draw a comparison between Rhaegar and the other man, Lady Hela was left with no doubts. After offering a nod of apology to Oster, she made her way to the window. Good night, my lady. The two elderly men took their leave, and the matron nodded silently, gazing out the window, her heart heavy as she watched the retreating figures of youth. Harrenhal, located on the northern bank of the God's Eye in the Riverlands, stands as the largest fortress among the Seven Kingdoms. However, following the invasion by the Targaryens and the Dragon Kings 3 centuries ago, Harrenhal has remained a site of devastation. The castle is vast, featuring 5 enormous towers and equally formidable walls. The rooms are astonishingly spacious, accommodating even giants comfortably, and the castle's owners are typically among the wealthiest in Westeros. Possessing extensive fertile lands. Aside from its unparalleled architecture, the castle stables can house 1,000 horses, and the Godswood sprawls over 20 acres, with the kitchen reputed to be as large as the Great Hall of Winterfell. Yet, much of it has fallen into disrepair. The Riverland family generally occupies only the lower 2/3 of the 5 towers, leaving the remainder to gradually decay. Numerous areas of the castle have gone untouched for decades, with bats now nesting in the upper reaches of some towers. As Demaya strolled through the flowing courtyard, she admired the flickering flames swaying in the breeze and, linking arms with the Baron, began to share the story of her home. Sensing the sadness hidden within the girl's eyes, Dick could not help but pause. In the midst of her puzzled yet bashful gaze, he embraced her tenderly. My lady, for reasons unbeknownst to me, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew that my heart would belong solely to you for all eternity. Thus, while in Lannisport, an inexplicable sense of destiny compelled me to reject another suitor. Despite her promises of a grand castle and a fortune of 1,000,000 golden dragons. Listening to the Baron boast, Miss Demaya stood agape. My lady, I am indifferent to your wealth or your exquisite beauty. As I have expressed, you are the radiant star destined to illuminate my path toward an uncertain fate. And that is all that matters. Pray tell, what young maiden of the medieval era could withstand the sweet nothings of such a handsome man, especially one who, in her sorrow, encounters such charm? Is it not akin to a warm winter sun that melts even the coldest of hearts? Without uttering a word, in the exchange of glances, everything between the solitary man and the maiden remained unspoken. Minutes later, with lips swollen like sausages, Demaya struggled to extricate herself from the cunning Baron. Sir, the hour grows late. Let us meet again another day, shall we? Perhaps her earlier experiences had robbed this innocent girl of her confidence, as the daughter of a count hesitated to infuse her words with even a hint of assertiveness. Of course, my dear, as you wish, the Baron replied with a playful demeanor, and thus they parted with reluctance. Upon returning to their respective chambers, the restless Baron, unable to find solace, decided to take his leave and embark on a journey. Guided by the moonlight, he followed Miss Demaya's directions to the colossal kitchen of Harrenhal, which dwarfed even the great hall of Winterfell. After a brief search and preparation, an idea sparked within him. Primordial Spirit, activate. Chapter 21. A friend from afar. A blinding white light enveloped him, akin to the initial experience. Dick felt as though he was being swiftly consumed by the stars. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his primitive cave, devoid of the animal skins he once wore. The cave was cold and dark, and after placing down his pack, he ignited a fire, the harsh orange glow instantly illuminating the dwelling. It remained unchanged, save for a few animal skins and a bag of gems collected in his leisure, alongside some powdered herbs and bones. Concealing the gems in his pack, Dick skillfully scattered the powdered herbs throughout the cave, then approached the entrance, moving aside the massive stone that served as a barrier. With a rumble, a sliver of light penetrated the cave, revealing the outside world, where snowflakes continued to drift gently down. Glancing at the remains of a beast not far from the cave's mouth, Dick noted that they appeared fresh and undisturbed. It seems that time has stood still in the Jurassic while I was in Westeros. With uncertainty lingering, Dick returned to the cave, equipped himself with gear from his pack, and ventured outside to familiar locales for verification. As anticipated, in the distant forest, the corpse of the giant python slain by Sister Ape lay still, its wounds still oozing blood, untouched save for the marks of small creatures that had nibbled at it. Without delay, having feasted for a month on the delectable sheep of Westeros, Dick found his mouth uncomfortably seasoned. He deftly drew his hunting knife and commenced the dissection of the colossal python. After a series of fluid and graceful movements, the lengthy serpent, measuring several meters, was transformed into neatly arranged slices of meat. Dick, unfazed, strung them onto a vine and dragged them back to his lair. Then, he heated oil in a pot. The aroma of chicken wafted through the air, crisp and inviting. Sprinkling a medley of wild spices and the high-end seasonings of Westeros, worth their weight in gold, Dick savored the ancient python meat, which boasted a protein content 6 times that of beef, all while sipping on a glass of 10-year-aged golden wine from Qingting Island. Life was indeed comfortable. At that moment, a creaking sound emanated from outside the cave, causing Dick to tense up. He promptly set aside the roasted snake meat, grasped the steel sword at his feet, and stood alert. To his astonishment, the visitor was none other than a fellow ancient wildling of the same tribe. Upon seeing Dick, the wildling was equally startled, breaking into a lively display of gestures. Upon noticing the bonfire, he approached, excitedly circling around it. Dick remained vigilant, his gaze fixated on the newcomer, ready to strike at a moment's notice. After circling the bonfire and calling out excitedly for some time, the wildling poked at the flames, only to recoil in fear upon feeling the heat. He bared his teeth at the fire in fright. Observing this, Dick sighed and pulled a burning stick from the fire. Waving it in the air, the wildling jumped back in alarm, dropping to the ground and assuming a predatory posture akin to that of a tiger or leopard. Fearing an aggressive response, Dick extended his hand and crouched slightly, signaling for him to relax. The wildling seemed to understand, slowly rising and easing his stance. As the firelight illuminated the scene, Dick was compelled to retract his gaze. Indeed, the wildling was female. Ahem, my friend, do not be afraid. This is fire. Understand? Fire. Like a child trying to coax another, Dick pointed to the bonfire and then to the torch. Upon hearing this, the bewildered female wildling's eyes widened, and she mimicked Dick, exclaiming, "Fire! Fire!" With newfound boldness, she approached Dick, reaching for the torch. Dick instinctively stepped back, but she was undeterred, lunging forward and deftly snatching the torch from his grasp. Astonished, Dick found himself bested by a mute kin, marveling at the fact that the Jurassic world was fraught with formidable characters. Nevertheless, prioritizing safety, Dick did not indulge the wildling girl. Instead, he took out his water pouch and doused her with a splash. The delighted wildling, caught off guard, became thoroughly soaked, torch and all. Oh! A sudden scream echoed through the air. When the wild woman regained her senses, she discovered that the torch had extinguished. Forgetting to question why Dick had attacked her, she knelt on the ground, embracing the extinguished torch and weeping. Fire! Fire! The pitiable sight of her, coupled with the loosely wrapped animal skin draping her form, gave Dick a fleeting understanding of her predicament. Hey, you come here. Without feeling any sorrow for the wild maiden, Lord Dick produced a piece of silky fabric to dry her tears. Sensing Dick's kindness, the wild woman appeared submissive, clutching the torch tightly, her intelligent eyes fixed on the campfire, brimming with curiosity. Hungry? Initially, when Dick heard this familiar word, he thought he had succumbed to auditory hallucinations. However, upon noticing the wild woman's finger pointing at the roasted meat over the fire, he was compelled to accept the reality. Do you want to eat this? Dick inquired, gesturing towards the roasted snake meat. Upon hearing him, The wild woman understood his motion and nodded vigorously, indicating her hunger. Having finally encountered a kindred spirit in the Jurassic, Dick was not one to be stingy. He promptly retrieved the roasted meat and offered it to her. The wild woman, with her sunken belly, wasted no time, opening her large, toothy mouth and ravenously biting into the sizzling snake meat. In an instant, the nameless wild woman seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world. Her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had never tasted such exquisite food before. Ignoring the heat of the meat that made her grimace, she eagerly began to gnaw at it. Struck by her voracious appetite, Dick, also a connoisseur of wilderness delicacies, felt his own appetite surge. He removed another piece of roasted snake meat and placed it onto the iron plate he had brought. As both the man and the woman began to feast heartily, after a satisfying meal, the wild woman, having indulged in Dick's roasted meat and fine wine, playfully patted her round, bread-like abdomen and embraced Dick, who was clad in an iron vest. Startled by the coldness of the metal, the wild woman shivered and pushed him away, her curious gaze leading her to explore his form with her hands. Dick, of course, was not vain enough to believe he could captivate the hearts of women from two worlds. He pointed to his waistcoat and then to the wild woman's exposed animal skin top, saying, "Clothes, do you understand?" The wild woman, seemingly grasping his meaning, mimicked him, saying, "Clothes, do you understand?" Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she turned her back, crouched on the ground, and peeked at Dick over her shoulder, her body writhing in a flirtatious manner. Ugh! Having just enjoyed a hearty meal, Dick quickly turned his head away, too bashful to look, muttering a curse under his breath. However, the wild woman, noticing his reaction, started to mimic his exclamation, shouting, "Ugh!" Chapter 22. Such enthusiasm. Such enthusiasm. Is this truly the ancient world of the Jurassic? After just one meal, Dick had already won the favor of a wild woman. Suppressing the primal urge that surged from the depths of his bloodline, Dick wiped away the blood trickling from his nose and snapped his belt against his thigh with a resounding crack. The sharp pain instantly restored his clarity. Casting a fierce glare at the unknown female savage, he chose to disregard the source of his torment. Under the sorrowful gaze of the woman, Dick rummaged through the package he had brought from Westeros, retrieving a clean set of clothes which he presented to her, exclaiming, "Clothes? Where? Understand?" As he gestured emphatically, the woman displayed remarkable comprehension, quickly grasping his intention. Imitating him, she stumbled over her words, "Clothes, rough," perhaps still unaccustomed to articulating the sounds. Her speech was unclear, yet it did not hinder her from mimicking Dick's actions. With Dick guiding her step by step, the male savage stripped off his garments and donned the attire, while the female followed suit. Soon after, disregarding her furious glare, her companion tossed his animal hide garments into the mystical fire. "Fire! No!" Dick exclaimed, his face taut with displeasure as he pointed sternly at the flames. The woman bared her teeth in a defiant grin, but soon her expression morphed into one of distress, tears welling in her eyes. "Rough!" Dick muttered a curse under his breath, and despite the searing heat, he swiftly retrieved the partially damaged hide from the flames. Although the hide was charred and in tatters, to the woman, it was a treasure she cradled with delight. Not wishing to waste another moment, Dick left the now gleeful savage behind, organizing his belongings. Under her astonished gaze, he extinguished the campfire and, fully equipped, ventured towards the cave's exit. "Fire! Fire!" Confounded by Dick's decision to extinguish such a wondrous and remarkable source, the woman sat on the ground, animatedly gesturing at the smoldering embers. Dick shook his head with a sigh, yet patiently retrieved a flint from his pocket and approached the fire, manipulating it until, with a resounding whoosh, the flames reignited. The sudden flare startled the woman, who scrambled to her feet, dancing around the fire in excitement. "Fire! Fire!" Regrettably, the savage girl only knew a few words. Unable to articulate her feelings, her eyes glistening with tears to convey her exhilaration. A smile crept across Dick's face as he could not resist patting her greasy, slightly odorous head, discreetly wiping his hand afterward. "Fire dangerous. Understand?" he admonished, extinguishing the flames once more while the woman looked on with regret. This time, seemingly more enlightened. She refrained from throwing a tantrum and, albeit with a wistful expression, followed Dick out of the cave. Once outside, Dick sealed the entrance to their temporary abode and scattered medicinal powder at the threshold before setting off into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. This time, he returned to the Jurassic world, bringing with him only a meager supply of essentials, alongside a heavy steel spear and several blades. Hesitant to entrust such perilous weapons to his new companion, Dick grasped the spear and, with a bag slung over his shoulder, made his way toward a vast plain. The wild woman followed closely behind, her eyes widening in terror as she perceived the direction of his journey. Oh! The sounds of monkeys echoed incessantly across the riverbanks, a reflection of Dick's current sentiments. Pausing in his tracks, Dick turned to face the wild woman and placed his index finger against his lips. Shoo! Quiet, do you understand? The wild woman furrowed her brow and attempted to mimic his shushing sound. Yet upon witnessing Dick resume his march, she erupted into excited cries once more. Oh! In an instant, veins throbbed at Dick's temples as he noticed a herbivorous dinosaur fleeing in response to her commotion. Cursing under his breath, Dick could no longer contain his frustration. He shot a fierce glare at the wild woman before striding off in pursuit of the fleeing dinosaur. Observing his actions, the wild woman appeared troubled, hesitating momentarily before silently retreating in another direction. Having run a short distance, Dick noted the absence of her presence behind him. While he felt a pang of disappointment, he also exhaled a sigh of relief. Though the situation was complex, he steeled himself and commenced his hunting endeavor. The Jurassic world was rife with peril. Surviving in such a terrifying realm required not only superhuman physical abilities, but also unique traits absent in other creatures. For instance, the Therizinosaurus possessed exceptionally acute senses, capable of detecting any movement from miles away. The Triceratops relied on its robust skull and formidable horns to fend off carnivorous dinosaurs much larger than itself. Even some small carnivorous dinosaurs, no larger than modern-day house pets, harbored venom potent enough to incapacitate an adult Triceratops. As for Dick, a fully grown primitive man, his recollections suggested that his tribe lacked any distinctive qualities. Unlike the Triceratops, they did not band together for warmth, nor did they possess even rudimentary tools. When faced with danger, his memories of the wild man's mother and siblings indicated they approached threats with sheer brute force, engaging in head-on confrontations that bordered on foolishness. Nevertheless, as he reflected on his past, Dick recognized that his family, though not large, exhibited remarkable resilience. Even when he was cast out of his home in adulthood, it seemed that everyone had survived through the long years, seldom succumbing to illness. Pike, Jacques, and that nameless mother of mine, how fare you? Wild men had names, at least in his memories. Dick's half-brother was named Pike, a precocious youth who, despite his tender age, towered at 2 meters and 40 centimeters, having once single-handedly slain an adult Triceratops. Sister Jacques, a formidable woman in her own right, stood not much shorter than the current Dick. As the twin sister of Pick, she had once carried the youngest sibling over mountains and valleys, following their mother across countless rivers. Ultimately, upon reaching adulthood, she and Pick chose to leave their home. As for their mother, Dick knew nothing of her name, for she had never uttered a word, merely engaging in the daily rituals of hunting, nurturing, and giving life, much like a lioness dedicated to perpetuating their lineage. Lost in such thoughts, Dick found himself in the homeland of Sister Yuan, the vast plain where she lay buried, a veritable paradise for hunting, teeming with herbivorous dragons. Casting a glance at the site of Yuan's south resting place, he noticed the carefully stacked stones remained undisturbed. A sigh of relief escaped him as he silently expressed gratitude for the preservation of Sister Yuan's remains. Next, Dick applied medicinal powder to his exposed skin, both to mask his scent and to fend off pesky insects the size of his palm. With preparations complete, he lowered himself to the ground and began to crawl deeper into the plain. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the earth, rousing Dick from his near slumber. He raised his head to find the sun directly overhead. Not far ahead, 2 bull dragons were recklessly herding a group of Triceratops in his direction. In a moment of panic, he could only curse under his breath before scrambling to escape in the opposite direction. Chapter 23. The terrifying upright ape. The Triceratops, a quadrupedal herbivorous dinosaur, could reach a length of no less than 7 meters, standing between 4 to 3 meters tall and weighing a minimum of 5 tons. The bull dragon, a carnivorous theropod, adorned with 2 prominent horns, could grow to over 8 meters in length and stand more than 5 meters tall, weighing between 2 to 3 tons, yet capable of sprinting at speeds exceeding 60 kilometers per hour. In a one-on-one confrontation, Dick, armed with a spear, might hold his ground against either creature, but the issue lay in the fact that these beasts typically operated in packs. Unfortunately for Dick, he had stumbled upon a hunting pair of bull dragons. With a heart racing in desperation, he sprang into action, moving with a swiftness akin to that of a dog, darting toward a safe haven. Unexpectedly, the fleeing herd of Triceratops panicked at the sight of a creature draped in peculiar substances charging toward them, causing the entire group to scatter in a frenzy. Dick turned to see a Triceratops, unerringly followed by a bull dragon, barreling toward him. With no time for contemplation, adrenaline surged through him, and he spotted a massive boulder racing toward it. The ground shook violently as he took refuge behind the rock, pressing himself against the stone wall. Hardly daring to move, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a carnivorous ant, its head larger than his own. In an instinctive reaction, Dick thrust his spear at the creature, piercing it cleanly through. Regardless of whether its nutritional value exceeded that of beef by sixfold, he flung the spear away, sending the ant sailing far from him. The sudden fright nearly sent Dick into a panic, a consequence of a month of indulgence that dulled his awareness of the perilous Jurassic world surrounding him. Heart racing and curses escaping his lips, he took refuge behind a massive stone, taking a moment to steady himself. Once the tremors subsided, he cautiously peeked out, only to observe that the triceratops that had been pursuing him lay motionless on the plain nearby, while a female Bactrosaurus feasted upon its carcass, seemingly oblivious to the commotion it had just caused. Feeling his heart gradually calm, Dick's breath quickened at the sight of the Bactrosaurus. As the saying goes, donkey meat is found on the ground, while dragon meat resides in the heavens. Though it was not true dragon meat, a dinosaur was still a dragon in its own right. The memory of the Bactrosaurus calf that Sister Ape had sent him last month stirred the primal instincts within Dick, causing a droplet of saliva to escape from the corner of his mouth. Yet, despite his cravings, Dick was no fool. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that another Bactrosaurus was absent, a bold decision surged within him. Why not take the chance? A bicycle can become a motorcycle. Armed with legs that could outrun a horse, he stealthily approached the unsuspecting Bactrosaurus, which was too engrossed in its meal to sense the impending danger. With a swift motion, a steel spear erupted from beneath the Bactrosaurus's ribs, a clean shot to the heart. The thrill of the hunt coursed through Dick as he concealed a triumphant grin. In the midst of the astonished gazes of numerous herbivorous dinosaurs on the grassland, the formidable upright ape began its butchering work. Piece after piece, the 8-meter-long Bactrosaurus was expertly carved into neatly sized portions of dinosaur meat after Dick drained its blood. Not even the Triceratops, mangled beyond recognition, was spared, as the fearsome upright ape luxuriously severed its long tail, discarding much of the carcass. With his spoils strung together, the terror-striking upright ape boldly transported them in full view of the other dinosaurs. On his third trip, the male Bactrosaurus, having finished its feast, finally noticed the absence of its mate. Drawn by the strange yet familiar scent, it quickly spotted the perpetrator of its beloved's demise on the plain. With a furious roar, rage consumed all rational thought as the blood-red-eyed male Bactrosaurus charged towards the fearsome upright ape, while onlookers, herbivorous dinosaurs, watched in terror. The upright ape, however, was no naive Triceratops. Seeing its foe approach, it wasted no time. Abandoning the delectable carcass of the female Bactrosaurus, it sprinted towards a nearby, colossal herbivore. Mr. Brachiosaurus, grazing peacefully, stood bewildered. In a moment of panic, it swung its 10-meter-long tail. With a resounding thud, it narrowly missed the upright ape's head, smashing into the enraged Bactrosaurus instead. Accompanied by the unsettling sound of shattering bones, the terrifying upright ape rose from the ground, waved farewell to brother Brachiosaurus, and brandished a bloodied blade as it pursued the corpse of the enraged bull dinosaur. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon rabbit began to rise, Dick, having completed his tasks and laden with bountiful rewards, encountered the female wildling once more. This woman, who had donned clothing for only a day, now appeared in a beggar's guise, her ragged garments revealing her muscular torso as she carried the tail of a feathered dinosaur towards Dick's abode. "Hi," Dick greeted her. Startled by his voice, the female wildling turned and recognized Dick. "Oh, fire. Moo." Just as before, the mute wildling expressed great joy upon seeing Dick, gesturing animatedly as if to describe her awe at witnessing his solo conquest of the bull dinosaur. A smile graced Dick's lips as he pointed to the feathered dinosaur on the ground and gave the wildling a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." The wildling seemed to comprehend his sentiment, pointing to the bull dinosaur on Dick's makeshift card and reciprocating with a thumbs up, declaring, "Great. Impressive." Though devoid of spoken language, the sincerity of her emotions was unmistakable, particularly the unabashed admiration reflected in her gaze, which filled Dick with pride. Embracing the celebratory spirit of his harvest, Dick moved aside a massive stone, kindled a fire, and gestured for the wildling to assist in concealing their prey within the cave, while he prepared to venture once more to the vast plains for one final haul. Fire. Fire. It seemed the wildling had adopted fire as Dick's name, her expression filled with concern as she pointed towards the dim sky and the expansive plains. Chuckling, Dick indicated his steel firearm, reassuring her, "Gun. No fear." Yet, the wildling remained uneasy. Seeing Dick intent on leaving, she angrily set down the prey and grasped his arm. Shaking her head, Lucy afraid. In an instant, Dick paused, glancing between the wildling and his firearm, and after several exchanges of looks, he confirmed that she had indeed uttered a name, prompting an eruption of joy within him. "Lucy?" Dick ventured tentatively. As expected, the wildling's head perked up, displaying a look of confusion at the utterance. "Lucy?" he inquired once more. This time, the wildling appeared to grasp his meaning, nodding and pointing to herself, exclaiming, "Lucy." She then gestured towards Dick. "Fire." Overcome with elation, Dick could not resist the urge to embrace the wildling Lucy and spin her around. "Lucy, I am not fire. I am Dick. Dick, do you understand? In this desolate and perilous ancient world, forging a friendship with a fellow tribesperson was a cause for celebration." The wildling named Lucy possessed a commendable intellect, rekindling hope within Dick, who had roamed the wilderness for so long. With this newfound joy, Dick, embodying the spirit of the modern soul, suddenly discovered a new purpose. Dick, one must establish a brand new human civilization in the Jurassic era. Let humanity's footprints traverse the myriad realms. With surprises unfolding one after another, the exuberant Dick, perhaps inspired by Lucy, animatedly communicated and eventually managed to soothe the wild woman. Seizing the moment while the wild woman was entranced by the aroma of roasted meat, Dick grasped his spear and, torch in hand, set off once more towards the hunting grounds. There lay the severed tail of a triceratops yet to be retrieved, from which Dick needed the resilient tendons to craft an unparalleled bow. Having made multiple trips during the day, Dick now moved swiftly, familiar with the path leading to the triceratops' remains. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, for the smaller carnivorous dinosaurs had feasted upon most of the triceratops' carcass, leaving only the skin-covered tail that Dick had not managed to take. Although merely a tail, it weighed no less than 1,000 pounds. Summoning all his strength, Dick finally hoisted the tail onto his makeshift cart. Just then, a faint and youthful bleat reached his ears. Frowning, Dick removed the torch from the cart and illuminated the source. To his astonishment, it was a juvenile triceratops, no larger than a dog. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Dick's mind. Could this be the hope of becoming a dragon knight? Though not riding a colossal dragon, a triceratops was still a dragon in its own right. Amidst his fantasies, the greedy and terrifying upright ape revealed a grotesque and lewd smile. Meanwhile, the poor juvenile triceratops, mourning its mother's remains, was startled by the menacing figure of the upright ape and, in a panic, attempted to flee. A bleat echoed from behind, freezing the juvenile triceratops in place. Was this the call of its kin? Just as this thought crossed its innocent mind, it turned to see the dreadful upright ape looming behind it. With a sudden thud, before it could utter a cry, the juvenile triceratops fell a jolt to its head and promptly lost consciousness. What a splendid day it was indeed. Unable to suppress his triumphant grin, Lord Dick swaggered back to his cave. In front of Lucy, he bound the subdued juvenile triceratops to a stone pillar within the cave. "Ha ha, Lucy, do not eat him. His name is Dogsy. He will be my mount. Understand?" As he enthusiastically explained, he sat atop the juvenile triceratops' back. Lucy, initially displaying an expression of shock, glanced at the creature beneath Dick and then at herself. Subsequently, she crouched beside the juvenile triceratops, casting a look at Dick that was tinged with an ambiguous sense of discontent. Dick, feeling inexplicably offended, Dick's temper flared, and he unsheathed his belt to deliver a swat to Lucy. With a sharp clap, the wild woman was both startled and enraged. She leapt to her feet, pointing at the young triceratops and then at Dick, shaking her head vigorously. Mistaking his bewildered expression for a lack of understanding, she tore at her garments in a display of desperation, tears streaming down her face as she leaned before him. Dick exclaimed, "What the hell?" in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Lucy's eyes lit up with realization. The night passed in silence, and with ample food stored, life began to take on a leisurely pace. During this time, having savored the delights of seasoned dishes, Lucy increasingly hesitated to leave Dick's cave. Dick, undeterred, not only instructed Lucy in the rudiments of civilized behavior and verbal communication, but also began to expand his domain around the cave. After several days of interaction, Lucy gradually began to comprehend Dick's intentions and plans. Thus, the ancient pair, a man and a woman, spent their days adorning the cave and their nights either painting or conversing. However, perhaps due to hormonal influences, Lucy often made overt gestures towards Dick. Regrettably, compared to the prospect of procreation, the ancient handsome man seemed more intrigued by peculiarities, which left the beautiful Lucy increasingly insecure about her appearance. "Lucy, I am stepping out for a while. Please keep an eye on the dog and ensure he doesn't wander off, understood?" Early one morning, after sharing breakfast with Lucy, Dick commanded. Through their time together, Lucy had become adept at understanding most of Dick's speech. Although she could not articulate her thoughts fluently, she nodded obediently, assuring him with her eyes. Trusting Lucy to manage her tasks, Dick patted her now clean head, and, feeling an inexplicable surge of frustration, quickly turned on his heel, shouldering his pack as he left the cave. Venturing into the southern jungle, Dick, embodying his primal self, prepared to learn from the ancients. After depositing his pack on the ground and rummaging through the earth, he stumbled upon familiar crops. His face lighting up with joy as he wiped the dirt from his palms against his cheeks, carefully stowing these treasures into his pouch. When confronted by a predatory dinosaur, Dick skillfully evaded its attention, hiding until the creature departed. He then transformed into a diligent beetle, swiftly collecting the dinosaur's excrement. By the time the sun was high in the sky, laden with his bountiful harvest, Dick reluctantly exited the jungle, returning to the cave with an unpleasant odor surrounding him. "Dick, you stink," Lucy complained, pinching her nose. Having learned to utilize hot water, she retrieved a cloth and placed the basin Dick had crafted outside the cave. Clearly, she had evolved into a cleanliness-loving primitive beauty. Observing this, Dick chuckled, disregarding Lucy's look of disdain as he rushed over and smeared his hands, still soiled with dinosaur waste, across her face. "This is Rex droppings, just a little touch for safety." Lucy was both furious and astonished, but upon hearing Dick's words, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "Dad, wipe safety." Lucy struggled to utter a few of the limited vocabulary words she knew. This significant progress brought an unmistakable joy to Dick, who nodded with approval and gave her a thumbs up. Seeing this, Lucy reciprocated with a thumbs up of her own, exclaiming, "Awesome." Dick burst into a wide grin and replied, "Awesome." Little did he know, the cunning Lucy had been waiting for this moment. Seizing the opportunity while Dick was off guard, she quickly swiped a piece of Rex treasure and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, Dick's expression turned blank as he glanced at Lucy, then at her finger, feeling as if his mind had just exploded. "Gross." Lucy laughed heartily. In the next moment, before the wild woman could revel in her laughter for long, Dick, now filled with a murderous intent, swiped at himself, getting covered in treasure, and began to chase after Lucy. Thus, within the cave, the two wildlings chased each other, leaving behind a restrained triceratops hatchling, which nibbled on its fodder while casting disdainful glances at the pair. Chapter 24. A map in the northern seas. There exists a fish known as kuin. The enormity of kuin is unfathomable, spanning thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is called pung. The wings of pung, when it flies in anger, stretch like clouds hanging in the sky. This bird, when it traverses the seas, will migrate to the southern seas. The southern seas are known as the heavenly pool. Time flows swiftly, the sun and moon weave through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 days have passed. Accompanied by the sounds of reading echoing within the cave, outside, Dick, now clad in animal skins, transformed into a humble farmer. He bent over, shouldering a stone axe, tossing aside the fruits of his labor one after another. Plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, I leisurely gaze at the southern mountains. Removing his straw hat, Farmer Dick casually pulled out weeds from the field, with a spear about 10 feet long hanging at his waist. He steadily made his way back to his modest cave dwelling. With a creak, he slowly pushed open the solid wooden door. Gently placing his belongings against the wall by the door, he took a few more steps, entering the cave where firelight flickered and a small dragon hissed. "Dog, look at you, all plump and sturdy." He took a handful of wild grass from his waist and tossed it to the triceratops hatchling. Mumbling a few words before hanging his hat on a peg, then patting his backside, he sat down at a long table. "Lucy, is dinner ready?" Rubbing his belly, Farmer Dick called out. Not far away, Lucy, clad in coarse linen yet unable to conceal her robust physique, shouted back, "It'll be ready soon." Hearing this, Farmer Dick's face lit up with satisfaction as he picked up the teapot and took a sip, gazing at the animal skins spread across the table, silently exclaiming, "Delightful." During this period, through rigorous training, Lucy had gradually evolved into a wild woman enamored with culinary culture. Not only had her language skills improved rapidly, but her expertise in handling ingredients was equally remarkable. If Dick were to boast, it would be akin to a master chef skillfully butchering an ox. "Lucy, do you know what you just read?" Sipping the unique flavor of a tea reminiscent of the Jurassic era, the old farmer Dick leisurely began to enlighten the wild girl. "Foolish Dick," she retorted, "didn't you say that the entity known as Shanghai is a map, and the inscriptions upon it are records? Within those records lie many things we have encountered, yet I have never seen fish or could. Clearly, beneath the veneer of civilization, Lucy retained her untamed spirit. When she spoke, her fangs bared, and her small mouth brimmed with skepticism towards the esteemed Dick. Humph, foolish Lucy, what do you know? The grandeur of a Kuin cannot be contained in a mere pot. Moreover, from what I have witnessed, there once was a Kuin, merely 2.5 years old, capable of singing and dancing, and adept at wielding the magical technique of pulling strings. At these words, Lucy, who was crouched in the corner preparing food, was taken aback. Singing? Dancing? What else? What is this mysterious pulling of strings? Oh, clever Dick, pray enlighten me. Bolstered by a sense of spiritual superiority, the old farmer Dick, with a smug expression, crossed his legs and cast a dismissive glance at the eager Lucy before declaring proudly, "Singing is joy, and a joy is one who is deeply attuned to melody, capable of using harmony to bring pleasure to others. Dancing is an art, where the dancer is profoundly acquainted with the dance, serving as a companion to the joyful, bringing delight through movement." Upon finishing, Dick, under Lucy's inquisitive gaze, produced a flute and began to perform a melody. Unravel my most mysterious anticipation, stars cascade, the wind blows, at last, I embrace you once more, two hearts tremble. In a moment of exuberance, the old farmer Dick, with an overzealous grip, inadvertently snapped the flute he had painstakingly crafted. Oh, Dick, is this music? How wondrous! Why am I crying? Music often evokes profound emotional resonance, particularly in those untouched by the mundane world. Simply listening to a tune, Lucy, as if hearing celestial sounds, succumbed to Dick Smith. Ah, what a simple delight! Sorrow may be fleeting, yet joy is eternal. To receive the purest admiration in this world is the true essence of life that the esteemed Dick seeks. Thank you, Lucy, he mused, lost in thought. Without regard for the heat, Lucy, gritting her teeth, brought forth a stone pot containing boiled dragon beef to the long table and gazed at Dick with confusion. What is it, Dick? Are we not friends? Though it was but a simple statement, coming from Lucy, it inexplicably stirred something within him. With a soft sigh, Dick, briefly regaining the demeanor of a nobleman, smiled discreetly. Indeed, we are friends, and that is why we experience such joy. Without waiting for Lucy to respond, Dick took the initiative to fetch bowls and chopsticks, serving soup for his friend. Here comes the chicken soup. Seemingly accustomed to Dick's peculiarities, Lucy half understood, accepted a bowl, and set it on the table, serving Dick as well. Here comes the chicken soup. This act nearly caused Dick to falter, but fortunately, with the wisdom acquired from 2 lifetimes, his skills had reached an unfathomable level, preventing Lucy from sensing any anomaly. Otherwise, it would surely have led to a barrage of inquiries. Subsequently, after a bowl of chicken soup was consumed, the atmosphere at the dining table became tinged with ambiguity. Dick, I no longer wish to be your friend. I aspire to be what you referred to as a wife. Dick nearly spewed out the soup he had just sipped, hastily covering his mouth. He placed a hand on Lucy's forehead to confirm she was not feverish, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. Lucy, I already have a wife. Dick spoke truthfully, as his heart belonged to another. Yet, Lucy's declaration left him utterly confounded. It matters not. My mother has been the wife of many, hence I shall be your wife, many, many times. Dick, Lucy, to be a wife means to belong to one man alone. Dick retorted, a flicker of irritation in his voice. Lucy furrowed her brow, but nodded in agreement. Dick is right. I only like Dick, so I shall be Dick's wife. Dick, but I already have a wife. Then let there be another wife. But a man can only have one wife. This is sacred and unalterable. Why? I like Dick, and apart from being Dick's wife, I cannot be the wife of another. Frustrated, Dick chose silence. Observing his demeanor, Lucy wore a look of grievance, yet continued to serve him soup. Dick, seemingly sulking, accepted every spoonful she offered. Thus, in silence, they engaged in a peculiar ritual of serving and consuming, until Dick, unable to partake further, conceded, All right, you win. I shall promise you to be my wife, but it must wait until I truly have feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Lucy was overjoyed. Disregarding the dirt that adorned the farmer Dick, she embraced him with unbridled delight. Chapter 25. The King's leisurely moments are always fleeting. In just a fortnight, winter truly descended upon Jurassic World, blanketing the earth overnight in a shroud of silver. On a crisp morning, with no time to exchange pleasantries with Lucy, the old farmer Dick, preoccupied with thoughts of his crops, donned a thin fur coat and ventured into his fields. 1 bundle, 2 bundles, 3 or 4 bundles. Across the expanse of his cultivated land, not a single plant had survived. Oh heavens! Oh, Earth. No. My crops. Grief surged like a river. And with a heart full of reluctance, the old farmer Dick began to clear the remnants, severing the roots that had not yet succumbed to the frost, hastily transplanting them into his abode. Unexpectedly, as he approached the entrance of his dwelling, he was met with a cacophony of crashing sounds. Bang, bang, zing. This was the unmistakable noise of a sword being unsheathed. Without a moment's hesitation, Dick abandoned the seedlings, grasped his steel spear, and pushed open the door. How dare you? Who dares to disturb the peace of my abode? With a sudden exclamation, the commotion within the cave came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes turned towards Dick, who was clad in a beast-hide coat and wielding a heavy steel spear. In an instant, Lucy, upon seeing Dick, dropped her sword and rushed towards him as if he were her savior. Dick opened his arms, embracing Lucy with one hand while brandishing his spear at the two intruders, demanding, "Who are you? Do you know whose territory this cave, known as Peach Blossom Source, belongs to?" Perhaps it was the sheer ferocity of Dick's voice that not only intimidated the two wild men, but also frightened the trembling dog in the corner, causing it to soil itself. Much like their initial encounter with Lucy, the two wild men were entirely oblivious to Dick's words. Yet they could sense his vigilance and the palpable threat he posed. Especially with Dick's peculiar attire and the glimmering weapon he held, they instinctively felt a chill of danger. Seeing the two wild men momentarily paralyzed with fear, Dick quickly turned his attention to Lucy, checking for any injuries. Fortunately, after a thorough inspection, he found her unharmed, though she appeared somewhat shaken, clearly startled by the unexpected intrusion. "It's all right, I'm here. Don't be afraid," he reassured her. Gradually calming down, Lucy's demeanor became steadier, and her vigilance towards the two wild men began to wane. "Dick, they just wanted to take food. That woman seems to be with child. And they don't appear to wish me harm," Lucy informed him, now composed. Dick remained cautious and noted that the newcomers were a man and a woman, the latter indeed showing signs of pregnancy. "I understand. Can you communicate with them?" Dick inquired. After spending so many days with him, the astute Lucy had grown capable of conversing with Dick fluently, yet she now felt a sense of helplessness when faced with the uncivilized wild folk. "Dick, I." Flustered by the urgency of the situation, Lucy struggled to articulate her thoughts. Dick gently patted her shoulder, signaling that it was all right, and Lucy's expression relaxed. "Do you want to eat this?" he asked, resorting to pantomime once more, pointing at the roasted meat over the campfire and then gesturing towards his mouth. To his surprise, the wild couple responded with an unexpected display of understanding. Simultaneously, they shook their heads and pointed first at the roasted meat, then at the pregnant woman's prominent belly. It was a poignant moment. Nature's bond was undeniable. Witnessing such a remarkable scene, even the stoic Dick found his heart pierced by the wild couple's unspoken connection, much like a missile breaking through concrete barriers. With a decisive thrust, Dick raised his spear high in the presence of the four other eyes watching from within the cave. The hard stone slab suddenly cracked open as the steel spear stood erect, emitting a series of resonant hums. Just then, a cold wind swept by, causing the animal skin coat to flutter before Dick, rustling audibly. Partially concealed, the tall figure of Dick gestured toward the campfire, exclaiming, "Is it not a pleasure to have friends come from afar? Please, take a seat." Having spoken, Dick elegantly swept aside his coat and settled cross-legged beside the fire. In the midst of the bewildered gazes of the wild men and beasts, he removed a piece of roasted meat and offered it to the pregnant wild woman. "Here." As the chill wind swirled and the heavy snow pressed down on the pines, inside the cave, the warm orange glow radiated from the rising flames. The man draped in animal skin sat there, evoking a sense of inadequacy among the wild men. At that moment, including Lucy, 3 wild men and a baby triceratops in the corner, as if guided by divine will, found themselves compelled to bow down in unison, uttering a resonant king. King, such a weighty term, denoting one who shapes the narratives of old, the object of universal reverence, and the bearer of the fate of an entire tribe. In essence, a king embodies power and, equally, responsibility. However, when such a heavy burden truly descends upon an ordinary mortal, what path should an ancient wild man, possessing the soul of a modern individual, tread? Dick did not know the answer, nor did he wish to seek it. He believed that everything follows a celestial design, and that design is determined by humanity. "Lucy, please prepare a few garments for them, and boil some hot water for them to wash and change." Considering the need for a safe and clean environment for the wild couple's impending child, Dick calmly issued his directive. Lucy, still somewhat dazed, promptly executed Dick's instructions without hesitation. The wild couple, having feasted, appeared somewhat weary, as if they had traveled a long distance. Particularly, upon hearing Dick's words, Though they could not comprehend them, the male wild man, noticing Lucy's busyness, quickly rose to offer assistance. "You sit down." The gentle voice, imbued with magnetism, inexplicably halted the male wild man in his tracks, who then obediently gazed at the imposing figure before him and remained seated. "You, she," the giant articulated, pointing at the male wild man, himself, and then at his companion, word by word. The wild man looked puzzled, but after a moment's contemplation, he understood and mimicked the giant, pointing at each in turn. "You, oh he." Upon uttering those words, the giant beamed with approval, exclaiming, "Very well." The sincerity of the primitive people proved extraordinarily infectious. Upon grasping the essence of the exchange, the wild couple reciprocated with enlightened smiles, repeatedly uttering the three words, "You, he." "Excellent. Remarkable." Seemingly pleased with their performance, the giant raised his thumb in praise. The wild couple, eager to emulate, extended their own thumbs and echoed, "Excellent. Remarkable." At this moment, the giant's joy intensified as he opened his mouth, mimicking the act of eating. "Eat." The wild couple quickly began to learn, their smiles growing ever more radiant. Soon, during a brief moment when Lucy was boiling water, the couple made remarkable progress, mastering the basics of identifying characters and essential vocabulary. "You, Lucy." "I, Big Howl." "She, Grillu." Lucy, holding a basin and looking utterly bewildered, gaped at her fellow beings who had recently only known how to grunt like apes, then glanced at the beaming Dick. In her astonishment, her little head swayed side to side, as if she believed she were dreaming. "I, Lucy." "You, Big Howl." "She, Grillu." "He, Dick." Like a child who had found new companions, Lucy excitedly set down the water basin, but before she could revel in her delight, the male wildling's smile vanished swiftly as he tightened his grip on her wrist. Looking at Dick with a serious expression and a heavy tone, he declared, "He, King." The abrupt change in demeanor nearly startled Lucy into a fright. Once she freed herself from Big Howl's grip, Lucy, her face stricken with fear, dashed behind Dick, clutching his arm and baring her teeth at Big Howl. "Dick, my king." The wild Big Howl was no fool. Scratching his head, he glanced at his companion Grillu, and a look of realization dawned upon him. "Big Howl's Grillu. Lucy the king." With a stunned expression, Big Howl fell to the ground before Dick, seemingly remorseful for his earlier actions. Meanwhile, Grillu, witnessing this, imitated Big Howl and knelt down as well. "Damn," Dick muttered under his breath, quickly giving Lucy a fierce look, which frightened her enough to release his arm. He then hurriedly stepped forward to assist the wild couple. Fearing they had angered Dick, the wild couple appeared anxious. But Dick reassured them with a shake of his head before turning to Lucy. "Lucy, do you remember the courtesy I taught you?" Feeling somewhat wronged, Lucy lowered her head, her face downcast. Yet upon hearing Dick's inquiry, her expression brightened with joy. I remember. Satisfied, Dick nodded and affectionately ruffled Lucy's hair. "Well done. Now, complete the task I just assigned you, and I will teach you a new courtesy. Once you have mastered it, you can teach them, understood?" At this, Lucy was filled with exuberance, flashing her two little teeth and nodding vigorously. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the wild couple, Lucy commenced her guidance on how to conduct their first washing. Chapter 26. Heritage in Winter, the season of nurturing all things, the balance of yin and yang shifts, with one giving way to the other. Now, with two more inhabitants added to the cave, Dick, possessing an abundance of food supplies, remained unperturbed. As the king of 3 wildlings and a dinosaur cub, endowed with wisdom far surpassing that of this world and the ability to traverse to another realm for resources, he gestured with his hands, signifying his freedom to act as he pleased. "Greetings. Today is indeed a splendid day, truly a remarkable day." As the days have passed, Dick has been diligently instructing the newly joined companions while quietly setting traps in the caverns of the southern jungle. Although his captures have been modest, they have allowed the residents of Peach Blossom Spring to occasionally savor fresh food. With a soft snap, he removed the noose trap, and today, fortune smiled upon him as he successfully captured a family of 3 beautiful-headed dragons. These small creatures appeared to have perished recently, their flesh still fresh. Though their size was modest, together they were approximately equivalent to 2.5 sheep. Dick secured them with a rope, and with a resounding thud, he placed them onto his makeshift sled before resetting the trap. He soon made his way home, carrying his prize. Upon reaching his doorstep, Dick was greeted by the harmonious recitations of the residents. However, it seemed the wild men were momentarily distracted, their attention captured by the delectable descriptions from the Book of Songs, causing them to salivate audibly, interrupting the recital. "Lucy, what is a koan? And what is fish? Is it very large? I believe I could consume it all in one sitting." Lucy, equally curious, was joined by another wild woman who chimed in, "I feel the same." Lucy, having never encountered a kuin or fish, could only share what she had learned from Dick. "Though I have never seen one, King Dick has. He mentioned that a kuin only needs to live for 2 long, cold days and 2.5 long, hot days to perform music and dance, along with something quite extraordinary called caramelized pineapple." The wild couple's capacity for understanding was surprisingly strong. After witnessing Lucy's demonstration of music and dance, they were initially astounded but quickly expressed a desire to learn. Without hesitation, Lucy imparted the divine music and a form of dance that exuded primitive beauty. As taught by Dick, upon learning that a kuin only requires 2.5 years to achieve music and dance, they immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Oh kuin, remarkable." Outside, Dick maintained a serious demeanor, yet could not suppress a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door and entered the cave. "It is King Dick. He has returned." Under the excited and adoring gazes of the wild men, Dick brushed off the snow from his shoulders and, with a gentle smile, announced, "Today, I have procured fresh food." The wild men rejoiced, unanimously giving him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Remarkable." Before long, the 3 residents had divided their tasks. The pregnant woman prepared water and sharpened knives, while Lucy and the wild man handled the butchering. In less than 20 minutes, the 3 small dinosaurs were transformed into chunks of meat, either for stew or barbecue. Following the addition of spices, an enticing aroma wafted through the cave. "Delicious. Remarkable. Long live the king. I am a subject of the king. I would gladly die for the king." The admiration of the primitive people is remarkably unadorned. A simple, delectable feast transforms 3 wild men entirely into the likeness of Dick. Though the drinks have long been consumed, the southern jungle is abundant with wild fruits, and Dick has stored quite a number before the onset of winter. After each meal, he encourages the wild men to partake in these nourishing delights. Having never experienced such a regular and nutritious diet, the wild men soon find themselves invigorated, becoming increasingly reliant on Dick's way of life. "Your Majesty, remarkable." After dinner, perhaps having endured considerable hardships alongside his wife, one of the wild men once again prostrates himself before Dick in reverence. Although Dick relishes the admiration, it is not the civilization he aspires to cultivate. "Rise. Have you forgotten the concept of respect?" Upon hearing Dick's words, the wild man, surprised, hastily stands, placing his fist over his heart and bowing deeply, "Your Majesty." Dick nods slightly, and the wild man lowers his head in deference, followed by a gathering of the wild men sitting cross-legged around the campfire, engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Your Majesty, your bed is extraordinary." Gulu expresses contentment with his recent sleep. "Your Majesty, the weaponry is remarkable." Another exclaims, marveling at the advanced technology of Westeros. "Your Majesty, Lucy desires a child." Lucy, glaring at Gulu's belly, expresses her dissatisfaction to Dick. Feeling a headache coming on, Dick hastily sips some piping hot fruit tea, which offers him slight relief. Ignoring Lucy's complaint, Dick surveys the wild men, finally pointing to Gulu's belly and addressing the wild man. "What name will you give your child?" "Dahu." Unexpectedly, Dahu's response nearly provokes Dick into delivering a punch to his head. "Your Majesty, my child will be born, and I shall depart." Dahu's serious demeanor brings Dick to a realization of the world he inhabits. He suppresses his confusion and irritation, adopting a contemplative expression. Observing Dahu's astonishment, Dick nods affirmatively, prompting Dahu to prostrate himself once more, remaining still. "Your Majesty, teach me." Dick instinctively glances at Lucy, a flicker of tenderness in his gaze, before turning his attention to Dahu. "Do you have affection for Gulu?" Dahu lifts his eyes to Gulu, who appears reluctant, gritting his teeth before responding earnestly, "Yes. For Gulu, I would gladly die." Dick smiles, nodding in approval, causing Dahu to visibly relax as he resumes his seated position. "When your child is born, you shall be the father. Gulu will be the mother. You must assist them in living. Do you understand?" The wild men, upon hearing this, seem contemplative, yet Dahu, after a moment's hesitation, nervously poses a question. "Your Majesty, my mother bore me, my father departed. After many long, cold days, my mother struck me, and I left." Having communicated with the wild men for some time, Dick easily comprehends Dahu's meaning but refrains from answering immediately. Instead, he reflects deeply, and after careful consideration, he speaks under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes. "Your father is remarkable, fearless and self-sufficient. He does not require a home. Your mother is remarkable, to nurture you. A lack of food would lead to death, hence you must depart." This statement awakened those lost in their dreams. The wild men, who had been sorrowfully shedding tears over their separation from home, suddenly grasped the truth. They gazed at Dick, raising their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive." The reason this proclamation resonated with the wild men was that it was not mere conjecture, but rather a conclusion drawn by Dick after careful observation and contemplation. Chapter 27. Apex Predators. Apex predators typically do not fret over sustenance. Rather, freedom is their ultimate aspiration. The Jurassic world in which Dick found himself was peculiar. Here, humans were not the lowest tier of survivors, but rather the apex predators at the pinnacle of the food chain. From his recollections, he knew that male primitive men possessed extraordinarily formidable physical capabilities. For instance, Dick's father, whom he had never met, and his half-brother, Peak, were both terrifying upright apes capable of hunting medium to large dinosaurs with their bare hands. Peak, in particular, reached an astounding height of 2 meters and 40 centimeters in his early teens, and even in his youth, he could grapple with the mighty adult Triceratops. This was also the reason why Peak chose to leave as soon as he came of age, unlike Dick, who yearned for freedom while relying on his mother to survive until he was ultimately cast out. In this world, the biological chain remained a primitive struggle for existence, characterized by the survival of the fittest. Here, the strong attained absolute freedom, while the weak either banded together for warmth or faced grim elimination. "Do you miss your father?" Dick asked, unable to suppress his curiosity about his long-lost wild father. To his dismay, the response from his companion, Dahu, was profoundly disheartening. "I do. My mother bore me. And shortly after, my father left. Yet there was plenty of food. He caressed me, licked me, then departed, never to return." Jealousy distorted Dick's expression. With a stern face, he fixed his gaze upon Dahu and inquired, "What would you do if your child longs for their father?" Dahu, taken aback, glanced at Gulu's belly, and suddenly, he began to bounce around the cave, clutching his head in confusion. Upon noticing a young Triceratops quietly munching on fruit in the corner, Dahu abruptly froze, then turned to Dick and declared, "I understand now. I must be like the dragon, like its father, to protect its mother. I will protect Gulu and the child. They are family. I will protect my home." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he continually expressed his gratitude towards Dick, his tears flowing profusely. "Marvelous. Truly marvelous. The child is indeed teachable." Dick applauded in praise, silently wishing not to draw comparisons to dogs in the future, as it seemed inauspicious. After a thorough discussion, the wild men finally cleared their minds, confirming that the Peach Blossom Spring was their greatest home, and within this grand abode, Dick was regarded as the foremost father. Or in other words, the king. As a king, Dick must bear the responsibility for his subjects. Though he currently has only 3.5 subjects, he is confident that through relentless effort, his following will grow and his nation will expand, ultimately illuminating the world with the fireworks of human civilization. As their bond deepens, the simple-minded villagers increasingly revere Dick, for their king possesses the remarkable ability to conjure extraordinary inventions through his ingenious ideas. Moreover, with the arrival of winter, even the strongest among the villagers feel the weight of nature's fury, facing despair and hardship. Yet, the king is different. He consistently returns with new provisions and patiently teaches them the skills and secrets behind these resources. What is even more admirable is that whenever they curiously inquire how he possesses such knowledge, he casually responds that he simply knows it instinctively. How impressive! Thunder rumbled ominously, and the fierce winds and heavy snow outside the cave heralded that Dick would not venture out that day. Without hesitation, he withdrew his gaze, firmly closed the heavy door, secured it with a stout bolt, and turned back into the cave. Dick! The cave was not expansive, measuring roughly 300 to 400 square feet after recent embellishments. As Dick entered the living area, intending to check on the dog outside, he was startled by the sight of a bloodied Lucy appearing before him in a state of distress. "Lucy, what has you in such a panic?" Unable to ascertain the truth, Dick refrained from jumping to conclusions and quickly grasped her shoulders, pressing for answers. Lucy, still shaken, seemed to find solace in Dick's presence. Though her thoughts were chaotic due to the suddenness of the situation, she clutched Dick's arm and exclaimed, Little man." Understanding her urgency, Dick firmly held her shoulders and gazed into her eyes, reassuring her, "Lucy, I am here. Do not worry, do you understand?" For reasons unknown, whenever Dick spoke to her in this manner, Lucy felt an immense sense of calm. She cherished this feeling and quickly steadied herself, nodding seriously at him. "Very well. Now hurry and boil some water, as much as you can, and in the meantime, fetch the clean clothes from my pack, understood?" As he wiped the bloodstains from her forehead, he instructed Lucy to prepare the necessary items for childbirth. Though Lucy was unaware of Dick's intentions, she trusted him implicitly. Knowing he had never erred before, All she needed to do was follow his directives. Thus, they parted ways, with Lucy treating Gulu as a friend, moving with the agility of a leopard, swiftly gathering firewood and drawing water. Dick hurriedly found Gulu, who was about to give birth, gripping her husband Da's arm tightly. Da, lacking any experience in childbirth, appeared utterly bewildered, staring at his wife's bloodied lower body, frozen in place. It's here. Wonderful. While the feeling of being supported was pleasant, Da's presence offered no strength to Dick, for he too was devoid of experience. Calm down, he urged himself, suppressing his excitement while taking deep breaths, desperately trying to recall the knowledge of childbirth from modern society. After a prolonged moment of mental struggle, as Dahu's smile began to stiffen, Dick, unable to conjure any useful thoughts, cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't remember anything. Let us just follow the procedures from the dramas. Lucy, hurry and fetch water. Dahu, bring Gulu to the bed, and help her prop her back up. With a decisive command, Dick swiftly tore off the fur coat draped over him and laid it on the couple's straw bed. Dahu, upon seeing this, quickly lifted Gulu onto the bed, supporting her with his arm to allow her to lean back comfortably. Where's the water? Quickly. Everything was in place, but seeing that Lucy was still unprepared, Dick grabbed a nearby jug of boiled water to sanitize his hands. Once his hands were clean, he quickly approached Gulu. Gulu, is this your first child? To his astonishment, the female wildling replied, this is my fifth. The shocking response sent a jolt through Dick's mind. After confirming that Gulu was serious, he nodded with admiration. Very well. Don't panic. Rely on your previous experience. I'll assist you in delivering the baby, understood? Gulu nodded, her complexion pale, yet her spirit remarkably strong, which greatly bolstered the confidence of Dick, who was about to deliver for the first time. Soon, the labor commenced. With her legs naturally apart, Gulu began to grit her teeth, while Dick, mimicking the angels from the dramas, adjusted the baby's position with his hands. Gulu did not disappoint. In no time, a small head emerged, and in his excitement, Dick called out for Lucy. Lucy, bring some clean clothes. The hot water was already boiling, and Lucy, who had been idle, stood there in shock holding a stack of clean garments. Upon hearing the order, she mechanically handed over the clothes. Dick took them, exerted his arms to tear the fabric into strips, and began to wipe the mucus and amniotic fluid from the newborn's mouth and nose. Before long, the child appeared halfway out, and the heavens seemed to cooperate, letting out a great yawn. Suddenly, with a resounding sound, the peach blossom spring welcomed its first newborn. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Dick and the wildlings gazed in awe at the baby being held high, expressing their astonishment repeatedly. At that moment, Gulu suddenly interjected, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment, which was swiftly followed by exuberant joy. Excellent. Marvelous. Hail to life. Hail to motherhood. Dick gave Gulu a thumbs up, eliciting a proud expression from Gulu, whose demeanor remained relaxed. As with all things, the first attempt paved the way for the second, making it all the easier. Remarkably, Gulu exhibited no signs of distress this time. It felt as effortless as a simple bowel movement, and thus, the second child was successfully born. Wow. The children of Peach Blossom Land. When you were born, the entire universe of Shanghai called out your names. Without a hint of disdain, Wang cradled each child, chanting along with Gulu. Observing this, the proud father, Dahu, immediately knelt before his Wang and said, Wang, please bestow a name upon my child. Wang glanced upwards, his ears twitching for a moment before he spoke. The elder shall be named Lei, the younger shall be named Jun. Together, they shall be known as Lei Junzi. Chapter 28. Titles. Lei Junzi signifies the descent of the heavenly thunder star, a disciple of the Chuan Jiao in Ming Dynasty mythological novels, and also one of the martial generals of the Western Zhou, a being who attained sanctity in physical form. By choosing such a name, Dick not only expresses his aspirations for the two newcomers, but also sets a goal for his own future. Dahu Gulu, I can foresee that your child will undoubtedly be remarkable in the future. Therefore, I hope you will also adopt an impressive name, so you may lead a more extraordinary life. Within Peach Blossom Land, Dick demonstrated to Dahu how to be a benevolent father while gently cradling Lei as one would a delicate infant. Wang, you are always impressive. I heed your advice. Dahu remarked, raising his thumb in earnest appreciation. So do I, Gulu echoed, also giving a thumbs up. Dick nodded with a smile and passed the child to Dahu, who carefully accepted the infant, mimicking Dick's gentle rocking motion, with the stars as witnesses. In the name of Wang, from this day forth, Dahu shall be known as Dafeng, and Gulu as Diyu. With hands clasped behind his back, Dick gazed at the resplendent starry sky outside the cave. Dafeng. Amazing. Dahu murmured, praising his new name. Gulu echoed the sentiment with equal admiration. I do am amazing. Only Lucy, witnessing Dick naming others while neglecting to name her, pouted her little face, brimming with energy. Dick, I want a name too. Dick affectionately ruffled Lucy's hair and replied, Silly girl, Lucy is already remarkable, understand? Upon hearing this, Lucy beamed with joy and couldn't help but hug Dick's arm, twirling with delight. Amazing, amazing. Feeling the softness of her embrace, Dick felt a warm rush, and 2 crimson streams trickled from his nostrils. Ah, Dick, Lucy exclaimed. Wong, be careful. As the fierce winds howled, Big Wind, neglecting even the child, tossed him onto the bed and seized Dick's steel spear, standing guard at the cave's entrance with unwavering vigilance. Witnessing Thunder endure a blow of paternal affection, Dick felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. Just as he contemplated cursing Big Wind, an unexpected commotion erupted outside the cave, creaking and rumbling. A foul stench wafted into the air. Under the moonlight, to the astonishment of the wild men, a colossal creature burst into the cave. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic bear, adorned with stripes akin to a tiger and larger than an adult water buffalo, lunged at Dick, who was closest to the cave's mouth, drooling in anticipation. In disbelief, without time to curse, Dick instinctively reached for his waist, only to find the spear in Big Wind's grasp. Cursing inwardly, he swiftly grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it at the immense bear. With a resounding thud, the stool struck the bear squarely on its snout. Another roar erupted, but this time it was laced with evident pain, momentarily halting the bear's advance. Big Wind, kill it, Dick shouted as he rolled away, creating distance from the beast. Knowing he was unarmed, the wild men, accustomed to the Jurassic era, were no simple characters. Big Wind, ever vigilant, had been poised for action. Without hesitation, his gaze hardened, and he hurled the steel spear directly at the bear's eyes. Whoosh! Thud! Like a meteor piercing the night, the spear soared with a piercing whistle, penetrating the bear's skull entirely. Half of the spear embedded itself within the bear's massive body, quivering with the immense force it had delivered. Such a spectacular strike left no room for doubt. The bear, unable to emit a cry, trembled once before collapsing peacefully onto the ground, blood pooling beneath it. The entire event unfolded in a flash. Regaining his composure, Dick swiftly retrieved a torch from the campfire and exchanged a knowing glance with Big Wind, signaling him to provide cover as he approached to investigate. Understanding the cue, Big Wind stepped forward, placing his foot on the bear's head, yanking the spear free before following Dick. Together, they cautiously maneuvered past the bear's carcass, venturing outside the cave to scout the area. Do not worry, I am here. Inside the cave, seeing the men depart, Lucy imitated Dick, pulling a torch from the fire to shield the child in her arms. Soon, Dick and Big Wind arrived at the cave's entrance, marked with the inscription Peach Blossom Spring in simplified Chinese. To their surprise, 2 bear cubs, the size of wash basins, stood outside, wailing. Upon realizing that the newcomers were not their parents, they instantly froze in fear, lifting their hindquarters as they prepared to flee into the dark wilderness. Upon witnessing the scene, Dayfeng raised his steel spear, preparing to deliver a swift end to the unfortunate bear cubs. However, Dick, with remarkable quickness, restrained Dayfeng. Wait. Surprised by Dick's intervention, Dayfeng paused but did not delay. He lowered his spear and awaited Dick's command. Their mother is dead, and they cannot survive out here. We must capture them. Nodding in agreement, Dayfeng watched as Dick picked up a wooden stick from the ground, clearly indicating that the terrifying upright apes were once again ready to wield their dark implements. As time passed, for reasons unknown, since the onset of winter, Dick's cave seemed to be imbued with a peculiar magic. Not only had the elusive wild men sought him out, but even the animals were drawn to his abode. Leaving Dick perplexed, it was revealed through inquiry that both Lucy and Dayfeng had been lured by the enticing aroma of cooked food. As for the mighty bear, it was simply a matter of fate. Speaking of this, one must credit the selfless contributions of the mother bear. Thanks to her generosity, the Peach Blossom Spring flourished with fresh nutrients, allowing the mothers to produce more milk and providing the fetuses with ample nourishment. As for the brothers Indomitable Thunder and Woolabear, Dick could only surmise that this was the design of destiny. Meow. The bear cubs, sensing the familiar scent wafting through the cave and driven by hunger, struggled against their bonds. With a sharp crack, their howls ceased abruptly as the terrifying upright ape tossed a piece of undercooked, blood-dripping meat before them. Meow. In contrast to his younger sibling, Indomitable Thunder exhibited greater courage, disregarding the looming threat of the upright ape nearby. With deep blue patterns faintly visible on his coat, he eagerly took hold of the food and, with a twist of his rear, retreated to a corner to savor his meal. Meow, Woolabear called out, inching closer to his brother. Unfortunately, the selfish elder brother not only refused to share, but also glared at him with a menacing growl. Meow, the younger bear, Woolabear, took a step back, filled with fear and sorrow, casting a longing gaze towards the upright ape who had thrown the food. Here, little one, catch. Fortunately, the upright ape was kind-hearted, not only providing him with food, but also offering a gentle reminder. Though Woolabear could not comprehend the words, he sensed the maternal kindness emanating from the creature. With a snap of his jaws, he successfully grasped the meat and sat down to enjoy it, appearing endearingly innocent and utterly harmless. Alas, what a voracious appetite! If this continues, they shall soon deplete their resources. Wiping his hands, Dick remarked, lamenting that the only small dragon he had hunted today was now gone. Thankfully, the mother bear's size ensured that the food supply within the den remained stable for the time being. The only concern was the little triceratops pup. The canine companion is rather finicky, refusing to consume hay and wild fruits that have been left to linger. Only when Dick grinds both into a porridge does this creature reluctantly partake. This short-term solution poses no issue. However, winter has only just begun, and who knows how long the Jurassic winter may last. Consequently, Dick finds himself compelled to seek assistance from another realm. Divine Ape, activate. With a mere thought, a flash of white light envelopes the space. Within the cave, time comes to a standstill, and Dick vanishes in an instant. Chapter 29, Reluctance to Pretend at Herrenberg. The crowing of a rooster heralds the gentle morning light. Transformed into the persona of a baron, Dick rises early, freshens up by the window, and gazes at the medieval architecture that has eluded him for over a month, lost in contemplation. My lord, are you ready? The lady is looking for you. A maid from Herrenberg reminds him from outside the door, pulling Dick back to the present. Oh, certainly. I shall be there shortly, the baron replies with a warm smile, adjusting his appearance in the brass mirror to present a dashing figure. Very well, please lead the way. As he opens the door, the baron gestures gracefully, causing the bashful maiden to lower her gaze. Yes, my lord. As they stroll, the baron surveys his surroundings, casually admiring the ancient city of Herrenberg. The castle is vast. Despite many areas having fallen into disrepair, it still exudes an aura of its former grandeur and majesty. As depicted in the original narrative, the castle's layout consists of 5 towering spires, with thick, imposing walls. Walking along the corridor towards the flowing courtyard, Dick spots the enormous stable, capable of housing 1,000 horses, not far in the distance. Regrettably, despite its size, the stable is sparsely populated. The extensive grounds are occupied more by carts than by horses, some of which Dick recognizes as belonging to the merchant caravan he had once traveled with. In his reverie, Dick unknowingly arrives at the main hall, the Hall of 100 Hearths. Although not truly adorned with 100 fireplaces, it boasts at least 10. Inside, his mother-in-law, Lady Sheila, along with his father-in-law, Walter, and his fiancée, Demaya, seem to have been awaiting him for quite some time. They sit at the dining table, quietly observing Dick as he finally makes his entrance. Dick is taken aback by the grand reception, realizing that his family has been waiting to dine together, which fills him with a sense of importance, yet also a tinge of guilt. My apologies, my lord, my lady, and my dear miss, he says, bowing gracefully, his demeanor calm as he offers a gentle smile to his fiancée. The count nods in acknowledgement. The countess beams with a smile, while Miss Demaya blushes, repeatedly signaling with her eyes for Dick to take a seat. Without hesitation, Dick approaches the chair opposite Demaya, adjusts his attire, and elegantly settles down. My lord, it seems you are exceptionally pleased with our grand bed, she remarks. Lady Hella smiled, nodding to the assembly, signaling that they may commence their meal. Dick, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled lightly as he tucked a napkin into his collar and began to explain. Of course, my lady. Yet I must confess that my recent endeavors have left me rather fatigued. After all, engaging in battles and tournaments is no trivial matter. With that, the baron elegantly speared a piece of steak and placed it upon his plate, his movements fluid and graceful, exuding an air of nobility that seemed to surpass even that of the true aristocracy. This demeanor weighed heavily upon the elderly lady, for the baron was not a native Westerosi noble. Nevertheless, he possessed a refinement befitting a grand noble, and the old woman refrained from voicing her doubts, knowing that such inquiries might offend her prospective son-in-law, who had essentially become part of their family. Sir Dick, I have heard that you emerged victorious in the tournament, and now throughout the 7 kingdoms, you are reputed to be the object of affection for the ladies and maidens of Lannisport. Is this true? The young lady's thoughts were uncomplicated. Her sole concern was whether her fiancé truly loved her. Ah, indeed, it was a grueling battle, he replied, "For glory. I exerted every ounce of my strength to claim the crown. Alas, my dear, had you been present, I would have placed my laurel upon the head of the goddess Demaya before the eyes of all the realm." The eloquence of this charming gentleman, especially when delivered so unexpectedly in front of his elders, was undeniably captivating. In an instant, Demaya felt her heart, once ravaged by the notion of the queen of love and beauty, begin to mend. "Thank you, my lord," she managed, her gratitude distilled into a single phrase. Gazing upon her seemingly perfect fiancé, she felt a pang of inadequacy. Sensing her discomfort, the Baron disregarded the decorum, leaning over the table to grasp her delicate hand. "My dear, you cannot possibly fathom how perfect you appear in my eyes. It feels as though destiny has intertwined our fates. If I were to articulate it, I would say that if I am the sun, then you are my moon, eternally united, transcending even the bounds of this life." The elderly Count and Countess, having crossed the threshold of 50, felt a mix of embarrassment and warmth at such youthful affection displayed before them. "It appears I have chosen an extraordinary husband for my beloved daughter," the old lady remarked, her mild reproach directed at her husband Walter. The old Count, maintaining a stoic demeanor, cast a discreet glance at Dick, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Ahem, let us eat. Oh, by the way, my lord," he continued, "I hope you won't find it amusing, but in my youth, I too was a knight. Though not as renowned as you. I personally felled over a dozen foes on the battlefield. The struggles between men are often devoid of pretension." Even though the old Earl was acutely aware of his inferiority in many respects to his son-in-law Dick, he nevertheless mustered the audacity to boast in front of his wife. The Countess pursed her lips, choosing to remain silent, while Demaya wore a proud expression. Dick, upon hearing his father-in-law's impressive claims, blinked in admiration and raised his glass to Walter. "By the seven, I have often heard Sir Auster recount your heroic deeds on the road. To hear you speak of your past firsthand is truly enchanting. I am in awe." Regardless of the setting, social interaction remains the paramount means of forging connections, and Dick, having lived two lives, understood this principle well. Seeing his son-in-law so astute, the old Earl was taken aback, his aged visage contorting into a smile as he raised his glass to clink with Dick's, exclaiming, "To the blessing of warriors." Dick nodded and raised his glass in return, declaring, "To the blessing of warriors, and to the prayers and well wishes of our families. Cheers." The clinking of glasses filled the air, instantly warming the atmosphere. "Sir Dick, it is said that you single-handedly charged into battle at the shores of Sea Border and even felled the enemy commander. Pray, regale us with your tale. For my old heart, long dormant, yearns for fervor. The romance of medieval nobility is scarce, beyond indulgence in feasting, revelry, and gaming. What remains are the sparks and passions ignited in the clash of swords. Alas, my lord, you flatter me excessively. Had it not been for Lord Jason guiding me through the fray, I would not have attained such glory." The Baron, though commendable in many respects, was excessively modest and reserved, devoid of even a hint of the ruggedness typical of Westerosi men, which amused and irked Walter in equal measure. "Ah, we are family. Let us dispense with this hesitation. Quickly, tell me how the so-called hero of Riverlands shot the offspring of that old squid from the squid family." Seemingly weary of his son-in-law's antics, the old Earl disregarded his wife's disapproving glance, and, after exchanging a curious smile with his daughter, seized a roasted chicken leg, urging Dick to share his story. Dick, unable to refuse and unwilling to dampen the elder's spirits, smiled wryly at the old lady, wiped his mouth, and began to recount. "There is little to say, really. I had only recently arrived in Westeros when I fortuitously encountered Lord Jason's eldest son, Patrick. Through his admiration, Lord Jason appointed me to his personal guard. Thus, during my first battle, having been accustomed to the partings of life and death back home, I, driven by sheer brute strength, charged into the enemy lines under Lord Jason's command, only to stumble upon the bewildered Roderick." Upon hearing this, the old Earl Walter's eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing Dick's serious demeanor, he slammed his thigh in exasperation, exclaiming, "My lord, do you take me for a fool? Charging into battle is no trivial matter. I participated in a melee involving tens of thousands. Just the sight of so many enemies made my legs feel as though they could not obey my will." The old Count, with his profound understanding, observed the unyielding Countess and the bewildered Demaya, prompting Dick to silently lament that maintaining a low profile was no longer feasible. Thus, under the scrutinizing gaze of the old Count, Dick began to recount in detail how he had foolishly displayed bravado in the arduous process of vanquishing foes. Chapter 30. The malice of the operator. Their breakfast extended until noon, with even the stoic countess accompanying her husband to witness Dick's display of bravado. Only his fiancée, Demaya, upon discovering the multitude of hardships her betrothed had endured, found her lovely eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Oh, my dear, I can scarcely fathom the terrifying experiences you have faced," she murmured, covering her mouth delicately as she sat beside Dick, gently caressing the prominent scar upon his cheek. Her gaze filled with compassion. "Fear not, my love, for I still live," replied Dick, his tone reassuring, "and I have encountered someone as exquisite as you." The Baroness' well-timed flirtation rendered the old Count and Countess devoid of any appetite for their midday meal, seemingly unsettled by the exchange. The Countess excused herself from the table, only to return shortly with delightful news. "Sir, the hour grows late. I have just received a message from the Prime Minister, apparently concerning the King's reward for you." Handing Dick the letter delivered by the castle scholar, the Countess regarded him with eager anticipation, mirrored in the expressions of the others present. Dick nodded, glancing at the letter adorned with a crimson ribbon and emblazoned with a crest, and proceeded to open it in front of the assembled company. "To the valiant Sir Dick Caesar, in light of your exemplary conduct during the recent rebellion, His Majesty the King has graciously approved your request for a reward. Following deliberation, King Robert has granted the Earl Jason Malister to cede a portion of his territory as your fief. Henceforth, you shall be the Lord of Chickenfoot Village, Duckneck Village, and Marlin Village, with the authority to construct your castle in the vicinity. Moreover, as compensation, the Earl Jason, who relinquished land, shall be elevated to the rank of Marquis, and for the next century, the taxes in Seaside City will be reduced to 20%. Good heavens! Is this truly the intention of Robert or that of Prime Minister John? Dick pondered, aware of the notorious relationship between the old Earl Jason and himself. Such an arrangement seemed clearly intended to sow discord, and fearing a potential misunderstanding from the old Count, Dick suddenly lost the desire to remain in Herrenberg. "My lord, my lady, I must return to Seaside City at once." At the occasion of the old Count's elevation feast, the Baroness' demeanor, once carefree, turned grave as he expressed his apologies to the Count and Countess of River Peace. The Earl and Countess, having weathered many storms in their lengthy lives, discerned the Baroness' underlying concerns. Without further ado, the loyal father-in-law and mother-in-law exchanged knowing glances and beckoned for a servant. "Arrange for a carriage of the finest quality from the Riverland family for the esteemed Baron. Furthermore, notify Sir Austell to swiftly assemble a knightly guard to protect the future master of Herrenberg." "Yes, my lord." The servant departed upon receiving the command, leaving Dick astonished, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words to express his gratitude. "Child, simply pursue what you desire, but in doing so, do not let the unfortunate Demaya down," said the weathered Count and Countess with a smile, yet amidst their light-hearted demeanor, there lingered an undeniable sorrow in their once clear eyes. Dick remained silent, feeling the weight of their words, and could only nod resolutely before stepping forward to embrace the reluctant Demaya, who wore a face full of reluctance. "The brightest star in the night sky, you shall guide me onward, and I shall return laden with glory." The Baroness' voice was gentle, but this time, Demaya pushed him away, her head bowed, a hint of anger in her tone. "Men always speak of glory, but do you know? I only wish for your survival." With that, the girl discreetly wiped her eyes and left the room without another word. The Baron scratched his head, casting an awkward smile towards his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lady Sheila raised her hands in a gesture of agreement, while the father-in-law, with a suppressed grin, discreetly gave Dick a thumbs up. The Riverland family of Herrenberg, currently led by Count Walter Riverland, was the host of the last tournament before the fall of the Targaryen dynasty. Due to the numerous terrifying repercussions stemming from this tournament, the realm collectively referred to this period as the Spring of Error. As a result of this Spring of Error, Count Walter lost 4 sons, and his daughter Demaya faced disdain and ridicule from her peers. Had it not been for the mercy of the new king, the Riverland family might have been compelled to relinquish their position among the lords of the Riverlands, let alone maintain order within their territory. Inside the carriage, Sir Austell gazed at the landscapes of his homeland, reminiscing about many departed friends, and once again chided Dick. Although Dick was merely a novice in the realm of politics, his diligence and eagerness to learn had allowed him to gather insights into the family histories of the noble houses of Westeros from his acquaintances. The tragic tale of the Riverland family was merely a consequence of the then-Dragon Prince's misguided attempt to manipulate his mentally incapacitated father into abdicating the throne, using the Riverlands, who were then part of the Kingsguard, as pawns. Unbeknownst to him, the unreliable Prince Rhaegar had inadvertently offended 2 of the most promising young men in the realm at that time, Lord Eddard Stark of the North and his kingly brother, Robert Baratheon. Both were born into the highest echelons of nobility and had a powerful godfather ruling over the eastern lands. After a series of conflicting entanglements, the three furious father and sons united in a fervent alliance, boldly raising the banner of rebellion and decisively toppling the decaying Targaryen dynasty. The Harren family, as pawns of the royal lineage, particularly found themselves on the losing side with minimal prospects in this upheaval, ultimately left with no choice but to cling to survival after paying a heavy price. This explains why Dick was able to assume a position of influence. Otherwise, how could the seasoned old lady and the venerable count ever regard a mere barbarian from the west with any esteem? As for why old Sir Osford acted so pretentiously before Dick, it was evidently due to the lingering distress from the attack on the last caravan, which weighed heavily on him as a sworn knight of Harrenburg, leading him to seek justification for his lord's actions. Sir Odes, the past is but a whisper in the wind, now. All we can do is exhaust every means at our disposal to restore Harrenburg to its rightful place atop the Seven Kingdoms, whether for Demaya or for myself. Once again, the Baron provided the old knight with ambitious assurances, which stirred the heart of the aged Osford, who had suffered greatly during the War of the Usurper. Oh, look at you, with those expressive brows and eyes. You hardly seem like a thief. With a hint of unease and skepticism, the old knight gazed at his future lord, his expression a blend of satisfaction, fervor, and a deeply buried resentment towards the rebels that he dared not reveal. Chapter 31. A new tale. A night passed in silence as they camped along the way, and under the auspices of his father-in-law's title, Dick, guided by Odes, rented a vessel from the ruler of Harroway's Lutt family at the estuary of the Trident River. For 3 consecutive days, the fleet navigated upstream along the Blue Fork River, maneuvering with the winds and currents, and finally, on the morning of the 4th day, they arrived, weary and travel-stained, at the coastal city. Oh, thank the heavens, my friend. You have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, I would have thought you lost in some corner of Westeros. Upon entering the city and learning that the old count was hosting a feast in celebration of his promotion, Dick hastily sent a letter, and within a short span, Lord Patrick, the heir of Coastal City, promptly appeared before him. Patrick, my everlasting friend, do you have any idea how dreadful my spirits were when I heard the news of your departure, leading the sons of the Riverlands back home ahead of me? I was compelled to consume 3 roasted chickens to alleviate my melancholy. The words of an old friend are always laced with humor, causing the youthful count's son to stifle a laugh. Ha ha ha. Blame it on the insufficient hands for the bountiful harvest. However, your appetite is quite impressive. If you were to share half with me, even if I could not become a knight as formidable as you, I would certainly surpass the drunken wastrels of the Seven Kingdoms and secure my place among the champions of this era. In the realm of combat, the feeble Patrick indeed falls short, yet when it comes to the art of flattery, Dick can confidently assert that this lad stands unparalleled among his peers. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Edmund, the heir to the Duke of Hudgian, ascends to the status of the arrow god of the 3 rivers. Encountering such a companion, it is likely that anyone would succumb to self-aggrandizement. Enough of your pretentious prattle. Take me to meet your father. I have pressing matters to discuss. Dick urged, no longer wishing to squander time with the juvenile. Having lived multiple lives, he was now focused on significant affairs. Thus, he cast a disdainful glance at the affectation of Patrick. Patrick, taken aback by the abrupt change in his once loyal confidant, found his expression faltering and his mood somewhat dampened. However, having accompanied Dick through numerous grand encounters, the erstwhile wayward heir had undergone considerable transformation, especially under the direct guidance of his father during this period. Of course, my friend, while you may be fickle, was I not once the same? As companions, our mutual growth is the essence of life. After all, we reside in this realm together. As he spoke these somewhat cryptic words, Patrick, whose literary prowess had evidently advanced, cast a wistful glance at Dick and then turned on his heel to lead the way. Dick rolled his eyes, producing a dinosaur tooth and playfully aiming it at Patrick's back. Indeed, your progress is noteworthy. As a token of our friendship, I bestow upon you this dinosaur tooth as a keepsake. Startled, Patrick instinctively took a step forward, fearing he might be struck. Upon realizing Dick's jest, he grew exasperated, stamping his foot in frustration, and was about to scold him when his expression froze in astonishment. Good heavens, a dinosaur tooth? What is that? As if sensing the boy's curiosity, the Baron grinned widely and arrogantly declared, What? Just because you have dragons in Westeros, does that mean we in Essos cannot have dinosaurs? This strategic move was undoubtedly Dick laying the groundwork for his future, as young Patrick accepted the sizable tooth, which was nearly the length of his palm. Excitement surged through him. Dinosaurs. Are they wondrous creatures like dragons? Dick's lips curled into a smile as he nonchalantly nodded. By the seven, my incredibly dear friend. Do tell me, can dinosaurs fly? Do they breathe fire like dragons? Are they as colossal as dragons? In that moment, the youthful spirit within Patrick was rekindled. As he grasped Dick's arm, chattering eagerly, filled with the medieval boy's fantasies about legendary creatures. His exceptionally close friend did not disappoint him. After playfully ruffling his hair and pushing him aside, he produced from his pocket an extraordinary gem as a gift. With his hands clasped behind his back and his head tilted at a 45-degree angle towards the distant west, he nostalgically remarked, "My friend, as you might imagine, in my far-off homeland, dinosaurs are far more intertwined with our existence than dragons. To survive, we must battle them, tame their wildness, and harness their power for our own purposes. Oh my, the seven gods above, a dragon knight, is right beside me." Patrick marveled internally, suddenly recalling a passage from the tomes housed in his home. According to ancient records, the dragon knight Janina Labelidis once rode her mighty dragon, Tyrex, to explore the continent of Sarasros. There jungles, mountains, and deserts stretch endlessly, inhabited by many wondrous creatures, including the long wing, which, though it does not breathe fire, possesses a ferocity surpassing that of dragons. Contemplating this, Patrick clenched the gem tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Dick. "My friend, although I recognize the perilous nature of crossing the Sea of Sunset, if an opportunity arises, please allow me a glimpse of the legendary creatures that rival dragons." Just imagine the emotions of a medieval youth who finds himself on the brink of witnessing beings that have transcended the ages. Patrick's fervent actions spoke volumes, and the young lad could scarcely fathom that he had silently become a devoted admirer of a tale meticulously crafted by a modern soul. Ahem, one never knows. The cunning baron jested lightly. Perhaps one day, my long-lost kin will return to me with the dinosaur hatchling I inadvertently misplaced. Upon hearing this, the youth, akin to a drowning man grasping a slender thread of hope, fervently prayed, "Oh, seven gods above, may the spirits of the Malister ancestors bless my friend Dick and ensure that one day, the dinosaur hatchling appears before your humble descendant, Patrick." Before the baron, the youthful lad clasped his hands together, eyes shut, fervently scheming aloud. Observing this, a faint smile crept onto Dick's lips as myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. Thus, the two, one grand and the other youthful, both harboring ulterior motives, made their way into the grand hall of Seacoast City, amidst the astonished and ecstatic expressions of countless citizens. "My lord, Sir Dick has arrived," a servant announced before bowing and retreating. In the newly adorned opulent hall, the recently elevated Marquis of Seacoast City, Jason Malister, nodded in acknowledgement. Below him, numerous nobles of Riverland had gathered, and upon hearing of the legendary figure's arrival for the banquet, their expressions varied dramatically. Chapter 32. The Intruder the Marquis. A noble of the highest rank in the seven kingdoms of Westeros, second only to dukes and kings. Apart from his noble standing, the Marquis holds a position of greater power than the Earl. To illustrate, if the Duke serves as the supreme military and political authority of a region, then the Marquis functions as the ruler of a special administrative zone within that territory. The distinction between the two is akin to that between Winterfell in the north and Castle Black. The elevation of Jason to the rank of Marquis was, without a doubt, orchestrated by Lord John Arryn, the king's hand. After all, the performance in the rebellion was remarkably outstanding. In merely 6 short years, the region of Riverlands quietly flourished under the very nose of the Iron Throne. Setting aside the rumored warrior descended, even the city of Seagard alone could easily crush the infamous Ironborn, known for their brutality, with a casualty ratio of 1 to 10 in land battles. If the entirety of the Riverlands were to unite, the mere thought of it sends shivers down the spine of Lord John, the true ruler of the Iron Throne. To where the crown is to bear its weight, even a small ant can shake a mighty tree. One can only imagine how many sons of the Riverlands have been nurtured by its fertile soil. Among the seven kingdoms, how many powerful nobles and discontented subjects are there, all resentful of usurpers? Should there be those who wish to sow discord, would the alliance of the fish, the stag, the lion, the wolf, and the falcon not become a stepping stone for the other 5, or for certain alliances beyond the narrow sea? Lord John dares not gamble, nor will he, and thus, while he is still young and capable, he seeks not power, nor for the sake of a so-called adoptive son, even for the continuation of his own family line. He must act swiftly to eliminate threats, even if it means offending his so-called half-relative, Duke Horse Tully. How laughable! A gathering of lords, and we are to wait for a mere baron? If word of this gets out, the nobility of the seven kingdoms would surely find it absurd. Lord Brecken, adorned in splendid attire emblazoned with the golden shield and red warhorse crest, expressed his indignation. Beside him, Duke Horse Tully sat next to the host, Marquis Jason, raising an eyebrow at the remark but remaining silent. Ah, the Brecken family, notorious for their fiery tempers and lack of wit. It is no wonder they stumbled upon the corpses while assaulting Pike Castle, injuring themselves, and then blaming the valiant Sir Dick for slaying too many enemies. Huh. In my view, you are simply envious of Sir Dick, wishing to usurp his place. Just as he entered, Dick overheard a comrade making sarcastic remarks in his defense. Without a moment to recognize this unknown ally, another stranger immediately lost his composure. To hell with you, Blackwood. Last year, your cattle devoured 3 acres of our grass. And not only did you refuse to compensate us, but you also injured our child. Now that all the lords are present, do you dare to engage in a duel with me? Recognizing the family crest, Dick identified the agitated fellow as belonging to the Brecken family, contemplating how quick-tempered he was, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. However, unexpectedly, the family crest, featuring a red background and a crow, ignited a fierce confrontation. One that was even more explosive and memorable. By the gods, the Bracken family scoundrel, it was indeed your sheep that first grazed upon our pasture. And when our children could no longer endure the injustice, they went to your land to tend to cattle. It would have been better left unsaid. Following this incident, peace was brokered between our families, with us compensating 30 silver bucks for medical expenses. But what of your family? Where did the medical expenses go? If you choose not to pay, then so be it. Must you insist that we are the ones at fault? Do you truly believe others are as foolish as you? How outrageous. Bring me a quill. Today, I shall reveal the sordid and despicable nature of the Bracken family to the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. With that declaration, disregarding the pleas and attempts to restrain him from the assembled nobility, the brother of the Blywood family unsheathed his sword and clashed with the Bracken scoundrel. The two seemed to have orchestrated this duel beforehand, proclaiming their intentions to sign a death warrant while neither had yet reached the center of the hall to formalize it. Instead, they pushed through the crowd to launch surprise attacks on one another. Clang, clang. Beneath the flickering lights, the glimmer of swords danced amidst the sparks, causing bystanders to scream in terror and scatter. The hosts, seemingly accustomed to such chaos, did not intervene, retreating to safety while observing from elevated positions. Their eyes alight with anticipation as the two battled for both life and honor. Amidst the shock, Dick, taken aback, swiftly intercepted a serving boy, snatched the platter of fruits from him, and began to enjoy the spectacle. Drink. Perish, you wretched crow. Damn you, scoundrel. Taste my blade. The two nobles from Hajian exchanged blows, their techniques adhering to a chivalric elegance reminiscent of a knightly dance. After a series of exchanges, the knight of the Bracken family, leveraging his physical advantage, inflicted a wound upon the arm of his Blywood counterpart, just as the Blywood knight was about to be struck fatally in the throat. The onlooker Dick finally took action. With a whoosh, a parkour struck the Bracken knight squarely on the forehead. Who dares to ambush me? The parkour, alas, proved too fragile, shattering upon contact with the knight's sturdy crown. Enraged by the interruption of his lethal strike, the Bracken knight glared furiously around him, his eyes ablaze. Dick, ever forthright, was prepared to take responsibility for his actions. Therefore, under the watchful gaze of the Hajian nobility, the long-awaited baron stepped forth from the crowd and slowly made his way to the center of the arena. Who are you? Why do you disrupt our duel? The Bracken, seemingly taken aback by Dick's imposing presence, stepped back. Dick raised an eyebrow, instinctively touching his face, pondering whether he appeared so fearsome. Fortunately, the relieved Blywood brother provided him with an answer. By the 7 gods, I cannot believe Sir Dick is present. Thank you for saving me. It was he. The despicable Bracken. Just moments ago, he spoke ill of you in front of many, and when I could not restrain myself from retorting, he immediately demanded a duel to the death. Heavens! In the realm of the 7 kingdoms, is there still a semblance of justice? With a lament, a loyal brother from House Blywood shed tears before Dick. Dick narrowed his eyes, observing that the young Brecken did indeed appear guilty, yet as a newcomer, he could not entirely trust the fabrications of his so-called friend. Thus, as an outsider seeking to temper the escalating tension among the noble families of Riverlands, Dick prudently opted for a more reserved approach. My good sir, we are here to celebrate Lord Jason's ascension. It would be prudent to avoid any bloodshed at the feast. He offered a kind gesture to the visibly shocked and enraged Brecken. However, the young Brecken seemed oblivious to the baron's insinuation. Mistaking the baron's amiability for weakness, he brazenly retorted, Outsider, you know nothing. In Westeros, the more grand the banquet, the more raucous the revelry. Step aside, or I shall cleave you in two. Dick was perplexed. It became apparent that this young man was not particularly astute and had likely spoken ill of him previously. He cast a glance towards Lord Jason on the high platform, seeking a cue. The old Marquis merely shrugged and waved his hand dismissively, conveying a message of nonchalance. Recognizing the futility of further discourse, Dick thought it foolish to feign indifference when the opportunity had presented itself so readily. Bring forth the weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, the Baron, embodying the spirit of a warrior, turned to the crowd, calling out to the amused Lord Auster, who had long harbored a grudge against the Riverlands nobility for neglecting to invite their liege lord to the banquet. Without hesitation, Lord Auster seized a steel spear from his attendant and swiftly delivered it into Dick's hands. My lord, the Brecon family has always been tyrannical. A few years ago, they seized numerous caravans from Harrenhal, and they owe Lord Walter 500 gold dragons, unpaid for 6 years. Last year, they even killed one of my cattle. With an air of nonchalance, Lord Auster leaned in closer to Dick, discreetly providing a report. Chapter 33. The Vast Fortune in the Grand Hall. The sound of Brecon swallowing was painfully audible. Gazing at the imposing figure standing before him, Brecon regretted provoking such a formidable adversary. Just last night, his family had cautioned him to spare everyone except those from House Blaywood, yet in a moment of folly, he had chosen to confront the very individual he ought to have avoided. Once again swallowing hard, Brecon, despite standing, felt as if he were seated upon needles. My lord, he stammered, we hold no personal grudge. This is merely a feud between Brecon and Blaywood, enduring for centuries. Before he could finish, the figure before him thrust the spear violently into the ground. The clang of steel resonated, and the floor cracked beneath the force. Jason's eyes widened in shock, thinking to himself, by the gods, the newly laid marble tiles of my abode. Spare me the trivialities. Count Walter is my father-in-law, and Sir Osted is my esteemed mentor. Moreover, I have heard whispers of the disdain you showed my betrothed, Demaya, in her youth, mocking her as if she were concealing 2 watermelons upon her chest as she walked. My heavens, how could one as vile as you exist in the 7 kingdoms? She was but a child. Now, calculate the sum of 500 gold dragons, including interest, and do not forget the cattle from Sir Osted's estate. The Brecons shall repay double, nay triple. Otherwise, today, I shall sever your 3 dog legs. Before the noble lords of Riverlands, the Baron intoned with a menacing countenance. In that moment, Brecon felt the chill of fear wash over him, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him, causing him to wet himself slightly. You fancy a spectacle, do you? Come forth. Today I shall provide you with entertainment. Fixing his gaze on the scoundrel from the Brecon household, Dick chuckled coldly to himself. Sir, you seem to have forgotten our previous encounters. Brecon attempted to argue, but Dick interrupted with a scoff. Humph. As a knight renowned across the 7 kingdoms, I shall not take advantage of your plight. In the name of a warrior, let the lords of Riverlands bear witness. I, Dick Caesar, vow to engage you in a duel using only one hand in my longsword, ostensibly for the sake of fairness, yet in truth, Dick feared that the lad from Brecon might cowardly flee upon sensing the gravity of the confrontation, thus employing a slight provocation. Young Brecon, taken aback by the butcher's audacity, and feeling belittled, was ignited with anger. With a swift motion, he cleaved a nearby table in 2. Do not presume that your size grants you the liberty to act as you please. What merit is there in toppling a mountain of magic? Know this, I, Brecon, am destined to become the dawn sword of this generation. It must be said, some legends endure long after their bearers have departed. And Brecon, yet another smiling knight. He harbors aspirations of becoming the dawn sword, yet his actions are more despicable and shameless than those of the brigand knights. Roaring with fury, Brecon launched an unprovoked attack against the unarmed Dick, an act so base that it left the assembled nobles agape in shock and disdain. Even some of the more virtuous among them began to vociferously denounce him. Foul Brecon, by what right do you claim to be the dawn sword? I wager even a dog in the sanctum knows more of honor and humility than you. Indeed, to call yourself the dawn sword is an affront. I would sooner deem you a smiling knight slain by the very dawn sword. Go to hell, Brecon. Onward, Sir Dick. The eyes of the crowd gleamed with clarity, yet the wretches earned their designation, for they can persist in their ignoble deeds, unfazed even amidst a torrent of scorn and derision, disregarding the scornful taunts of others. Even as his face seemed to bleed from the insults, the youthful Brecon remained undeterred, charging at the unarmed Lord Baron with his sword drawn. By the heavens! Exclaims Dick inwardly, caught off guard by the opponent's lack of martial decorum. He quickly stepped back to evade Brecon's strikes. Brecon, equally astonished that his initial ambush had failed, reacted with a flurry of left and right slashes. In this chaotic exchange, the towering, Unarmed Dick found himself at a disadvantage, forced to dodge while seizing anything within reach to hurl at Brecken. Crash! With each resounding impact, shards of glass and broken fixtures littered the room. In a matter of moments, half of the newly acquired items in the hall were reduced to rubble, prompting the immediate ire of the asset owner, Marquis Jason. Dick, catch the sword. With no time for idle thoughts, the aged Jason swiftly called out, his sword landing precisely beside Dick. Distracted by the need to evade, Dick seized the opportunity, grasping a colorful kerosene lamp, ready to hurl it at Brecken to buy himself time to retrieve the sword. Suddenly, a voice rang out above him. Wait, Sir Brecken, your belt is undone. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the outcry, including those of Brecken and Dick, first catching sight of the perspiring Marquis Jason, before instinctively glancing at Brecken. Only Dick, with remarkable quickness, noted that Brecken's belt was indeed secure. He promptly dropped the lamp and rolled to the side, snatching up a half-sword from the ground, standing ready in an instant. A sense of alarm washed over him. Hearing the commotion, Brecken finally realized, glaring furiously at the elderly Jason before swinging his sword to cleave through a lamp blocking his path. Fool! The elderly Jason was momentarily flustered, pointing at the oblivious youth, his chest heaving with agitation, struggling to find his voice. Father, are you all right? Ultimately, it was his own son, Patrick, who noticed the elder's distress, gently patting his father's back while inquiring. With a thud, a remarkable gemstone accidentally tumbled from Jason's pocket. Agitated, the elder caught a glimpse of the dazzling stone from the corner of his eye, turning to see it, his eyes widening in shock. Patrick, such a large, pure gemstone. Where on earth did you acquire this? To his surprise, the normally circumspect Jason let slip a curse. Patrick, momentarily taken aback, instinctively glanced at Dick amidst the crowd that was enjoying the spectacle. Realizing the implications, Marquis Jason quickly understood and, not wishing for his son to speak recklessly in front of the captivated audience, shot Patrick a fierce glare before snatching the gemstone. This is our family's heirloom. Do not flaunt it carelessly. Do you understand? Though Patrick could not comprehend why his father had suddenly become so miserly, he was no fool. Upon noticing the seriousness etched on his father's face, he immediately nodded in understanding. Yes, father. Jason snorted coldly, sheathing the gemstone as he proclaimed, it is time for the Malister family to forge a family sword. At these words, Patrick's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly transforming into sheer delight. Chapter 34. Grudges and affections. Are we still going to fight? In the disheveled reception hall, the disdainful Baron stood with sword in hand, looking down at the panting Brecken with an air of superiority. The young man's fury was not easily quelled, especially with the glory of being the first among the 7 kingdoms within reach. If he could fell his opponent, even with a single strike, Brecken knew he would forever be enshrined in history as the vanquisher of a legend. Die. Blinded by ambition, the unwilling young man chose to ascend once more. Very well. The Baron let out a cold laugh, his eyes devoid of mercy. Alpha strike. The audience was treated to yet another unprecedented technique. As the Baron moved with agility, his sword spun with remarkable speed. Amidst the flurry of sword shadows, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tempest. Brecken's expression shifted dramatically. In his haste, he instinctively raised his sword to parry. However, the next moment, steel clashed, and sparks flew. With a resounding clang, the tremendous force knocked Brecken off balance, sending his sword flying and causing him to kneel on the ground, ensnared by inertia. You have lost. As expected, with the haughty declaration came the Baron's sword, unrelenting as it rested upon Brecken's neck. Perhaps due to a surge of adrenaline, the young lord, whose wrist had been forcibly broken, found himself momentarily silent, unable to scream. It was only after a few seconds, as time seemed to stand still, that the pain registered, and Brecken cradled his arm, curling into a ball as he began to wail in agony. Help! Help! I don't want to die. In that moment, compared to the composed, smiling knight facing death, the onlookers perceived Brecken as nothing more than a jester. Enough. Servants, take him for treatment. Having witnessed enough of the spectacle, the heartbroken Marquis Jason seized the opportunity to halt the farce. Soon after, the servants stepped in to clean up, and the banquet resumed, while the old Jason sought out the Baron, who stood elegantly amidst the crowd. By the gods, must you always greet an old man with such a grand surprise? In a manner reminiscent of old friends reuniting, Marquis Jason unexpectedly engaged in jest, prompting the surrounding noblemen of the river town to part ways and clear a path for the old Marquis. I apologize, my lord. Circumstances have not aligned with our wishes. The ever-gracious Baron offered a slight bow, executing an elegant and stylish display of noble etiquette toward the old Marquis. Old Jason curled his lips, casting a glance at Dick, whom he had not seen for several seasons. Instantly, the gloom and dissatisfaction within him dissipated. It was still the same, utterly unchanged. He found himself thoroughly exasperated. Though Jason feigned disdain, his expression betrayed profound admiration, the pride on his aged face unmistakable. The nobility of Hajien observed the camaraderie between the old Marquis and the legendary Baron, recalling their master-disciple bond as the rumors suggested. Indeed, the illustrious Sir Dick was personally elevated by Sir Jason. Truly, he is the backbone of our Hajien. To have produced such an extraordinary figure, Marquis Jason, remarkable, wealth and fame. Individuals like the old Marquis have witnessed countless storms throughout their lives. Now, in his advanced years, the finest pursuits for him revolve around such matters. My lord, how is your health these days? Has the taxation been affected? In a manner akin to a younger generation inquiring after their elders' well-being, the astute Baron pivoted, engaging in pleasantries with the old Marquis. Observing this, the nobles of Hajien wisely refrained from interrupting the two. Yet they could not help but feel a surge of envy toward old Jason. Thanks to your support, the people of Haijiang City are united as one. This year, our tax revenues have not only remained intact, but His Majesty the King has even designated a new trade route to compensate for my losses. Although merely casual banter, the old Marquis subtly revealed the Baron's purpose for his visit, alleviating the latter's concerns and providing a reassuring balm for the weary traveler. Noticing this, Dick nodded slightly, lost in thought, instinctively glancing at the high platform where Lord Horst Tully, the governor of Hajien, sat expressionlessly, observing him and Jason. My lord, shall we discuss this further later? There are too many eyes here, and the formalities have been adequately addressed, Dick suggested, taking the initiative. Jason, harboring many questions of his own for Dick, understood the Baron's unspoken cue and nodded in agreement. The old Marquis, with a significant expression, cautioned. The Tully family has governed Hajien for nearly 3 centuries. Though Duke Horst wields immense power, he is a kind-hearted man. When you meet him later, do ensure you present yourself well. As he spoke, the old Marquis conveyed a meaningful glance to Dick, then nodded slightly before turning to depart with poise. Recognizing the implications, Dick, not being foolish, comprehended the old Marquis's intentions. He also understood that the 7 kingdoms were not as tranquil as they appeared beneath the surface. The nobility engaged in constant intrigues, and a recent spectacle had just unfolded before him. Especially in these times, the esteemed Jason has been granted a promotion, rendering Haijiang City the most promising locale within Hajien. This development has also subtly altered the power dynamics within the region. The words of the old Marquis, seemingly a mere admonition, were unmistakably a caution against offending the illustrious Duke, whose connections are vast. After all, Lord Dick, as a newly minted power in Hajien, supported by the Malister family, must be acutely aware that his every action could indirectly influence their standing. Thoughts raced through Dick's mind, and he began to comprehend the current situation, gaining clarity on his own position. With a heart as steady as a seasoned veteran, he lifted his goblet and approached the table of Duke Horst Tully of Benlu City. Good sir, it has been quite some time. How have you fared lately? Upon seeing the much-anticipated guest, the Duke's face lit up with an exceedingly warm smile. As the paramount authority of the Hajien region, Duke Horst is not only the father-in-law of the North-Est Guardian, Ned Stark, but also the father-in-law of Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King. With such intricate ties, along with his long-standing camaraderie with King Robert, his position as governor of Hajien has remained as steadfast as iron, allowing him to enjoy life with remarkable ease compared to some more prudent elders. By the 7, as the governor of the Trident, how could I have failed to recognize a talent such as yours in due time? I am truly sorry to have disappointed the many sons of Hajien who have placed their trust in me. I regret failing the expectations of the realm regarding the Tully family. Goodness, Dick exclaimed in astonishment, observing the unpretentious demeanor and appreciative gaze of Duke Horst. He found himself momentarily perplexed by the Duke's intentions. With a mindset of cautious optimism, Dick offered a humble smile, bowing slightly as if taken aback by the honor. And with equal enthusiasm and respect, he looked toward Duke Horst, saying, Your Grace, you jest. From your youth, you have traversed the 7 kingdoms, and in your prime, you distinguished yourself in the War of the 9 Penny Kings. The people of Hajien revere your name, and across the realm, the Tully family is spoken of with great admiration. As a knight, I can only aspire to emulate your exploits and embrace the splendor of the 7 kingdoms while still young. The legendary knight, renowned far and wide, was taken aback by the Baron's understanding of his illustrious past. In that moment, Duke Horst felt a profound connection with the aspiring Baron before him. The 7 gods above, It is truly surprising, Duke, that you possess such profound knowledge of my past. What a pity it is, were I granted the chance to relive my youth. I would certainly embark once more on a journey through the Seven Kingdoms with you. Perhaps, with your legendary stature, the bards would immortalize our tale just as they have chronicled the saga of Tall Duncan and Egan. Unbeknownst to Dick, the Duke before him, amidst a gathering of numerous attendees, had made a comparison between their duo and the legendary royal guards of a bygone era, as well as the royal family of that time. This led Dick to label the Duke as possessing a remarkably open-hearted disposition, while simultaneously reflecting on the truth in the adage that like father, like son, with a composed demeanor. He took a sip of his drink and raised his glass in agreement. Meanwhile, the beaming Duke Horst remained blissfully oblivious to any anomalies. After also partaking of his drink, his thoughts seemed to take flight, and he suddenly turned to Dick with an expression of gravity. Sir, if my memory serves me right, did you not, during the duel, declare yourself as the son-in-law of the Riverland family? The shift in conversation was palpable, causing Dick to startle. He recalled learning from Old Ost that during the Usurpers' War, although the Tully family was indeed kin to the Riverland family, they had clashed due to conflicting allegiances. This recollection made Dick acutely aware of the sensitivity of the topic. Yet, one cannot evade the inevitable. Thus, he boldly met Horst's gaze and replied without hesitation, "Indeed, my lord." To his surprise, the Duke's reaction left Dick perplexed. The elderly Duke, with graying temples, suddenly appeared taken aback, a flicker of sorrow dancing in his cerulean eyes. "Ah, I presume you have heard of our unfortunate history from the Riverland family?" The Duke averted his gaze, his tone tinged with melancholy, suggesting deep-seated remorse regarding this past. Having not gleaned any insights into the matters of their families from the Count and Countess of Riverland, Dick found himself at a loss. He could only respond candidly, "I apologize, my lord. I find myself somewhat confused. Lord Walter and Lady Sheila have not spoken to me about you." Upon hearing this, the Duke was momentarily taken aback, followed by a silence that bore the weight of regret. His expression shifted from annoyance to profound guilt. After a considerable pause, Horst, displaying an impressive feat of emotional transition, sighed heavily and addressed Dick with a face marked by remorse. "Ah, I have wronged the Riverland family, and I have wronged my beloved Manisa." Chapter 35. A desperate bet. I cannot recall the moment when her smile began to fade from my memory. We once loved each other so deeply. Whenever I journeyed afar, she would eagerly embrace our child, sitting by the window of Running Water City, quietly awaiting my return. She is Manisa of Riverland, the love I vowed to protect in this lifetime. Unbeknownst to him, Dick once more found himself entranced by a poignant tale of love recounted by another. The protagonists of the tale are Horst Tully and Manisa Hien. By lineage, Manisa ought to be the aunt of Demaya. Yet it is perplexing how this prematurely departed aunt could captivate the heart of the esteemed Duke Horst. Dick merely needed to be aware of the striking reputation of Caitlin Tully, the daughter of Aunt Manisa, who was renowned for her unparalleled beauty in the north, to comprehend the situation. At that time, King Robert had not yet risen in rebellion to overthrow the Mad King. The Hien family not only shared a marital connection with the Tully family, but also stood as their most formidable vassals. However, in the aftermath of the false spring, due to a series of missteps by Prince Rhaegar, Robert was consumed by a tumult of emotions stemming from the loss of his wife. This led to the outbreak of the War of the Usurper, during which the Tully family raised the fish banner to join the insurgents, while the Hien family chose the bat banner in loyalty to the crown. The outcome was evident. The Tullys, aligned with the right cause, not only preserved their status in the new struggle, but also ascended to become one of the most powerful families in the Seven Kingdoms. In stark contrast, the Hien family, having chosen the wrong side, lost any chance of further advancement. Although they retained their title, they seemed to merely survive on borrowed time. Had it not been for Dick's intervention, it is likely that they would have faded into obscurity. Such past events evidently rendered Dick unable to maintain a sense of trust towards the aging Duke before him. "My lord, those have become mere memories. If possible, I wish to start anew from this point, forgetting the less than noble past." Regardless of whether the Duke was testing him, Dick was acutely aware of the truths surrounding Herrenberg. Thus, for his own safety, he discreetly conveyed his stance to Horst. Upon hearing this, Horst, who had been in a state of melancholy, appeared somewhat uplifted. After nodding at Dick, he turned his gaze towards his son, Sir Edmure, who was jovially engaging with Patrick at the gathering. "The future of the Seven Kingdoms ultimately rests upon the shoulders of young men such as yourselves. My son Edmure may not be exceptional, but he is certainly not a wicked soul. Therefore I implore you, for the sake of this aged man's hopes for his son, assist me in guiding him to become a true lord." Much like the earlier sentiments expressed by the venerable Jason regarding Patrick, Horst held reservations about his own son. Yet, for the sake of his family's future, the old Duke saw a glimmer of hope in Dick and chose to extend assistance to his beloved son. Whether motivated by legalities or self-interest, Dick found no justification to decline or refuse. Thus, under the expectant gaze of Horst, the most valorous baron in the Seven Kingdoms bowed respectfully and declared, "Of course. My lord, Edmure is a friend of Patrick, and as a friend of Patrick, how could I not be a friend of Lord Edmure?" The promotion banquet continued for 3 consecutive days. Marquis Jason remained preoccupied with affairs, leaving Dick to seize the opportunity to acquaint himself with the new and old nobility of the region. The vassals of Hujian naturally did not wish to let slip the opportunity to associate with legendary figures. They eagerly sent forth their heirs to engage in conversation, while many astute individuals even summoned their daughters, attempting to insert themselves into the proceedings, thereby hoping to elevate their family's influence within the region. In response, Dick scoffed. As the paragon of pure love and a remarkably gallant baron, he gracefully declined the advances of all the young ladies who approached him. Amidst their disappointed glances, he solemnly reaffirmed his familial alliance with the Heian family. Observing this, the expressions of the noble families varied. Some, whose relations with the Heian family were strained, could not help but dispatch emissaries to old Jason to inquire further. Fortunately, upon verification that this was merely the Baron's personal inclination, these rival families found some solace. Beneath this veneer of tranquility, however, nefarious plots brewed. Dick was well aware, yet remained unmoved. With a heart as steadfast as an ancient dog, he consistently upheld his principles, enjoying the lengthy festivities alongside the arrow god of Sanha and the heir of Haijiang City. After the banquet concluded and the guests dispersed, the Baron, having warmly seen off the future Lord of Hujian, Edmure, promptly sought out Marquis Jason, gradually stepping into the power center of Hujian. "My lord, following you into battle is evidently a far more effortless endeavor than navigating the treacherous social intricacies," he jested, his weary eyes betraying his fatigue. Casting aside his decorum, he drew up a chair and settled into it, appearing as though utterly drained. The aged Marquis, having lived a life of military service, shared this sentiment, but had cultivated a habit of self-discipline through the years. After correcting his posture, he retrieved a stack of documents from the table and handed them to Dick, stating, "Sir, this is our ancient tradition. Though I am not particularly fond of it, it nonetheless represents our dignity and distinction as nobles." This utterance served as both a reminder and a lesson from a superior to an inferior, compelling the free-spirited baron to adjust his posture. Upon accepting the documents, he glanced through them briefly before setting them aside with indifference. "My lord, what is your perspective on my relationship with the Heian family?" Dick found himself in a delicate position. As a baron personally ennobled by the king, he was ostensibly supported by the Malister family, thus inevitably bearing the label of Marquis of Haijiang in all his actions. "What can I say? That is your affair," the Marquis replied, perhaps somewhat irked, likely due to the 3-day feast having drained his resources. Nevertheless, his tone reassured Dick. "My lord, your wisdom and valor are ever consistent." The baron offered a complimentary remark, to which the Marquis smiled briefly, only to revert to a displeased demeanor immediately thereafter. "You, my friend, appear to possess a striking countenance, yet it is surprising that you have silently set your sights on the formidable Lord Walter. I must caution you. The waters of the river and family are treacherous. It would be prudent for you to act within your means, for the Three Rivers region is far from the serene place you might envision." The old Marquis's unusually earnest advice prompted a nod of understanding from Dick. As the son-in-law of the river and family, according to the laws of the kingdom, he would, in due course, inherit the title of Lord of Herrenberg upon the passing of his father-in-law. However, to speak candidly and realistically, the river and family, remnants of a fallen dynasty, faces considerable ostracism in the Three Rivers region, to the extent that their very existence is precarious. Thus, as a shield for the river and family, Dick is inevitably drawn into the fray. The old Marquis, observing from the sidelines, was keenly aware of these dynamics, which motivated his well-intentioned warning. Having lived 2 lives, Dick understood the intricacies of the situation and had prepared himself accordingly. To assuage the old Marquis's concerns, he feigned a moment of thoughtful contemplation before earnestly assuring the elder, "My lord, given the circumstances, all is preordained. There is little I can do, but I shall not recklessly allow myself, nor your coastal city, to become embroiled in conflict." Old Jason contemplated this notion. Although he held the baron in high regard, he recognized that the latter was merely an outsider. As the head of the Malister family, he could not afford to bring trouble upon his kin. at least not before bequeathing his legacy to his son, Patrick. Thus, the two men, each with their reservations, reached a mutual understanding and withdrew, granting one another the necessary space for reflection. Chapter 36. The Rise of the Common Folk after a day of rest. The following morning, Dick bid farewell to the old Marquis and the nearly insufferable Patrick. With his appointment papers and a lavish carriage funded by the Riverland family, he, accompanied by his loyal guards, arrived at his fief on a particular afternoon in the year 289. Ding, ding, ding. The ancient bells of the chapel rang out, and at the call of the village elder, the villagers from nearby hamlets hurriedly gathered. Genie, what is happening? Tame, if you ask me, who should I inquire? Amidst the bustling crowd, two young villagers, who had participated in the Battle of Coastal City, whispered to one another when suddenly the priest in the chapel coughed, declaring, "Ahem! Silence! Silence!" At his command, the raucous atmosphere of the chapel quickly fell into silence. Soon after, several elderly village leaders formed a line, and under the curious gaze of the villagers, a retinue of knights escorted a lord from the rear of the chapel. "Dear villagers, I am Baron Dick Caesar, the King's appointed lord of this land. I trust that through your village elders, you have been made aware of the current situation." A familiar figure emerged, and in an instant, many villagers who had fought in the Battle of Coastal City recognized him. My heavens, it truly is him. I cannot believe this lord has become our leader. By the 7 gods, long live the son of the river. Oh, blessed mother. To one's astonishment, the gentleman appeared remarkably handsome and tall. It is hard to fathom that just a month ago, he was sent to the battlefield by us. As anticipated, with a call from Dick, the sanctuary swiftly transformed back into a bustling market. Among the villagers, upon seeing that unfamiliar yet familiar man, 2 young souls, disregarding the puzzled gazes of others, pushed through the crowd and emerged forthwith. My lord, it is I. I am Genie. I carried a gun for you. And I am Tame. I recently sang for you while leading your horse. On the platform, hearing the familiar voices, Dick turned his gaze and indeed beheld 2 recognizable figures, Genie and Tame. Weren't you summoned back home to harvest crops? Could it be? Dick exclaimed, astonished. For he had originally thought that the 2 young men returning from Lannisport would never have the chance to serve as his attendants again. Yet, unexpectedly, fate had intertwined their paths, allowing Dick to become the lord of their village. By the 7, thank the heavens, my lord. We initially planned to wait for the arrival of the new lord before continuing to seek your service. We never imagined that you would be our lord. Under the astonished and envious gazes of other villagers, the brothers Genie and Tame jovially greeted their lord. And as anticipated, the lord warmly invited the 2 onto the platform in front of several villagers. Come, good lads, come up so the lord can see you and check if you have grown stronger. Subsequently, the young brothers, tanned and robust from farming, beamed with smiles and swiftly approached the Baron amidst the envious glances of the village elders. The Baron, with a warm smile, patted the shoulders of the 2, teasingly remarked, "Well, quite sturdy, aren't we?" Brother Genie proudly nodded, showcasing his bicep, while Brother Tame, slightly bashful, mimicked his elder with a display of his slender arms. Thereafter, the Baron declared that the 2 would rejoin the ranks and once again serve as noble knights' attendants. This spectacle left the villagers in profound astonishment. For in the ancient lands of Westeros, it was expected for vassals to serve their lords. Yet for a vassal to aspire to become a knight's attendant was nearly impossible. Once one became a knight's attendant, it signified not merely a change in status, but also the potential for a leap in social class. Thus, when the tale of Genie and Tame unfolded before their eyes, it was akin to witnessing a real-life story of the tall Sir Duncan. By the 7, the Lord truly is a hero among the children of the Riverlands. He is willing to allow farmers like us to serve as knights' attendants. Among the crowd, the simple villagers brimmed with hope for the promising future of the 2 brothers, especially the elders, who had largely resigned to their fates, urging the young men with fervent voices. Genie and Tame, do not let the Lord's expectations go unfulfilled. One must strive diligently in their studies and earn the recognition of adults. Do you understand? The brothers, Jean and Tame, nodded earnestly. Having ventured far due to the ravages of war, they witnessed the harshness and beauty of the outside world. Thus, the impassioned youths became acutely aware of their own insignificance. Yet they were equally unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Therefore, the opportunity to alter their fates was of paramount importance to them. My dear adults, in the name of warriors and as sons of Hajien, we shall not betray your expectations. Since the onset of the siege of Pike City, the brothers had served as attendants to Dick. They had also participated in martial competitions, albeit as mere spectators, yet they absorbed much regarding the chivalric code through observation. Excellent. You both possess great spirit, and I have high hopes for you. The Baron, as always, showed no disdain for them. Rather, he patted their shoulders with the warmth of an affectionate elder brother and offered sincere and robust encouragement. Thus, with the aid of this interlude, the Baron garnered the goodwill of many villagers, and he resumed his inauguration ceremony within the sanctuary. By the blessing of the 7 gods, as your lord, I cannot evade the duty of collecting taxes from you in the times to come, for it is an obligation we must fulfill to our sovereign, a tradition upheld by the nobility of the 7 kingdoms for centuries. Without a pre-prepared speech, the Baron delivered his message smoothly and with poise, bringing grim news to his subjects. This revelation wiped the smiles from the faces of the villagers, who now gazed anxiously at their lord upon the high dais. The Lord raised a hand to calm them, offering a gentle smile. The Heavenly Father is just, and the warrior embodies righteousness. As a knight, though I find it difficult to accept such an unjust reality, considering you have recently endured the horrors of war, I have decided to exempt you from 30% of your taxes for the next 2.5 years. Wonderful news. Truly remarkable news. The Baron was indeed no tyrant. He was a hero of the sons of Hegian. Without further ado, the villagers beamed with radiant smiles, raising their arms in jubilant cheer. Long live the sons of Hegian. Long live Lord Dick. Chapter 37, The Barony. I recall once reading an article that posed a question to its readers. If one were to become a lord in a medieval feudal society, what would one do? How would one develop their territory? A comment beneath the article remains etched in Dick's mind. Of course, one must first retain the right of the first knight. As for development, as long as the villagers do not starve, that suffices. This revelation shocked the earnest Dick, yet he quickly came to understand. In the face of modern life's material abundance, those internet users who find themselves well-fed and unoccupied often resort to trivial pursuits, casually resting their hands beneath their desks. Shaking his head to cast aside such peculiar distractions, Duke Dick summoned his trusted confidant, Sir Odes, and gestured toward the map sprawled across the table, inquiring, "What are your thoughts, Sir Odes?" Rather than blindly adhering to the so-called traditions of the village elders, the Baron had taken it upon himself to inspect his domain, subsequently conducting a census of his subjects and commissioning a new map. The land was fertile, the waterways abundant, and the villages teemed with beauty, far surpassing his own modest nightly fief of fewer than 100 souls. To his surprise, Old Odes offered a response that belied the chivalric spirit, prompting the Baron to roll his eyes. After casting a disapproving glance at the envious old knight, he resumed his account with a newfound seriousness. 3 villages stretched along the Blue Fork River, flowing seamlessly toward the Eastern Kingdom, while the southern coastline facilitated connections with the southeastern regions. Upstream, one could reach Seaside City, with its harbor leading into Ironman Bay, which linked the Iron Islands to the entire western coast of the kingdom, and to the north, one could reach the coastal territories of the north. Without a draft in hand, the Baron summarized swiftly, earning Old Odes' approval. Though a flicker of surprise and speculation danced in his eyes, which the Baron chose to overlook as he continued his summary. Within the territory, the land was bountiful. Transport was convenient, and the population approached 1,000. Truly, it was a region renowned for its prosperity. However, it was lamentable that under such conditions, the subjects barely managed to meet their basic needs, with some families struggling so much that they lacked adequate shelter from the elements. As he spoke, the Baron shook his head, overwhelmed with emotion. As a native of the medieval era, Old Odes could hardly comprehend the perspective shaped by the Baron's modern experiences. To him, such a picturesque and fertile domain required no transformation, with merely a touch of favorable weather each year. The yield would likely surpass that of his own dilapidated knightly estate by 100-fold. "My lord, if you are dissatisfied, perhaps we could exchange territories?" Unexpectedly, Old Odes made this bold proposal. The Baron turned, regarding him with an all-seeing gaze. Old Odes immediately stiffened, his previously sagacious expression now rendered markedly clearer. "Ahem. My lord, I was merely jesting. If you find this unsatisfactory, we could return to Herrenberg, and I could send representatives for tax collection periodically." It appeared that the old knight, sensing the Baron's accustomed indulgence in fine delicacies, had shifted his tone to that of a sycophant within gilded gates. Sighing inwardly, Dick realized he had overestimated Old Odes, a man whose life revolved solely around warfare. At that moment, he found himself yearning for a capable administrator among his ranks. Sensing the disappointment of the Baron, the elder Oster lost the earlier levity, his face now stern and serious, as if he were preparing for battle. "My lord, I beg your pardon for my rudeness and levity. I assure you it shall not happen again." Upon hearing this, Dick turned his gaze toward Oster. Noticing the old knight's determined demeanor, his eyes filled with remorse and unease. "Very well, sir. I am merely troubled by how to govern my own territory." With a wave of his hand, Dick signaled Oster to relax, and the old knight finally eased his expression. Studying the map intently, after a moment of contemplation, he began to articulate his thoughts. The Three Rivers region is scarce in grand cities like Old Town or King's Landing, predominantly consisting of smaller towns akin to Beauty's Gathering. During harvest season, the children of the river would bring their crops to the riverbanks, exchanging them with merchant vessels traversing the waterways. In turn, the merchants would transport these goods across the Seven Kingdoms via the rivers. Thus, my lord, if you could establish a workshop here, you might have the opportunity to become the wealthiest baron among the Seven Kingdoms. Emulating the baron, the elder Oster eloquently expounded on his insights. Observing this, Dick nodded slightly. Although Oster's proposal was somewhat rudimentary, it was nonetheless a thoughtful and reasoned contribution. "Sir, you are indeed correct, but how do you envision we execute this plan?" Tossing the question back to the old knight, who was more accustomed to matters of combat than governance, Dick pondered over the map. Having spent a lifetime in warfare, Oster was at a loss regarding production and construction, his face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to conjure a worthy suggestion. "I am powerless, my lord," he lamented, his demeanor akin to a deflated duck. Dick chose not to further press the old knight, and instead turned his attention back to the map. Much like Old England, the continent of Westeros, as depicted by the Old English writers, shares a striking resemblance to the medieval realm of John Bull. Most noble lords prefer to implement a manorial system within their territories. While this system significantly enhances agricultural productivity, it simultaneously stifles the development of other industries, inhibiting overall productivity. Fortunately, being a fantastical realm, Westeros offers vast expanses compared to the limited territories of John Bull, presenting ample opportunities for growth. Moreover, according to the information Dick had gathered, the Three Rivers region alone could sustain as many as 1 million inhabitants. These million souls heavily rely on the merchant vessels that traverse the region daily for their essential needs. With this revelation, Dick struck the table and declared, "Sir Oster, I have devised a plan, but it necessitates a return to Harrenhal first." The old knight was momentarily taken aback, only to witness Lord Baron commencing the packing of his belongings. Without uttering many words, as a sworn knight of Hellenberg, the old knight naturally deferred to the future master of Hellenberg. He promptly nodded in acknowledgement, summoned aides to prepare the carriage, and after greeting the elders of the territory, the caravan set off under the cover of night towards Hellenberg. Chapter 38. Consuming soft rice with hard efforts. The Seven Kingdoms, reminiscent of a feudal civilization from the medieval era, boast vast territories and a populous citizenry. The Riverlands, as one of the 9 administrative regions of the kingdom, is situated in the central expanse of the continent. Its abundant natural resources have rendered it densely populated and well-watered. It is precisely due to the Riverlands' unique geographical position that it has remained a battleground, rife with conflict and bloodshed for centuries. In the forthcoming chapters of A Song of Ice and Fire, the Riverlands will be devastated by the calamity of the War of the Five Kings. The children of the Riverlands will be displaced, and the once noble family of Tully will tragically find themselves as prisoners in their own home. As Dick, one of the lords bestowed with this land, pondered how to develop his territory, he realized the urgency of his situation. The year was 289 of the Conquest era, and if memory served him right, in 9 years, the saga of Ice and Fire would commence, unleashing chaos and carnage. He knew he must swiftly cultivate his strength for self-preservation. Within Hellenberg, Dick returned to his fiancée's home, requested a room from his future father-in-law, and began to devise plans for his future. "Knock, knock, knock. My lord, dinner is served." The gentle rap of the maid echoed from outside the door. Dick set down his quill, dried the ink, and glanced at the dimming sky outside. Time indeed flew swiftly. Another day had passed, and he had accomplished little. With a growing sense of urgency, he carefully stored away his drafted plans and followed the maid to the dining hall. "Good evening, my lord, my lady, and dear miss." As he had not yet been formally introduced, Dick adhered to the intricate courtesies expected of nobility, greeting his future in-laws with the appropriate decorum. "Sir, you are exceedingly courteous. Please, take a seat." Nodding in gratitude, Dick offered a slight smile to the assembly, drew back his chair, and seated himself as dinner commenced. Silence reigned during the meal, a customary etiquette among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. However, after a brief interval, the matron of the house broke the stillness at the table. "I have heard from Sir Oster that you seem quite troubled regarding your territorial affairs." With an elegant sip of her drink, Lady Sheila inquired. As the designated suitor of the family, it was only natural for her to desire the strongest potential in her future son-in-law. for the strength of allies was essential for the continued prominence of the Tully family in the Riverlands. Yes, indeed, my lady. Wiping his mouth, Dick smiled at his concerned fiancée, Demaya, and spoke candidly. Upon hearing him, Walter, his father-in-law, who was intently tending to the roast chicken, was instantly captivated. Oh, sir, is it due to the absence of a castle? I have heard you amassed a considerable fortune at the tournament. If you wish, I can lend you the finest craftsmen from Helensburgh, enabling you to construct a splendid stronghold for yourself. Perhaps driven by a sense of traditional masculinity, Walter, considering Dick's position as the head of a clan and a renowned knight, felt that even though Dick was the sole representative of his lineage, the union of their families warranted some semblance of prestige. However, to Walter's astonishment, Dick shook his head and replied with an unperturbed demeanor, "No, my lord. For me, Helensburgh is already sufficiently grand. Rather than squander funds on something unnecessary at present, I would prefer to invest in creating further wealth. Only then can our two families secure their footing in the realm of Riverlands amidst the seven kingdoms." Upon hearing this, Walter's respect for Dick deepened, while his wife, Lady Sheila, beamed with delight. The couple had previously been apprehensive that the Baron might have felt compelled to compromise for the sake of appearances. However, with the Baroness' unequivocal declaration, they felt obliged to show their support, both for their daughter and for the future grandson destined to inherit the lands and titles of both families. Not a trace of disdain for the Baron's straightforward approach could be seen on the faces of the elder couple. After exchanging glances, Walter promptly raised his glass. "Sir, you are absolutely correct. I wholeheartedly endorse your perspective." With that, he downed his drink in one gulp and set down the glass with a resounding thud. Exuding a sense of camaraderie, "The Riverland family never owes a debt, sir. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to approach me. Of course, you must first arrange the wedding with my precious daughter." This was a reasonable expectation in the couple's eyes, as only with a formal union could the alliance between the two families be truly established, allowing them to feel at ease in supporting their esteemed son-in-law. Dick naturally had no objections, nodding in agreement as he raised a toast. He then turned to the other side of the table where Demaya was eavesdropping, only to find her face flushed, her head buried in her bosom. "Ahem, it seems Miss Demaya has no objections either. In that case, my lord, let us set a date for our wedding." A wedding is one of the 5 fundamental rites of life, revered in any culture as a significant and sacred ceremony. Particularly in the Seven Kingdoms, due to various factors and demands, a wedding signifies the union of two families, a matter of great public interest. Moreover, aside from these considerations, Dick viewed marriage as a divine and pure undertaking. This not only signifies personal growth, but also embodies the shared commitment and responsibility towards the future. It is undoubtedly a serious topic. "Demaya, we are about to marry. Do you regret marrying me?" In the flowing garden, seated on a stone bench, Dick gently brushed aside the strands of hair from his beautiful fiancée's forehead. Puzzled by her fiancé's question, Demaya reluctantly turned her head away from Dick's shoulder and, facing his masculine and domineering visage, spoke earnestly. "My lord, I assure you, you are undoubtedly the most perfect knight in the Seven Kingdoms. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a sense of inferiority, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality of the situation." Demaya's sincere tone was laced with a hint of anxiety, as if fearing her fiancé might suddenly retract their engagement. With her eyes glistening, she threw herself into Dick's strong embrace. "My lord, I truly adore you. Please do not leave me." Her voice trembled, yet her emotions were unwavering. Knowing the girl as passed all too well from their 2 lifetimes together, Dick instinctively touched his face, marveling at her charm, and tightened his embrace around her, soothingly replying, "Why should we distinguish between this life and the next? Love itself is eternal." Chapter 39. The Butcher of Despair. As time passed, a new scandal began to unfold. Miss Demaya, the heiress of Earl Herrenberg, was to wed none other than the renowned knight, Baron Dick, who governed 3 villages. The news sparked considerable discussion among the masses. Bang, bang, boom. By the 7 gods. Why, Sir Dick is mine, mine. Within a luxurious estate in Lannister Harbor, the widow Launtel seethed with rage and resentment, shattering priceless decorations across the floor in her fury. "Why must it be this way? Is it because you find me too old? Or perhaps because I am not sincere enough? But I have promised to share half of my fortune, worth millions of gold dragons, along with my castle and dozens of taverns with you. Why does that not compare to the dilapidated Herrenberg of the Riverland family?" Amidst her sobs, Lady Launtel knelt on the ground, wiped her tears, and, with a defiant gaze, rose to her feet. "Bring forth the carriage and attendants. I shall head to Herrenberg." After adjusting her appearance, the distraught lady, Her face streaked with tears, seized a gemstone and hurled it against the grand door, exclaiming in wrath. The loud crash startled the maidservants outside, who, fearing retribution, quickly complied and vanished from sight. Subsequently, having vented her anger, Lady Launtel regained some composure and, noticing the gemstone she had discarded, sorrowfully picked it up and cradled it in her arms. Her enchanting, delicate features were now filled with deep sadness and longing. If you harbor no affection for me, why bestow upon me such a precious gift? Do you truly believe I am in need of your paltry accommodation fee? Humph. As melancholy enveloped her, Lady Launtel felt her heart grow heavier, cradling the gemstone as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Similar incidents unfolded in Lannisterport, though most observers lacked the fervent despair of Lady Launtel. After all, they were merely bystanders. The girls, who had only encountered the Baron from a distance, mostly felt a sense of wistfulness, with a select few opting to extend their blessings. Meanwhile, the rough men were less concerned with the civilized knight's wedding and more intrigued by the appearance and physique of the lady who had captivated the Baron, wondering if she could endure his extraordinary vigor. Nevertheless, justice eventually prevailed, dismissing these malicious speculations. A few valiant brothers would not only bless the couple but also defend them if they heard disparaging remarks. After all, he was a hero who had safeguarded the West Coast, a figure ardently supported by the children of the river. Upon returning to the Riverlands, news confirmed that Dick was indeed preparing to wed the heir of the Heen family, as rumored. Families, whether in opposition to the Heen or seeking to curry favor with the Baron, dispatched their representatives and gifts. Notably, those families who valued this union sent either their patriarchs or heirs, including Edmund, the heir of Flowing City, Patrick, the heir of Coastal City, and Blynden, the heir of Crowtree City, among others. This included the Brecken family, who had recently clashed with Dick. Within Stonefence City, a disgruntled man exclaimed, "Damn Dick, damn Heen. My hand is broken. I can no longer wield a sword." "Shoo, brother, lower your voice." In the family conference room, the man whose wrist had been broken by Dick seethed with hatred. Seeing his cousin Hendry, usually his closest ally, remain silent on his behalf only fueled his anger. "Damn Dick, I see him as nothing but a vile opportunist. As a knight of the Seven Kingdoms, knowing the plight of the Heen family, he dares to covet their inheritance. I feel nothing but shame for him." The man grew increasingly animated in his tirade, oblivious to the disconcerted expressions of his siblings in the conference room. "Indeed, I too feel a profound shame for you. It is one thing to disgrace yourself at a banquet, but to play petty games before so many? Do you not realize that you have turned the entire realm into a laughingstock at the expense of our Brecken family?" "Humph." A familiar voice interrupted from behind, causing the unknown man to stiffen and turn in shock. "Uncle." The newcomer was none other than Genos Brecken, the current head of the Brecken family and the Earl of Stonefence City, who had followed Duke Horst through numerous battles. Without acknowledging the insolent man, the old Earl entered the hall with his peers, sweeping his cloak before taking his seat at the head of the table. "I held such high hopes for you all, which is why I could not bear to let you participate in that rebellion. I believe that any one of you who witnessed that masterpiece within Pike City would undoubtedly lack the courage to confront such a monstrosity. The scene of dismembered bodies still haunts my dreams, and the Count, with a grave expression, could not hide his trepidation. But, Maluo tried to defend himself, yet the middle-aged man behind Genos furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Silence. Do you have any idea what sort of adversary you have brought upon us? I witnessed with my own eyes hundreds of fully armed iron men perish at his hands. Do you comprehend what kind of scene that was? Just the heaps of mangled corpses could fill half a room in stone fences." The man's voice trembled with rage, and a palpable fear flickered in his eyes. The butcher must have been terrified by his description, Maluo murmured instinctively, inciting his father's expression to grow cold as he raised his palm, preparing to deliver a resounding slap to his wayward son. "Enough. He is, after all, a child of the Brecken family and has reached adulthood. Do not let him be forever shamed before his brothers." Familiar with such squabbles, Genos waved a hand to halt his brother, restoring a modicum of dignity to his trembling nephew. "Yes, elder brother," the middle-aged man relented, retreating behind Genos under the weight of Maluo's humiliation and resentment. Old Walter, always upright yet inept, clearly bore the fingerprints of that old woman, a strategic move indeed. After having a servant refill his glass, the grizzled Genos took a sip and narrowed his eyes, mused softly, "Indeed. Old Jason and Lord Horst hold that fellow in high regard. It seems it will not be long before the Heen family rises above us once more." The elder members exchanged remarks, their words laden with envy and jealousy toward the Heen family. As the year 289 drew to a close, propelled by a sense of urgency and the Baroness' fervent insistence, The wedding was hastily arranged and finally took place a week later. Amidst the grandeur of the divine tree forest outside Herrenberg, bong, bong, a resounding chime announced the arrival of friends and family come to offer their congratulations. Oh, by the seven gods, my friend, have you so swiftly forgotten me? Come, let me see what beauty has bewitched you so thoroughly. After a period of absence, the once dashing Patrick had grown a tad more refined, adorned in luxurious attire that complemented his cherubic visage. With a swift motion, the Baron unabashedly delivered a playful smack to Patrick's small frame, exclaiming, "You rascal! Today marks a momentous occasion for my brother. Let us not speak of anything else, for the raucous revelry of the wedding night is simply unacceptable. Do you understand?" The Baron cast a menacing glance at the crowd, uncertain whether his admonition was directed at Patrick or the throng of young men behind him. The warning sent a tremor through the ranks of those harboring mischievous intentions, instantly deflating their spirited demeanor. Goodness, if you continue this way, my dear friend, the illustrious heir of Ocean's Edge shall inevitably meet his demise at your hands. The Baron's grip was undeniably strong, prompting Patrick to draw a sharp breath as he glared up at the towering Baron, expressing his discontent. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Edmund, heir of Rushing River, observed the camaraderie between the two with a mix of envy and admiration, secretly wishing, "Let him perish. Then no one will contest me for the splendid watermelon, Dola." Yet, dreams aside, to assert his status and demonstrate his regard for the Baron, the future master of the Three Rivers stepped forward, pulling a still fuming Patrick behind him. "My dear sir, it has been too long since we last met. I hardly imagined that in the blink of an eye, you would be wed. As a future lord, I extend my heartfelt congratulations." Standing tall and composed, Lord Edmund spoke earnestly, his gallant visage conveying an air of reliability befitting a noble ruler. Being the future lord, and mindful of the elders' counsel, the Baron graciously bowed to Edmund, his face adorned with a warm smile. "You are too kind, cousin. We are family, after all. In the future, we shall undoubtedly look out for one another in the realm of Hajin, shall we not? In this world, the most vital currency is the bonds of human connection, especially for the renowned libertine, Edmund, who thrives on such interactions." Witnessing this display of camaraderie, Edmund's smile stretched from ear to ear. "Indeed, let it be known, as your brother, I, Edmund, hereby declare that anyone who dares to disrupt the wedding of my cousin's husband shall face my wrath without mercy." What reputation does Edmund carry? He is known throughout Hajin as a scion of nobility and a champion of loyalty. With such a reputation backing his declaration, the future duke's booming voice and resolute demeanor instilled trepidation in the hearts of those with ill intentions, swiftly quelling any thoughts of disruption. Ding! The arrival of the counts from Crow's Tree, Stone Fence, Nymph Spring, Traveler's Rest, Yalin, and the Marquis from Twin Rivers was heralded by the tolling of bells. As the gathering of young men engaged in reminiscing and pleasantries, the weighty families of Hajin finally made their entrance. Observing this, Dick, the host, first greeted his cousin Edmund, then apologized to the assembly before hastening to the reception area, where his father-in-law, Walter, and mother-in-law, Lady Sheila, were already entertaining a group of elder gentlemen and ladies. Upon the arrival of Dick, Mrs. Sheila, who was tearfully conversing with a stout middle-aged gentleman, quickly wiped her tears and waved at him. Dick hastened forward, nodding in greeting to the elderly earls who gazed at him, before promptly approaching his mother-in-law. "Dick, this is Lord William of the City of Nymphs. His brother was the most loyal comrade of the River family," she informed him. With just a few words, Dick instantly grasped the identity of the visitor. Realizing why Mrs. Sheila held him in such high regard, he was a member of the royalist family that had once resisted King Robert. "Greetings, my lord," Dick bowed respectfully. "I am Sir Dick, and it is an honor to make your acquaintance." Not wishing to prolong the pleasantries, the Baron introduced himself in a formal manner. However, Lord William Mutton's astonishment was palpable. He was momentarily speechless upon receiving a greeting from Dick. "William," Mrs. Sheila prompted, bringing him back to reality. Still wearing a look of wonder, the stout Earl expressed his admiration. "Sir, you truly live up to your reputation. Just seeing you makes me lament for those detestable squids." Haha. Lord William possessed a keen sense of humor, and his rotund figure, coupled with his genial smile, evoked an inexplicable sense of whimsy. "My lord, you flatter me. I believe any honorable individual would be unable to bear witness to the suffering of the innocent," the Baron replied modestly, contrasting sharply with his boisterous exterior, which endeared him further to Lord Mutton. "Sir, you are as humble as the valiant Sir Ballystan. It is a pity I am not a knight, nor do I have worthy progeny. Otherwise, I would certainly have them serve you as your attendants." Haha. It was indeed tragic. Nearly all families that had participated in the royalist cause had seen their male heirs extinguished following King Robert's ascension. Much like the Riverland family, the Mutton family also had only daughters remaining, and the last patriarch, Lord William's brother, had perished alongside his entire family. With a mix of emotions, Dick maintained a composed smile, intending to exchange pleasantries with the old lady and the other earls. However, Mrs. Sheila held him back. Lord William's daughters have only just begun to speak. He hopes that one day your son will marry one of them. Any of them will do. Arranging a betrothal before the child is even born, is it? Dick silently scoffed, though he did not wish to dampen Mrs. Sheila's enthusiasm. So he nodded in a perfunctory manner. Madam, is it not a bit premature to discuss this? Damaya and I have yet to consummate our marriage. His words brought Mrs. Sheila back to reality. She cast an apologetic glance at her beloved son-in-law and quickly resumed painting grand visions for her old friend. Meanwhile, Dick seized the opportunity to shift his focus and assist his father-in-law in navigating the company of the various lords of River in Chapter 41, The Wolves Come Armed. Cursed old Walter, it has been years since we last met, and you appear remarkably spirited. At the gathering, as Dick approached his father-in-law, he noticed a middle-aged man with an eagle-like nose, adorned with a family crest featuring a red background and a crow fish, jesting at his father-in-law. Walter, visibly displeased by the jibes, retaliated with a punch, glaring fiercely as he reprimanded the man. You should be the one cursed. Oh, by the way, your brother is the one I killed. It's precisely why you have the opportunity to be the Count of Crowtree. To the mockery and insults hurled at him, the Count of Crowtree did not react with anger. Rather, he wore a self-satisfied grin, exclaiming, then I should thank you, the esteemed Lord Walter, if memory serves. Your son met the same fate at the hands of my brother. What audacity to so brazenly expose one's vulnerabilities. Concerned that his aging father-in-law might succumb to the stress, the dutiful son-in-law Dick stepped forward, interposing himself between the two. Lord Tydos, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and it is a privilege to meet you today. Shielding his father-in-law, Dick bowed respectfully. Lord Tydos, having participated in the siege of Pike City, recognized Dick and refrained from further provoking old Walter, instead removing his glove to warmly shake Dick's hand. By the seven gods, why are you not my son? If my beloved Brendan possessed even half your prowess, I wouldn't have to endure those dreadful and troublesome wars. Such are the straightforward exchanges among the lords of Westeros. Moreover, it appeared that Lord Tydos sought to validate the shadow cast upon him by the siege of Pike City. With a grip remarkably firm, Lord Tydos maintained his composure as he spoke. Dick raised an eyebrow and glanced at his father-in-law, who was gazing upwards with reddened eyes, evidently wounded by the earlier remarks. Without hesitation, disregarding even little Brendan's reputation, Dick engaged in a contest of strength with Lord Tydos before the Assembly of Lords. The audible cracking of bones resonated, and within mere moments, the self-proclaimed strong Tydos turned crimson, his gaze pleading for mercy as he looked at the relentless Baron. Indeed, your reputation precedes you, sir. With the prior arrogance diminished, the humbled Lord Tydos now bore an unusually clear expression. Observing this, Dick wisely chose to withdraw, releasing his grip and bowing once more. My lord, you exhibit commendable strength as well. However, my father-in-law, Lord Walter, is advanced in years. I hope, in consideration of my standing, you will refrain from further provoking him henceforth. The Baron's words were straightforward, moving his father-in-law deeply, while Lord Tydos retracted his earlier hubris. Of course, my friend. As my son has stated, our families are the most devoted of allies. Therefore, I humbly extend my apologies to Lord Walter. The humble gentleman is indeed well regarded, much like the current Tydos, as Walter, the father-in-law, seems to find himself less averse to the other party. Indeed, was it not better to have acted thus from the outset? Why the need for such ostentation? To assert one's presence, perhaps? With an inward chuckle, Dick nodded politely to the two amiable figures before he turned his attention to the other gentlemen present. Who could that be arriving? It is none other than the illustrious Sir Dick, the protagonist of my wedding. Before he even arrived, his presence was heralded. Upon sighting the ever-dapper Baron, a chorus of middle-aged and elderly men erupted in excitement. Dick, undeterred by their enthusiasm, gracefully bowed and then, with a flourish, approached a gathering of notable figures from Hudgian. Sir, since our last encounter in Packer City, your renown has only magnified. One exclaimed, while another lamented, by the seven gods. I've been subjected to your incessant boasting daily. I truly regret not participating in that battle, for I yearn to witness Sir Dick's astounding feats. Old Vance, spare us your bluster. With your meager stature, one might assume you'd be pushed aside on the battlefield. Came a retort, likening their past escapades at the Bobcat Tavern. Ugh. Old Wayne, don't expect me to pick up the tab next time. Consider our friendship severed. As Dick observed the animated exchanges among the boisterous gentlemen, he scratched his head in bemusement. Sir, I heard you shattered 99 lances at the tournament in Lannisterport. Is it true? Abruptly, a delicate, alabaster hand landed upon Dick's shoulder with a sharp clap. Instinctively, he turned with a clenched fist, but fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to halt his strike just above the visitor's heart. Ah! Came a startled exclamation. The young lady, taken aback by Dick's reaction, staggered backward, nearly losing her footing. Thankfully, Dick's quick reflexes allowed him to catch the spirited girl and set her back on her feet, before he stepped back and bowed, saying, "Oh, my sincerest apologies, dear unknown lady, for you startled me." Seemingly concerned about causing any undue trouble, the Baron maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, exuding gentlemanly grace. The unknown lady, still visibly shaken, collected herself and playfully protested, "You've injured my chest." Dick, goodness. As anticipated, the commotion attracted a throng of rough men, who immediately encircled them, launching into a cacophony of jovial banter. Blimey, Sir Dick, I never imagined our tastes aligned so closely. If I may be so bold, I extend an invitation for you to join me for a jaunt to Crimson City. By the 7 gods, have you fallen men forgotten the significance of this day? You truly bring shame upon us, the nobility of Hudgian. Dare you question my station? I say, if you continue to prattle, I shall pay you a visit. Amidst the lively discourse, the gentleman who had spoken in favor of Dick found himself thoroughly chastised by the crowd. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Dick hurriedly interjected, interrupting the lords who were leveraging their status to assert dominance. By the 7 gods, esteemed lords, I implore you to cease your frivolous chatter and grant me a measure of respect. With his words, the unruly assembly of rough men finally fell silent. For the prestige of the Baron held considerable weight in the realm of Hudgian. Yet, the wolf had arrived, and upon spotting its prey, it was inevitable that it would take a bite, was it not? With the sound of heavy footsteps, a group of burly men forced their way through the crowd. After casting a glance at the unknown girl, they unceremoniously placed a high hat upon the Baron. "Jane, what on earth has transpired? I just heard you exclaim that someone had touched your bosom. Could it possibly be him?" In front of the multitude, a towering, brutish man pointed an accusatory finger at Dick, his face twisted with indignation. Without uttering much, Dick merely glanced at the chest emblem of the man, a crimson horse upon a golden shield, before speaking resolutely. "I, Dick, lack the gift of eloquence. To uphold my honor, in the name of a warrior, I request a trial by combat with all present as witnesses." Chapter 42. Is there still justice? Is there still justice? The call for a trial by combat upon their first encounter seemed an abuse of his privilege. The imposing Baron, with a steadfast gaze, rendered the assembly momentarily speechless. The trial by combat was a well-known method of dispute resolution across the 7 kingdoms. In such a trial, the disputing parties would engage in mortal combat, with the survivor emerging victorious. Naturally, each party could appoint a champion to fight on their behalf, and the duel need not result in death. A voluntary surrender might grant one a chance at mercy. The towering man from the Brecken family appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression faltering as he hesitated, caught between indecision. Fortunately, a voluptuous woman, sensing the precariousness of the situation, swiftly intervened on behalf of the tall Brecken. "Hendry, you are mistaken. I nearly stumbled, and it was Sir Dick who supported me." After regaining her composure, the woman adjusted her attire and gracefully acknowledged Dick with a slight bow. "Thank you, Sir Dick. I am Jane Brecken, daughter of Lord Genos of Stone Fence City." Seeing the other party retreat in humility, Dick nodded in return, maintaining his composure. "Milady, as a knight of the 7 kingdoms, it is my duty to protect any individual from harm." The exchange unfolded with such theatricality that the onlookers, bewildered, perceived it merely as a misunderstanding, erupting in applause. "Truly, Sir Dick is the pride of our Hudgian people. Such grace. How fortunate would it be if my own child could embody such qualities?" Disregarding the flattery of the esteemed nobles, Dick stepped back, nodding in a courteous gesture, and then departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind the intricate gaze of the noblewoman. Alas, it seems the Baroness' impression of the Brecken family has soured even further. The young lady named Jane sighed to herself, causing the expression of her cousin Hendry Brecken to darken. After leading his cousin away from the throng, Hendry expressed his discontent, stating, "Didn't Lord Janos instruct us to behave ourselves? Why do you insist on provoking him?" Instead of responding to her cousin, Jane turned to him with a stunning smile, asking, "Pray tell, how do I compare to that foolish Demaya?" Hendry hesitated, instinctively glancing at his cousin's figure. which rivaled that of a sophisticated matron, and her alluring visage, before quickly averting his gaze to offer a candid assessment. Your beauty indeed has the power to captivate any man. However, do not forget that Damaya is the heiress of Herrenberg. This pragmatic observation caused Jane's countenance to falter, as she fixed her cousin with a piercing and acerbic gaze. Humph, dear cousin, if memory serves me right, you once pursued Damaya. Hendry understood Jane's bitterness, especially since Lord Janos had no male heir, placing his claim to succession above that of his cousin. There is no need for you to vent your frustrations on me. Remember, it was your father's decision, and indeed, Miss Damaya is enchanting. Even I, amidst her multitude of suitors, do not stand out. As was customary, Hendry remained reasonable. Yet this did little to quell Jane's ire and envy. So, in front of all those people, you deliberately tarnished her husband's reputation? Having been exposed by his cousin, Hendry felt no anger. Instead, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes as he retorted, "Didn't you also deliberately attempt to entice him?" Huh. Infuriated, Jane shot a fierce glare at Hendry and declared, "Humph. What do you know? I acted for the sake of the family." With that, disregarding her cousin's scornful expression, Jane huffed and swiftly made her way back into the gathering. Time passed, and the once thriving Herrenberg finally welcomed back the bustling atmosphere of yesteryears. Under the patronage of the Baron, the Count and Countess of Hien received a multitude of old acquaintances, including families that had once been adversaries of the Hien lineage. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Those who had hurled insults just moments before could now greet one another with smiles, compelled to coexist in fleeting harmony under the auspices of guest rights. "Hello, Walter. It's been ages. You seem to have aged considerably since our last encounter." Amidst the greetings exchanged with old friends, Lord Janos of Stonehenge witnessed the recent commotion but chose not to intervene. Instead, he patiently awaited the restoration of normalcy before seeking out the spectator, old Walter. Walter could hardly contain his disdain for the insufferable offspring of the scoundrels, lamenting in a secluded corner. Upon encountering a familiar face, he feigned a sip of his drink, setting the cup down with his demeanor restored to its usual composure. "Oh, Lord Janos, it has been quite some time. You appear to have aged considerably," he remarked, exchanging pleasantries with someone he held in low regard. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he grasped Lord Janos' arm tightly. "How dare you show your face at my family's banquet? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. 1,500 gold dragons along with 2 cattle from the Ost family, not a single one less. And do not forget the gifts and monetary contributions for my daughter's wedding." These words left Lord Janos momentarily stunned, prompting instinctive attempts to extricate himself from Walter's iron grip. "For heaven's sake, Walter, speak civilly. I am a guest in your home. There are too many people here for such matters to be discussed openly," he protested, aware that the commotion was drawing the attention of the local dignitaries. In a bid to preserve his dignity and standing, Janos hastily quelled his pride and began to plead with the elder Walter. "To hell with it. The question stands, will you pay or not? Or shall I send my son-in-law to raise an army against your household next month? That rascal Tydos will surely intervene, and I can assure you, the grand city of Stonefence will be left in ruins." Walter's threats were formidable, and he was not jesting. The Baron had already initiated plans for forming an armed force of his own in Herrenberg. By all that is sacred, this is a matter between the Brecken and Blywood families. What business do you, the River and family, have in this? Do not think your son-in-law's prowess makes him invincible. I could easily petition Lord Horst to impeach you. Ultimately, this dispute revolved around a mere sum of gold and a few cattle, inconsequential in the grand legacy of the Brecken family, which had stood for a millennium. Yet, since the usurper's war, the River and family had been struggling to maintain their standing, revealing that Lord Janos held them in contempt. Let us speak plainly. Debts must be repaid. This is a matter of principle. Otherwise, I shall journey to King's Landing to petition His Majesty before the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. I will demand a trial by combat. King Robert revels in spectacle, and he will surely grant my request. No matter who your family sends, I will ensure my son-in-law leaves him in pieces. Is there no law? Have you become so capable in these years, old Walter? Very well. I concede defeat." Cursing his misfortune internally, Lord Janos, visibly perturbed by his humiliation before the dignitaries, glared fiercely at Walter and, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Damn it all. I shall not back down." Upon witnessing the scene, Walter let out a disdainful snort, tilted his head back, and, in front of a gathering of old acquaintances, strutted away from the reception with an air of arrogance. In Chapter 43, The Temptress, in Westeros, the number of guests signifies the grandeur of a wedding. Much like the celebration of the Riverlands family, this once dilapidated lineage, having languished for 6 years, drew an impressive attendance due to the esteemed title of Lord Dick. Not only were most of the noble representatives from the Riverlands present, but many families from other corners of the Seven Kingdoms also graced the occasion. Coupled with the Baroness' openness towards common folk, the entire Harrenhal was abuzz with a throng of people. Long live the son of the Riverlands. Lord Dick, here are eggs from my aunt's farm. May they bring blessings to your wedding, exclaimed a young man from a passing merchant caravan, suddenly emerging from the crowd. Ignoring the stares of others, the enthusiastic youth pushed through the throng, presenting a basket of free-range eggs to the reception officer before returning to his group without even stopping for a drink. Thanks to Lord Dick, we have once again enjoyed a bountiful harvest this year. Though our family is not affluent, under my mother's urging, we bring you a hen raised for 2.5 years, hoping it blesses your heroic wedding, another voice chimed in. Meanwhile, several modestly dressed, even shabby, farm girls offered their hens to the reception officer, joining their hands in earnest prayer. The officer, a man in his 30s who had grown up in Harrenhal, felt a twinge of emotion as he observed this scene. Children, thank you for your blessings, but Lord Dick does not wish to accept your gifts without reciprocation, as he has personally requested. Therefore, please accept this token from him, he said gently. As the girls looked on in confusion, the officer retrieved a small red cloth pouch from beneath the table and pressed it into the hands of the eldest girl among them, offering a serious yet soft admonition. Children, be sure to open it at home. Remember to take the main road on your way back, and should you encounter any trouble, call for help, for the brothers of the just hand will not allow any tragedy to unfold. Though somewhat perplexed by the officer's words, the girls could not help but sense the gravity and kindness radiating from him. Curiously, they nodded and entered the castle to join the wedding feast open to the common folk. There, the sons of the Riverlands, sharing the same humble background, savored a castle cake they had never tasted before and indulged in a delectable meal that would be considered luxurious in any common household. Within the sanctum of Harrenhal, monks representing the seven stood upon a raised platform, as 7 candles flickered in the breeze. Amidst the candlelight, nobles of varying ranks from across the 7 kingdoms assembled in 2 orderly lines, each according to their status. Under their watchful gaze, the protagonists of the wedding, clutching satin, stepped solemnly towards the elevated platform in a venue steeped in gravity and reverence. Sir, do you pledge to shelter Miss Demaya of the Heian family under your protection? Inquired the officiating priest, representing the 7 gods, as he regarded the imposing groom. With unwavering determination, the groom nodded without hesitation. I do. The officiant inclined his head slightly before turning to the bride, whose face had turned crimson with overwhelming excitement. Miss Demaya of the Heian family, do you accept the protection of Sir Dick? Taking a deep breath, the bride trembled as she replied, I do. The officiant nodded once more and instructed the groom, Sir, please drape the cloak symbolizing protection over your bride. At his command, the bride slowly turned to reveal her back, while the groom gently enfolded her with the satin cloak. Excellent. In the presence of the 7 gods, please recite your vows to express your love and commitment to one another. As he tied a ribbon around the wrists of the newlyweds, the composed officiant continued his directives. The couple exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, in love. There is no need for separation in this life or the next. The moment of love is eternal. Following the ceremony, the wedding feast commenced. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, the newlyweds led their guests to the Hall of 100 Hearths. Subsequently, the banquet hall, boasting 35 fireplaces arranged by rank, filled with seated guests. Nobles from the 7 kingdoms first toasted to the hosts, the Earl and Countess of Heian, before turning their attention to the newlyweds with boisterous revelry. However, due to the Baroness' prior announcement, the bride managed to settle beside her mother, Lady Sheila, unscathed. Lady Heian, are you well? Just as the elder lady was imparting wisdom to her daughter, an untimely greeting interrupted their conversation. Lady Sheila turned to see an unfamiliar blonde noblewoman holding a wine glass. Gazing at her, Greetings, madam. May I inquire your identity? Assessing the lady's extravagant attire and alluring appearance with subtle scrutiny, Lady Sheila gracefully raised her glass and inquired about the newcomer. The noblewoman did not respond immediately, but took a sip of her drink, then turned her gaze to the bride, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. I am Lady Launtel, the cousin of Duke Tywin Lannister. Upon uttering this, Lady Launtel glanced at the astonished Lady Sheila and, disregarding the watchful guards, elegantly approached the bride, Demaya. Caught off guard by the lady's status, both Demaya and Lady Sheila found themselves momentarily at a loss. Then, in full view of numerous guests, under the incredulous and furious gaze of the elder lady, the Lannister woman extended a finger to lift the bride Demaya's chin. Alas, what a youthful and exquisite visage! It is no wonder that my dear Dyke is utterly entranced. Mrs. Rantel, her demeanor calm, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of jealousy and resentment in her expression, preparing to utter further nonsense when a sharp rebuke interrupted her intentions. Damnable woman! Release her at once. What do you intend to do with my cousin? The rich, youthful voice resonated in the air, causing Mrs. Rantel to furrow her brow and retract her fingers from Demaya's grasp, turning to see who had spoken. Below the platform, a young man with chestnut red hair, striking in appearance yet commanding in presence, glared at her with fierce intensity. Who the hell are you? Do you not realize that Miss Demaya is my cousin, Edmith Tully? Should you dare overstep, I shall ensure your family comprehends why the walls of Flowing City are stained red. For years, neither Mrs. Shira nor Demaya had encountered such a dashing and imposing nephew or cousin. Just as she prepared to respond, the previously maliciously alluring lady swayed her figure and approached the wary arrow god of the three rivers, Edmith, with a captivating gait. What are you doing? Upon witnessing the stunning lady advancing toward him with an enchanting gaze, Edmith instinctively placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Yet, the lady was quicker, firmly pressing her hand against his wrist, exclaiming, "You are the cherished son of Old Horst, the future heir of Flowing City." As if a precious gem had been unveiled, the bewitching lady gazed at Edmith, her lustrous eyes surveying his robust physique. Although Edmith had encountered numerous romantic escapades, he had never faced such a captivating creature parading before him. In astonishment, the youthful Edmith instinctively pushed Mrs. Rantel away. With a startled cry, she stumbled to the ground, her expression a mixture of anger and indignation. Seizing the moment, Edmith steadied himself by gripping the hilt of his sword, his wide eyes darting toward his aunt, Mrs. Shira, seated above. "Cease this, child. She is the cousin of Duke Tywin." Old Tywin was once immensely powerful and shrewd, and even today, the Lannister family's might is feared throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Concerned about any unnecessary complications, Mrs. Shira hastily warned Edmith. He blinked in surprise, regaining clarity, and glanced back at Mrs. Rantel, who lay on the floor. "Sir Dyke may be one thing, but why must you, Edmith, treat me thus? Is it merely because I, as a lady, do not measure up to those younger maidens?" She lamented, her grievances spilling forth as she wept upon the ground. Beneath the opulent and towering attire, the lady's voluptuous form trembled and swayed, instantly drawing forth a throng of rugged men who ascended to the moral high ground, directing their accusations towards the hapless deity of the three rivers, the arrow god. Chapter 44, Pursuing Trivialities. By the Seven Gods, my lord Edmure, why do you treat this poor lady in such a manner? Goodness, I feel as though my heart might shatter. Indeed, though I hail from a modest family in the Stormlands, I have never forgotten the decorum and grace befitting a noble. My lord Edmure, you truly bring shame upon us aristocrats. Edmure, how dare you, a self-proclaimed wanderer of Riverlands, treat a lady in such a manner? You are unworthy of nobility, let alone knighthood. Confronted with a chorus of insults and skepticism, the young Edmure had never encountered such a scene. What fueled his ire further was the audacity of others to question his worthiness as a knight. Did they not realize that the chivalric code was what he held in the highest esteem? Who the hell are you? Do you even comprehend the words you utter? Why can I not be a knight? Edmure roared, pointing an accusatory finger at the nobleman clad in Dornish fashion. The Dornish noble, undeterred, prepared to dismiss the beauty at his side and descend from the table. Yet, this was Riverlands. And the moment someone dared to provoke the future protector of the Trident River, nobles and oath-bound knights from the region immediately rose in defense, cursing under his breath. Even the notoriously unruly Dornishman, faced with the sight of dozens of steel swords, begrudgingly returned to his seat. After all, not every Dornishman was a prince. As for why he did not exploit the guest rights to continue his insolence, it was clear that after leaving Harrenburg, this vast Riverlands offered little refuge for him. Power is power. Leveraging his status as the future duke, Edmure managed to stabilize the situation. Aware of the glances from other nobles scrutinizing him, Edmure suppressed his fury and endeavored to maintain composure as he approached Lady Lantel, who was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. "Madam, I apologize, it was my error. I misunderstood you." With a graceful bow, the young Edmure extended his hand towards the resplendent lady. It must be said that in this moment, bolstered by his title as Duke Heir, Edmure appeared rather handsome. Gazing upon his youthful yet resolute countenance, Lady Lantel, with tears in her eyes, lowered her gaze and, after entwining her arm with Edmure's, lamented, "I have twisted my ankle. You must escort me home." Distracted by the alluring curves before him, Edmure coughed lightly to regain his composure. Once focused, he tenderly aided Lady Lantel. "To express my sincerest apologies, you are now my lady, and I am at your service for any matter." With a blend of genuine sincerity and subtle implications, Edmure, blushing, declared ardently. As Lady Launtel listened to the youthful insinuation, she immediately bestowed a radiant smile upon Edmure. Indeed, my dear sir, you are now my knight. With that, amidst the envious gazes of countless rugged men in the banquet hall, Lady Launtel draped her arm around Edmure's neck, pressing her form against him. Edmure discreetly swallowed hard, feeling a peculiar itch in his nostrils, and as he touched his face, a warm trickle of blood cascaded down. Sir, you are bleeding, she said, metamorphosing into a caring older sister, gently blowing warmth toward the young Edmure. With tender grace, she produced a handkerchief from her attire to dab at his wound. Almost overwhelmed by the fragrance, Edmure's heart raced, and not daring to linger, he swiftly embraced Lantel's waist and exited the banquet hall in a flurry. Meanwhile, the Baron, having witnessed the unfolding drama, approached his wife. My dear, are you all right? Demaya shook her head and, gazing at her concerned husband, softly inquired, Is she the suitor you spoke of? She seems quite predatory. The Baron chuckled at her words, responding, Of course, after all, she is a lioness. It is only natural for her to be fierce. The mother-in-law, nodding in agreement, leaned in to whisper to her daughter, Demaya, in public, learn from your mother. However, in private, you may emulate that lady's demeanor before your husband. Do you understand? Dick could not overhear the discreet exchange between the mother and daughter, yet he discerned that. Following his mother-in-law's counsel, his wife's cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes sparkled with unmistakable fervor as they met his gaze. Ahem, my lady, many friends await my presence. I must take my leave. Despite having lived 2 lives, in that moment, the Baron felt an inexplicable anxiety. The elder lady, being seasoned in such matters, nodded calmly but could not help but worry about her daughter, for the Baron towered over Demaya by a considerable height. Returning to the banquet hall, Dick resumed his duties, welcoming nobility and knights from afar. However, after witnessing the earlier events, the Baron found it difficult to settle his nerves. What's this, Dick? Have you found yourself entangled in a romantic escapade? Having relished the spectacle, old friend Patrick, who seldom missed an opportunity to tease, approached with a mischievous grin. Dick, disdainfully tapping the boy's unruly head, disregarded his discontented glare and pointed toward the direction Edmure had departed. You are only partially correct. My relationship with Lady Launtel is merely platonic. However, if you do not assist our dear friend Edmure, I assure you, he will undoubtedly be devoured by that lady. Patrick's expression shifted from shock to dramatic despair as he beat his chest in lamentation. Alas, my friend, why did you not mention such matters sooner? Why are you only bringing it up now? Oh, how it vexes me. Were it not for my deep understanding of youthful folly, the average person might have been deceived by Patrick's righteous demeanor. However, Dick has weathered many storms and swiftly unmasked the boy's clumsy charade. Spare me your theatrics. Do you truly believe that your meager skills could contend with Lady Launtel? It appears to me that you are attempting to pull a cart far too heavy for you to bear. To utter a dire warning, Lady Launtel is a cousin of Duke Tywin, and the cunning of House Lannister is known throughout the 7 kingdoms. Therefore, if you choose not to assist Edmund now, the entirety of Riverrun will inevitably fall into the jaws of the lions. Should you doubt my words, feel free to witness the outcome. But do not forget my counsel today. Having spoken, the Baron shook his head, adjusted his attire, and took his seat. Dick harbored no malice towards Lady Launtel. Yet the lady herself appeared quite unjust. Not only did she disrupt his wedding with her lofty airs, but she also sought to use Edmund as a means to ascend to the highest echelons of Riverrun. While it remains uncertain whether Lord Horst would acquiesce, should she indeed become the Duchess of Flowing City, given her nature, it is likely she would take pleasure in showering him with disdain at every opportunity. After all, history is replete with instances where love breeds hatred. Chapter 45. In due course, disregarding the events that transpired thereafter, according to the traditions of the 7 kingdoms, the wedding festivities concluded with the customary bedding ceremony. Regrettably, such customs were not permitted by the Baron. Amidst the regretful farewells of a group of rough men, the Baron led his bride away, thereby solidifying the union of their 2 families. With no further incidents to recount, the following day arrived with the guests departing. The nuptial, one of life's 5 great ceremonies, had been flawlessly executed. Dick kissed his still-sleeping wife, and after freshening up, he finally met his esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law. Dick, congratulations on becoming a member of the Riverrun family. With a departure from her previous formalities, Lady Sheila greeted him with a warm and amiable smile, while his father-in-law, shedding the cumbersome etiquette, grasped Dick's hand and exclaimed, It has been 6 long years, thank you, my boy, for granting me this relief. As he spoke, the elder Walter, with reddened eyes, wiped away tears before Dick, his emotions betraying the profound resentment he held towards former adversaries after having lost 4 children. My lord, this is but the least I could do. From now on, we are one family, and there shall be no more division between us. Given his father-in-law's advanced age and the early hour, Dick quickly comforted him with a gentle pat on the back, anxious that he might falter and collapse at any moment. Ah, indeed, my lady. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the splendid wedding you have organized for Demaya and myself. As the master of this new abode, I present to you my accumulated wealth, along with 3 golden dragons secured within a chest in my chamber. Although my family has promised to cover all expenses, I, as a man, felt compelled to retrieve a pouch from my pocket containing all my property documents. The elderly couple was momentarily taken aback, while my mother-in-law remained silent. My father-in-law curiously accepted the pouch. Why, it's rather heavy, he jested, before opening it in the presence of my wife. To their astonishment, the radiant sunlight illuminated the contents, nearly blinding the elderly couple with its brilliance. What is this? The momentary glance prompted my father-in-law to hastily close the pouch, exchanging incredulous looks with my mother-in-law, before turning to me with disbelief. They perceived me, their son-in-law, as somewhat accomplished but still an outsider from a land deemed uncivilized. They assumed that my wealth consisted solely of the prize money from the tournament, perhaps complemented by the gifts bestowed by the king. To speak candidly, these are the local specialties from my homeland. I brought a considerable quantity with me to Westeros, and prior to revealing them to you, I had already gifted several pieces to my friends. I was not jesting. In the prehistoric caverns of my world, I had stumbled upon a wealth of gemstones and crystals, as the mountains from which they originated seemed to be abundant in such treasures. The elderly couple swallowed hard. Specialties? Sir Dick, do you realize the worth of these items? Are you certain you are not jesting with us? The thought that the entirety of Harrenhal's treasures might pale in comparison to the contents of this pouch rendered even the usually composed matron visibly agitated. Child, promise us that this matter shall remain confidential, known only to us. Do you understand? With a fervor tinged with fear, the matron earnestly admonished me. I nodded, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation, and had already resolved to keep this secret, even without her urging. Now, esteemed guests, the hour grows late. Let us convene at the table. Perhaps it was the low energy of the food in Westeros, but my insatiable appetite had returned. The elderly couple had long since grown accustomed to my voracious appetite, having previously worried whether my insatiable hunger would deplete their resources. However, with newfound financial security, such trivial concerns were promptly cast aside. Certainly, my dear child, I have long instructed the cook to prepare your favorite dishes for you. Come, let us indulge in the much-discussed 5-year plan. It has been nearly 2 months since Dick arrived on the continent of Westeros, and during this time, he has been exceedingly busy due to the butterfly effect. The Iron Islands are in disarray, and with Stannis becoming the governor, Jason Mallister has also ascended to become the second noble house in the Riverlands, following the phrase. Then there was the tournament, where Dick's presence caused the Great Bear to lose the championship, subtly altering the dynamics of the Riverlands. Fortunately, through various persuasive means at the banquet, Dick not only declared his stance, but also stabilized relationships with Duke Horst and Lord Jason, calming the elder nobility. Additionally, by inspecting the territories and hosting weddings, he extended goodwill to the sons of the Riverlands. Although the arrangements were made in haste, they remained on course, and it was quite a challenge for him to accomplish all this within a month. Now, Dick, your wedding has finally concluded, and as anticipated, the hands of justice are clamoring for your attention, requesting that you formally establish a knightly order and assume the role of their leader. During the morning feast, the old lady listened attentively to her servant's reports while carefully peeling an entire platter of roasted chicken for her daughter, Demaya. Dick nodded calmly while gnawing on a leg of lamb. Since King Robert fulfilled his promise, Dick has begun to plan for the future. The hands of justice are merely an ancillary consideration. With access to resources from 2 worlds, his thoughts are straightforward. Having arrived in Westeros, it is only fitting that he should embrace the role of a dragon rider. Even if the creatures he rides are not true dragons, dinosaurs are still a form of dragon. After all, in the medieval era, no one has seen them. As long as they are fierce and majestic, that suffices. Moreover, with the Jurassic world as his backup, as long as Dick masters the art of dragon taming, the countless dinosaur beasts will serve as a continuous source for nurturing dragon riders. Additionally, the development of territories in both worlds cannot be neglected. With Westeros's advanced technology, he plans to steadily promote development and construction, utilizing its superior iron and steel weaponry to establish an epic-defining armament within the Jurassic realm. After his previous journey, Dick sensed that the Jurassic world is far more complex than it initially appears. Aside from the dinosaurs, the wild men possess not only extraordinary physical abilities, but also remarkable learning capabilities, distinctly unlike the products of their era. Especially notable are the giant apes from when Dick first reincarnated, the subsequent appearance of gigantic bears, and the crops he discovered, which are evidently not the flora and fauna characteristic of the Jurassic period. Dick found himself perplexed, even questioning whether it was indeed the Jurassic world. Yet, he held a firm belief that as he continued to expand and even establish a civilization, the veil of the Jurassic world would inevitably be lifted. With these reflections and plans in mind, Dick's thoughts grew increasingly lucid, his objectives more defined. In a moment of impulsive inspiration, amidst the astonished gazes of his father-in-law's family, he boldly tore off a leg of roasted lamb and declared, "Let us meet my valiant hands of justice."